If you stayed up late last night, you saw the Pistons win an absolute thriller. They toppled the Kings 114-113. Detroit trailed by as many as 19 points and 14 going into the fourth quarter. They fought back, and when trailing by 3 with 3 seconds and change left to go in the game, Jaden Ivey plays the role of hero. Not included in that call, Ivey was fouled in the process. The go-ahead free throw is made, so Pistons win in huge comeback fashion. Detroit now a perfect 3-0 to start off their 4-game road trip out west. Meanwhile, from 3 wins in a row to 3 losses in a row, tonight the Wings play their second of a 4-game homestand at LCA. Tonight, it is an Original 6 matchup against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Also will be the first test for Red Wings new head coach Todd McClellan. He was hired yesterday immediately following the firing of Derek Lalonde. You can catch his first game as head coach tonight on 97.1 The Tickets. I'll have your pregame beginning at 6:45. And finally, last night, the Seattle Seahawks won a touchdownless Thursday night football matchup against the Bears 6-3. If you remember back to Thanksgiving Day, the Bears had poor clock management to end their game against Detroit. They ran into some similar struggles last night. And while that loss to an NFC North team, the Bears last night didn't do anything to help the Lions. There is an NFC North matchup on Sunday that can. Should the Packers beat the Vikings, the Lions can clinch the NFC North and 1 seed in the playoffs with a win over San Francisco on Monday Night Football. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Dustin. It is the Costa and Jansen program slowly getting their members back into the fold. The Gov is back. Hope you had a great Christmas. Paul Sarah in for Greg. Heather off. I'm in for Jim Costa. I am Stoney, and he is the former national champion. I guess you can still be.
Still national champion.
You're still a national champion. But, you know.
Yeah. That one's not going away.
The one, the only, John Jensen.
Good morning. How are you?
A lot better than I was at this time yesterday.
Yeah, you finally
More
got
sleep.
a night's sleep? Yeah.
Yes. The dog Rosie was good. She was basically passed out all night. It was great.
That's awesome. Yeah, she was exhausted, which means you were also exhausted, and you both slept well.
Yes, absolutely. It was a wonderful thing.
So you know what? All she's got to do is watch Thursday Night Football, and it'll put you right to sleep.
I did not watch 1 second of it.
Oh, I
followed on the phone. I was doing
3.5 hours
stuff.
of my life I want back. It was awful, and it was one of those where I'm watching it, going, something's got to happen, right? Can't go a whole game without a touchdown.
Well, they did.
Seattle's not a bad team. Chicago's a bad team.
I know.
Seattle, boy, that was a rough watch.
Well, they're still alive at least. They needed
Sure.
that.
Yeah, they did need it. And hey, win's a win. You only have to score 1 more than the opponent, and they scored 3 more.
You are correct, sir. I did have
field goals.
By the way, you'd be happy to know I did have interactions with other people yesterday.
Oh, you did have human interaction after you left here.
Yeah, I went to Allen Park.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
And how were things down there?
Fine.
I'm sure
I asked Dan about
excited.
whose idea it was for the sweaters. He said it was his wife. She
Yeah.
comes up with something every year.
Well, that's
Yes.
odd. That's good.
Exactly. We'll get more into the Lions. We have our picks coming up at 6:35. Big news in Detroit yesterday on the Red Wings. I didn't think at this yesterday when I found out that Newsy Lalonde has been let go that this morning it wouldn't even be our first story
Right.
today. The Detroit Pistons pulled something out of their ass last night, so to speak. I mean, they were down like 15 points at halftime. Now, look, that's nothing in the NBA, but the Pistons aren't a great team, obviously. But they were down,
They also weren't playing a great team.
True. There were some good players on the team. Sabonis didn't play, but, whatever. Down 15. They're down 10 with 3:22 left to play. And they come back and win the game against the Sacramento Kings. And I know Sacramento's not great, but they're record-wise, they're about the same as the Pistons. But still, 3 in a row. on the Western trip, which
Yeah.
is hard to do for really good teams.
Yeah.
Okay. And the fact that they didn't lay down, and it was win number 14.
Yeah. Equaled their win total from last year. And we talked about it. Didn't know that they were going to go 3-0 so far on the West Coast trip, but
Right.
they could best their win total from last year by the end of the calendar year. They got one more opportunity, and we'll see if they can get it done against Denver on Saturday.
Yeah.
And you know what? Hey, you mentioned 10 down with 3.5 to go-ish. And coaches always say this, right? Go out there. There's no 10-point play.
Right.
There might not be, but there is a 4-point.
Yes, at the end of the game. That's right. And Beasley, they had a 17-6 run to end the game, and Beasley hit 3 3-pointers in that run. He's been a terrific, acquisition.
Addition. There's no question.
Helps space the floor. Cade, shooting percentage wasn't great, but he still had 33 points. And more, you're hearing the drum. He's going to be in the All-Star game.
It would be a nice development.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think part of that has to do, obviously, him getting better, but the fact that they have other players on this team that can space the floor and he has a little more room to move, and his assist totals are up because when he passes the ball, they have guys who actually can make a shot.
Yeah, we had 10 of them last night, and only 3 turnovers, which that in and of itself, you take the assists for what they are, but when you don't turn the ball over as much as he was in previous years, but earlier in the year.
Yes. So that's win number 14. The team that shares Little Caesars Arena with the Pistons has 13 wins. Who would have thunk it? But after Santa came down the old chimney on Christmas, Stevie Y said, you know what? I think it's time to make a change.
Here's your lump of coal.
And no surprise at all that Derek Lalonde was let go as head coach of the Red Wings. 13-17-4. They somewhat collapsed down the stretch last year.
Somewhat.
And also, well, they came back nicely at one point. But anyway, irrelevant.
They had a 9-point lead.
I know.
In terms of
Yes,
being in the
no,
playoffs.
but-
Yeah, they collapsed.
I know. I was talking about the last few games that they won. Anyway, it's irrelevant. It was the right decision to make.
Yeah.
I mean, there was look, and I'm sure the decision was made before they were booed off the ice against St. Louis on Monday. I think the back-to-back losses to Montreal probably cemented it. But Todd McClellan is back, and he was an assistant coach here under Babcock when they won, and he's been a very successful NHL coach.
Yeah. I mean, what is it, 1,000 games?
Yeah.
As head coach. So he's got the head coach experience, which obviously this team needs some form of leadership, and it doesn't take the onus off of the players.
Oh, no.
The players are the one. I mean, these are professional athletes. Yeah. There's a certain amount of responsibility that they have outside of coaching, outside of being, of the general manager's leadership. It is at this point, there needs to be a lot of those guys taking a look at themselves saying, hey, this happened to our coach. Whether they liked him or not, doesn't matter. This will happen to them in the offseason if they don't become professionals.
Yeah, well, a lot of them are going to be free agents anyway. But his record, 598 and 142, coaching the Sharks, the Oilers, the Kings. He hasn't had playoff success. 42 and 46 in the playoffs, made the conference finals twice. But at this stage of the game where the Red Wings are, I ain't holding that against them. Just get to the playoffs, hopefully next year, the year,
Yeah.
Yeah, you would hope.
Yeah.
But that's a roster thing. I still believe that it's more the roster than it was the coach. But it got to the point where the coach couldn't even inspire good performances consistently, good effort consistently, as Jeff Blash used to say, good compete level. And that's on the coach, and that's why the change was made. And look, we all liked him when he came on the radio show with me and you, and then with Jim later.
Success.
Always a good guy, funny guy. I like him a lot. But I mean, you can't argue. I mean, they were going nowhere. They were getting worse.
You hate it on the human side of he's got a family, all of these things. But just because he's a good guy doesn't mean he gets to keep his job.
No,
and
not at all.
just because he lost his job doesn't mean he's not a good guy. Like,
Right.
I mean, it's really, sometimes fans have a hard time separating that. But he was not successful at his job. And you've got to find a way to win games. You've got to find a way to inspire these guys. And you've got to find a way to change the trajectory of the team. That was his biggest struggle. He could not change the trajectory of the team. Last year when they began their collapse and they were outside the playoffs, there was nothing that happened to inspire this team to get back on track. And they started the same way they finished.
Yeah, and look, the roster, I think, got worse this year than they had last year, and that's on Steve Yzerman. Yzerman will address the media at 10 o'clock.
Of course.
I'm sure we'll play some clips on Carson Anderson coming up, and then after skate around, that's where Todd McClellan will be formally introduced, probably around 11 o'clock, 11:30.
Good.
Down at Little Caesars Arena. So, and with Toronto coming in tonight, it's going to be I wonder how the new coach theory goes in gambling, because for some reason in hockey, more than any other sport,
The bounce.
they've beaten Toronto before. So who knows?
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, let's start with one.
Yeah.
And find it is. Do you think that this? And we'll get a chance to talk about this a lot today.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this was a move that had to be made, but it was also, hey, they could still save this season?
Well, what are they? Last night was 8 points out, but they have 5 or 6 teams in front of them, something like that.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I had it in front of me, but yeah, it's
So it's definitely
8 points back.
Mathematically, it's definitely possible. I don't see it happening with this roster. I don't think a coach is going to make that much of a difference. It has happened in the past. Craig Berube in St. Louis doing it, taking them to the Stanley Cup.
Well, you're picking the one time.
I know.
I mean,
I
look,
know.
and is
New
it impossible?
Jersey-
No. The bottom line is the bottom of the East, again, is not good.
No.
Yeah,
Although-
Ottawa's got 38 points. They're not expected to be a playoff team. The whole thing here is, will the Rangers wake up? They're
Yeah.
the team that is sitting in the pool of teams out of the playoffs that you would think would be able to surge potentially. And
See,
if they do that, there's not a spot available.
I think Ottawa's going to make it, because you looked at the 3 teams that were always it was Ottawa, the Red Wings, and Buffalo. And Buffalo, they lost 13 games in a row at one point. The Red Wings, we know where they are. Ottawa, guys like Stützle, Matheson, they're playing really, really well. They got Linus Ullmark in goal. I think Ottawa's going to be the team that's going to make it. The Rangers, that's an interesting.
The whole thing, though, what John was saying, though, is the only reason they have a chance to be a playoff team is because of they're only 8 out somehow, despite
Right.
because that last spot is a little bit vulnerable for the taking, but it's tracking towards another 91 points would get you in, which is low.
Right, absolutely.
So
All right.
you're a playoff team because the rest of the league sucks.
Hey, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I don't care. Just get in.
All right, 248-539-9797. Your reaction to Derek Lalonde being fired, and what do you think of Todd McClellan? I mean, people don't have that much. It's not like Ben Johnson when he was here. A beloved assistant coach. But quite frankly, I like the fact that for the first time, Steve Yzerman hired a head coach, and this includes Tampa, who has coached in the National Hockey League before. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, the NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet just simply wins. FanDuel has so many different ways you can pick up a win. Not only can you bet on who's going to win the game, but FanDuel also has bets like which player is going to score a touchdown, maybe who scores first, how many points each team will score. There's so much more. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today and explore and find out more of what they have to offer. And this way, you're going to be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stoney in for Jim Costa, who will be in on Monday. John is off next week.
Yep.
So you have to put up with another 4 days of me. We don't have a show on New Year's Day.
That's right. It'll be a nice week.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You'll still hear me.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
I know we will.
Yes.
December 31st.
Yes.
That big game down in Tampa.
Uh-huh.
Michigan, Alabama. Throw away all the records when these two
Yeah.
blue bloods get together.
Yeah, that's a little bit more dramatic than I think it will be.
Yes, I
but hey, we started the year off beating Bama.
That's right.
And Kalen DeBoer. Now, hopefully we can end the year doing it both in one day.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Your reaction to not just the firing of Derek Lalonde, which everybody pretty much thought had to happen. What do you think of his successor? What do you think of Todd McClellan? I know, I saw a little bit on social. Why not Gallant? Well, obviously, I wouldn't say a problem, that they don't believe that Gerard Gallant's the right guy for this team. Todd McClellan is a successful head coach, regular season head coach. Like I said, he hasn't had success in the playoffs. He's known to be pretty tough at times. I mean, I saw a quote from Cam Talbot from a few years ago, who he played for, I believe, either in L.A. for a little bit, and he really liked him because he thought he was tough when things needed to be said and be done. He was tough, and that's what this team needs. This team, and if I go down there today, that's the one thing I'm going to ask what he thought of this team and watching, because even Newsy agreed the team was so easy to play against. There was no, back and, there was no bite to this team.
Right. Well, it felt like when they took the field, there was just an apathy. Like they were just there going through the motions. There was no emotion. And there was times where you'd see maybe like one period.
Yeah.
But there was never three. It felt like, of the games that they played so far, and I know you watch a lot of them, if not all of them, and is there one that you can look at and say, that was 3 periods of really good hockey, all in one game?
They've had a few. I mean, when they play Toronto, I think one of the times they beat them. They've had a few games where they played pretty well. Let's not be completely crazy.
No,
here.
but I'm talking about 34 games.
Oh yeah,
and you said a few.
Yeah, but they've been listless. They come out listless, which is probably the biggest knock on Derek Lalonde. So you have to get going from the jump.
There's got to be some fire when you come out. And you see it in the way they skate, the way they move the puck, the way just 5-on-5. Like,
right.
it just, that's where it's all got to start.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, their penalty killing is the worst.
Yeah.
And they fired the assistant coach, Bob Bugner, who was in charge of the penalty kill, and brought in Trent Yawney, who's former defenseman for the Blackhawks, who's worked under McClellan for quite a few times. And he'll hopefully clean up the penalty kill. It's bad, but the roster is bad. I mean, how many guys, and that's on Steve. Yzerman has to get this team where it's going to be a playoff team next year, or at least, they were close last year, but you know what I'm saying? When they take the ice next year, and I'm not even worried about this year. Next year, they have to be a team that people say, oh, this is a good team. Hopefully they make the playoffs. All right, I'm looking at how this, especially the young players, get better under McClellan, and what they're going to do with the roster, because right now he's playing the long game, and he's been honest about it. He's said it from the beginning, and you see guys, like Axel Palenka, whatever his last name is. Who I watched a little bit of the World Juniors. That's how I am last night.
Yeah.
For Sweden, he's dominating. He's playing in a men's league, and he's 18, 19 years old. But when he comes over, he's going to start in Grand Rapids. I think it's time maybe change a little philosophy. When you have good kids who are really good, let them play. Bring them up. Like, the future of this team is obviously Seider, Evanson,
Raymond,
Danielson, Axel Palenka, the two goalies, Kosa and Augustine. So that's going to be your core. Casper, maybe.
Where's Larkin?
And well, I'm going to get to him in a second. And maybe, Larkin by in a year or two, what's he going to be, 31, 32?
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't he just sign it? Wasn't it a 7?
Yeah.
Year
Seven
deal?
or eight,
He's going to be there, but he's not. Dylan Larkin is a very good hockey player. He's not a great player. So that's the hardest thing.
But that's the thing.
That's the hardest thing for them to do. They
With
need to
all
get
the young guys coming, that's where the leadership's coming from.
Right.
So is that right? See, I love that they didn't go the interim route here, and I think,
Yes.
again, Yzerman's patience may end up winning here long term because they now have a voice, a hockey coach that's been around a long time,
Mm-hmm.
and he's probably going to set a tone of this is the way it's going to be.
Right.
And he's going to weed out who needs to be here and who doesn't. And everybody can go after the Comfers and the Cops and all those guys, and are they part of this long term? No, and they can shred Jeff Petrie, and this town never wants to rip its quote stars. But the bottom line is this team has locker room chemistry issues and accountability issues, and that's why they play so piss poor and get outscored 9-1 the last 2 games.
Well, Larkin hasn't scored a goal in like 14, 15 games.
Well,
Right.
And I think you hit the key word, accountability. I think there are major accountability issues, and it started with the coach, but it ultimately is going to fall on the players because they're the ones on the ice. These are professional athletes. Where is the accountability for them?
He gave Lalone the benefit of the doubt for last year's collapse.
Right.
And so let's run it back and see, and bought into 4 months or 5 months of hockey was better than the last 2. And so that didn't pan out. He gave him a chance, but there's no way you can change. Lalone was never going to be able to change or weed out or put in a discipline / accountability that a new coach can that has a contract. And so that's what I love about this because, you know what, there's a reason Alex DeBrincat's on team number 3 already at his age. Players don't move in this league at that age unless there's a reason.
Look, he had a great play. He's had a great career. We know that. He was really good last year, and you thought, oh, well, he'll be here for a full season. He's not the guy either. I mean, they're soft. John, you're a player. You hate they use that term. They are soft.
It's the worst 4-letter word that you can be called as a professional athlete.
The hardest guy on this team to probably play against would be Seider and Ben Sherratt. I mean, even Rasmus at times, he gives it. But other than that, who else is there? Am I missing something? They are so easy. They have to change the dynamic of the team. No, I'm not talking about going in and fighting all the time or anything like that. They just have to play hockey the way it should be played, which is not just give up the puck and just throw it down the ice. And
everybody always says, though, teams will get a bounce from the whole firing the coach and all that. And I agree they probably will initially. And then I suspect that they'll probably go into a swoon again. And because I don't think this team can win consistently with the talent / the chemistry in the locker room.
I agree.
So eyebrow 1 was raised yesterday for the players, right? Mm-hmm. And they're going to oh, no, we better start doing, dig deep and do something here. Because what I love here now is the pressure's on this roster the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. And I believe they will weed out what needs to go and what needs to stay. And Kane and Tarasenko were just the bridge players, okay? And it was nice and cute last year when Kane worked. But the bridge players, this is where we initially started this year, John. The bridge players weren't coming through for this team early in the season, but we didn't want to judge too fast. And now you're nearly halfway through the year, and these guys aren't working. But
Tarasenko's been horrible.
But those are short-term things. Those guys are going away.
Well, Tarasenko's got another year left.
But maybe you can move him at the deadline if he gets a oomph here.
Right. The deadline is going to be fascinating to see what they can get for these guys. I mean, if things stay the way they are, maybe they get a little better. Maybe Kane plays a little better. What would a contender who might need a little offense, what would they give up for Patrick Kane? I don't know. You're going to get another second-round draft choice because second-round draft choices don't seem to be able to make this hockey team 4 or 5. I mean, that's another problem. I mean, that's Yzerman's problem.
Yeah.
We pretty much documented yesterday, or was it last week? I can't remember when we had all the second,
Yeah.
there were 3 players that he has drafted after the first round that have actually played the NHL.
Yeah.
Elmer, Soderblom, Johansson, who's on the team now, and some guy that they drafted the 7th round who's played like 2 games with Colorado. That's it.
That's right. We did that.
That's
earlier in the week.
awful.
Well, there's just no there's just nothing there.
Now, I know, look, I understand it. It's not like the NFL or the NBA where it takes a long time. It does take a long time for these kids because a lot of them, they're drafted at 18. The COVID years, you were
But who's
drafting
on the horizon?
Well, Danielson, I think, is on the horizon, and the kid, like I said before, from Sweden.
Right.
He's supposed to be really
And you got to buy
good.
into Kosa, too. You
Yes.
have to buy in.
And Augustine.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't trade any of them for
Yes,
something,
but
you got a amazing, potentially goaltending duo for the next decade.
so, but my point is, okay, we've got some first rounders on the horizon, but there's nothing in rounds 2 through 7.
Right, maybe Carter Mays. I don't, you hear these names all the time, supposedly, but even the guys that they took the last draft and the draft before at 18 years old in the second or third round, nobody wants them. They're not going to be here for another 2 years anyway if they are that good. Right. That's the problem with hockey. All right. 248-539-9797. All right, it's time for you guys, and I'm included, to go after Heather because she's just running away with this thing, although slipping a little
She's
bit.
20 over 500.
It's time for the picks. Coming up next, 97 won the ticket. All right, last week on the picks, Gov 6-1, Greg Hargrave 5-2. Costa 5-2. I was 5-2 in my debut performance. John 4-3. Heather, the only one under 500 at 3-4, but she's 20 over 500. 11-game lead over Costa and Gov. John is it's kind of having a Michigan year, only even worse. 52-68. All right, we'll start it off. Hopefully, I won't screw this up too bad. You know I will at least sometime because of the order. But we'll begin with John Jansen, Penn State, minus 10.5, taking on Boise State.
Hey, anytime you can run the ball, and obviously with that, Ashton Genty, Boise State, I don't think Boise State wins this game, but I think they are able to possess the ball and do enough to keep it close. So I'm going to take Boise State in this one.
Gov.
Yeah, I'm going to go Boise State here, too. That's a lot of points for Penn State to cover at a neutral site against a better team. So I think Penn State might end up winning this game, but Boise covers. Yeah. Boise will show up. Boise
not a better team than Penn State, but a better team than they've played.
Yes.
I play the trend game a lot, so Penn State 9-2 in their last games in December. Boise State 1-6 in December. I'm going to take the Nittany Lions.
What the previous Decembers have to do with these teams?
Nothing. That's why I have fun with it. Let's go to the one, the only Jim Costa.
Oh. He's taking the Broncos.
Boise State Broncos.
Yes.
All right. Next up, Greg Hargrave.
Oh, another Bronco.
And finally, Heather Park.
That's Kirk Franklin, no relation to James Franklin, but he coaches Penn State. She's taking Penn State.
She has no idea what she just did.
Exactly.
So Heather's on Penn State Island with Stoney.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Can we make a move here?
Well, it's not an
There's
island.
just enough games left to get.
It's not an island, actually.
I know, because you did it, but in the overall grand scheme of things. All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, next up, Arizona State getting 13.5 points against the Longhorns of Texas. We'll start with Gov.
You know, again, I think this is an awful lot of points. I don't know how good Arizona State is.
Not very.
But I think they're better than some of the teams we saw last weekend. When I watched them play Iowa State, they came across as super hard or try-hard team. And I just think there's going to be a little bit of an advantage having the bye here. I'm going to take the Sun Devils. I think there's a lot of points to cover. I don't think they'll win the game, but, man, 13.5 is a ton.
All right, this could be the stupidest trend of all time I'm going to use. Texas, 4-1 against the spread. Arizona State, 6-0 against the spread. And games played on a Wednesday. Give me Arizona State and the points.
Where do you even find that on the day of the week?
I do a research, baby.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
This is what happens when you're in the Fortress of Solitude.
That's right.
I got so confused there. You took Arizona State, right?
Yes, I did. Okay. Next up is Costa.
He's going to have his good friend Rico Beard chime in for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike. And then the rest of them said Texas, too.
Yeah. Mike, do you agree?
Next up is Greg Hargrave.
Okay.
And
everyone doesn't have to agree here, too.
And Heather's chiming in with Rico's help. They're all taking Texas.
And then we go to John Jansen.
Well, I'll audition for the afternoon show. I'll take Texas. What he said.
So now I'm with Stoney on this. Great.
So
you're in your Wednesday
Texas,
trend?
Yeah. I think Quinn Ewers is auditioning for every other college football team next year. And if they win, maybe he's auditioning for, maybe a higher day 2 pick. But Texas, Arizona State, I don't think there's any way that defense is going to be able to slow them down. I know that they got, what's the kid's name that they got running the ball?
Scatterboo.
Mm-hmm. All right. Kind of the same theory with Boise State. I just don't think he can run against that big defensive front.
All right. We're good with that game?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Coming up next, Ohio State, minus 2.5 against Oregon, a team that beat Ohio State already. Well, I'm on record as saying I think Ohio State's going to win the national championship. Now, will they still cover the 2.5 points?
They win, but they won't cover. Oh, my God.
No, I haven't said it yet. I said, will they? Ohio State 4-2 against the spread. in their last 6. Oregon 6-2 against the spread in their last 8. Give me the Buckeyes to win and cover. Oh, God, I hate saying that. Mr. Costa.
So Jim's going with, I have no sound effect for this because I was trying to find someone crying because of OSU, but he's taking OSU as with you, Stoney. He's with you.
Okay. Coming up next is Greg Hargrave.
Greg and Heather are both going.
No.
They're quacking.
Hit the wrong button. They're going with the Ducks.
They're quacking?
Oregon.
All right.
Yes.
John Jansen.
You know what? I've said this many times. I think Dan Lanning is a good coach. I think this is the most improved team throughout the course of the entire season. They're the most patient offense. I think that I think they do it. I think Oregon is the team that ultimately wins the national title. So obviously, I'm going to take Oregon.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to take Oregon here, too. I think them being a dog is a huge motivator in this game. And I think I will remain consistent with my college picks. I think the bye week is going to pay huge dividends in at least covering the spread in these games.
I think you're right.
All right. Next up, the Georgia Fighting Jimmy Powers is against Notre Dame. Jim Costa. The line, by the way, is 1.5. Georgia's favorite. Jim Costa will go first.
This is the Georgia fight song, as you know, Stoney. He's going with the Georgia Bulldogs.
And Greg Hargrave.
Greg and Heather are both going Notre Dame.
All right. Next up, John Jansen.
You know, that NIU game, it still bothers me. But the win against Texas A&M, the wins that they've had down the stretch, I look at this and say, you know what? I think Notre Dame's playing really good ball. Georgia minus their quarterback. I know there was some magic in that SEC championship game. I don't think they find it. I think, and it's not the Georgia of old. So give me Notre Dame.
Gov.
You know what? I would pick probably Notre Dame to beat every team in this tournament except for Oregon. And Georgia. I think Notre Dame's defense is good. Great, actually. And I think they can play different brands of football, which is a trait of a championship team usually. I just think they're running into the wrong team here. I don't care about Beck being out, really. It doesn't matter to me. I like the bye week, the preparation, the experience that Kirby Smart has here to eke out a win. Yeah. And it's only 1.5. And again, the team that's on the bye for the 4 straight college pick. I'm taking them.
Your love only lasted 1 week?
Yes. Yeah, I'll regret that forever. I said it right after I said it. I don't like Notre Dame. I really like them as a team this year.
Yeah.
But I don't like them as a school.
You don't like them. Yeah, you sound like the breakup we had yesterday.
I'm going to go with the Sick'em Dogs. Roof, roof. I just think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and I think Notre Dame's got a good defense, but I think Georgia's defense is just a little better. All right, we now go to the National Football League, ladies and gentlemen. The Green Bay Packers taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Green Bay favored in Minnesota by 1.5, which kind of stuns me. Greg Hargrave will kick it off.
He's going to kick it off with help from Heather. I love that helmet. That's Jordan Love. He's taking the Packers.
The helmet with the G. John Jansen.
I'm going with the Packers as well. And this might just be my heart speaking more than my head. I don't care. I'm at the bottom of the list anyway, so F it. Let's go.
The Gov.
Yeah, I'm going Packers here too, but man, Stoney, you're right about that. It's
weird.
The Minnesota Vikings they're 13-2.
Yeah.
And you're playing a division rival, but at home, who's got 2 more losses.
Right.
It's almost like Vegas is giving you the hint here to actually take Green Bay because it doesn't make any sense. And the lack of disrespect for the Vikings is unbelievable.
And I'm sure they're going to use that, but I'm taking the Packers as well. The Vikings, I don't think Harrison Smith's going to play, and Jordan
clean sweep?
It's a clean sweep with the Green Bay Packers. And
did we get Costa?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did get Costa, didn't we? Yeah.
No. Yeah, yes. He's going with Jordan Love, too.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. All right. Maybe we didn't get him, but we just got him there. All right. Next up, this game just, who cares? But the Commanders.
I do.
I know you do. -4.5, taking on the Atlanta, as Mike Valenti always calls them, the Falcons.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why he calls them the Falcons. We start with Heather Park.
She's going to take the Commanders.
Okay. John Jansen.
I'm taking the Commanders as well. I think that this is they know that they have to win to continue to be in playoff contention. So the motivation's there, and for whatever reason, they've just found a little bit of magic this season. So give me the Commanders.
The Gov.
Well, in a season where every single thing has to be against the Lions except for what they actually do in terms of these ridiculous teams and records in this conference, isn't the playoff field so much more difficult if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in it
Yes.
than the Atlanta Falcons? So the Falcons will screw up here and get blown out. Give me the Commanders.
All right. That would be me, right? Yes. All right. I'm going to go with the Atlanta Falcons. Maybe I'm just hoping. They are 1-4-1 against the spread, and the Commanders are 2-4 in their last 6 games.
You think Michael Penix in his second start is going to be able to find some magic?
He's going to find some magic. They're at home.
Michael Penix.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said
Didn't people call,
I was-
didn't
I was-
people call him that at first when he first came on the scene? I'm
Oh, yeah, in
pretty,
Indiana. Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
We still have Jim Costa left, right?
Say it how it's spelled.
You have Costa and Greg Hargrave. Greg Hargrave's going. He's
Oh.
taking the Falcons, and Costa's taking the Commanders.
All right. And finally, the Detroit Lions, a 3.5-point favorite on the road in San Francisco. John Jansen, what's going to happen?
It's the run game. It's that defense that's still going to play with a chip on their shoulder because everybody keeps telling them, not here locally, but across the country, you're just too banged up. You can't win on a consistent basis. I think they find a way to motivate defensively. I think they actually get back into Kirby Joseph gets a pick. Brian Branch might get a pick. They find a way to turn the ball over, give it back to that powerful offense, and the Lions win and cover easily.
Gov.
Yeah, I'm going Lions here too, although this 3.5 number has not been kind to them this year. I know that was the spread in the Houston game. They didn't cover. They won by 3, not 3.5. The Green Bay game at home, they won by 3, not 3.5. It's just hard to find games like this late in the year where you know a team has a lot of winning in their past and they have pride and stuff, but the Niners just look like they are tapped out. I'll take the Lions.
They do look like they're tapped out, but I see the backdoor cover. Lions to win, Niners to cover. Very
go.
typical of me.
Yes.
All right, Jim Costa.
So for time's sake, Costa, Heather, and Greg, they're all taking the Lions. It's a clean sweep for the Lions, except for Stoney on the
course.
Niners.
On Niners Island.
Still doesn't believe in the Lions.
I believe they're going to win the game.
Yeah, put
That's
him
all.
on. He's on Alcatraz.
Oh, I know. Oh, you're such a bad guy.
you
You only
walk
think they're
off
going to
the-
lose by 3.
Did you
Or
put
win
your-
by 3.
You got
Did you
no
take
faith.
off your eye patch on Monday after they beat Chicago that the sky was falling and the world was ending?
No. I never said the
You were
world was
walking the
ending.
plank.
No, I just said I thought their chances of winning the Super Bowl went down. That's all.
The doom and gloomer party.
But I had
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with the Buffalo game whatsoever.
sinking.
Anyway, no.
Is it sinking still?
No. Never said it was sinking. All right. Those are the picks. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions, and then they built a financial plan that fit my unique situation, and they will do the exact same for you. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live and they work, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Yeah, Pistons play the Nuggets tomorrow night, right?
Yep.
In case you missed it last night, the Pistons had a really nice win. They were down 15 at the half. They were down 10 with 3:22 left to play, and then went on a 17-6 run to end the game. They went up one. They were down 109, 108, and then Sacramento thought they pulled ahead. And then it goes down to the end of the game where the Pistons were down 113 to 110. And he was fouled on the play. Made the free throw. They went up by one. Darren Fox mixed at the buzzer. And the Pistons win 114-113. Congrats to them. That's 3 in a row on the West Coast. And they got 14 wins, which is exactly what they had all of last year.
Yep.
And that's one more win than the Red Wings.
You can't necessarily quantify it. How much of it is improved roster? In regards to Beasley being able to space the floor, we're seeing better play from Cade Cunningham. Mm-hmm. Some of it's improved, or just Cade getting better. Some of it is better opportunity.
And the other thing
the spacing.
And the other thing,
how much of it's coaching?
Yes, I mean Monty Williams was basically a corpse. He didn't want to be there. It was obvious. I mean, from the get go. Yeah. How many guys at their opening press conference? Yeah, it was about the money. Everybody said it was.
Well, he was honest. Yeah, I mean, love the fact that he was honest about it.
Yeah, but then coached like he didn't want to be here, and it obviously showed. They didn't play much defense. Now, Pistons are trying on the defense. A lot of their young players are. Holland looks like he could be a player. I saw Thompson finally is back, and he's doing okay. And Duran, although he's not good defensively, is still a presence around the offensive basket. Cade had an unbelievable alley-oop to him, like a no-looker last night.
Mm-hmm.
It was incredible. And look, you talk about the improved roster, guys like Hardaway and Beasley, and Tobias Harris has really done nothing, but Beasley's been the catalyst. And the other thing is, Cade Cunningham, he's turning into an all-star. This is year 4, and he's had a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
But he's getting kudos after the Phoenix game. Durant talked about him. LeBron talked about him after the Lakers game. The feeling around the association is that he's just ready to just, rock it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're hoping is that, hey, he is an all-star and this is the first of many. Yeah. And then he brings everybody else along with him.
Yes. Well, the Lions made some surprising news yesterday.
Yeah, would have been a big headline had it not been for the Wings.
Yes.
News.
Teddy Bridgewater is back.
After his state championship.
Yes. Taking his alma mater to the state championship in Florida. He's back. And I know a lot of people say, well, that means that they don't like Hendon Hooker. I don't take it that way.
No.
I take it as extra security, number one. You saw what happened, like Hurts got hurt. Pickett got, banged up a little bit. They want to have that. And the more importantly, I look at it as like a mentorship thing. Remember, if I'm accurate, I think I am, he really took a nice hands-on approach to J-Mo.
Yeah, J-Mo and Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, and, I think a guy like that is good to have on this team.
He's going to be great in the locker room. I don't think it means anything long-term for Hendon Hooker.
Right.
Other than a guy that maybe he ends up, here for just the rest of this year, maybe next year.
Right.
But it probably, if, I don't know, does Brunell move up to OC, or what do they do? What do they do with Ben Johnson's position? And I don't necessarily think that Bridgewater goes from high school coach to calling plays in the league, but I do think he may move to the coaching staff.
Yes.
As a quarterback coach, and then maybe Brunell is the one that bumps up to OC. Who knows what happens?
Yes.
But I think that could be the future plans for Teddy Bridgewater. But what it means right now, I think it gives you the confidence, it gives the coaching staff the confidence that they have an experienced quarterback in case something were to happen to Goff. If something happens to Goff, is their season over? Most likely. I mean, I don't think Bridgewater comes in like we saw Nick Foles and leads them to the Super Bowl. That would be one of the greatest stories in sports of a guy coaching his high school to a state championship, coming out of retirement to then lead a team to a Super Bowl.
So let me ask you this. If Goff, God forbid something happened, okay?
Yeah.
Who's the next quarterback? I think it's Hooker still.
I don't. And so, again, long term, I think Hooker is going to be their number 2. But this year, maybe if something happens to Goff this week, then Hooker goes in until Teddy Bridgewater. Now, the offense isn't totally changed.
No.
But there is some nuance to it, and I don't know how much that nuance makes a difference. But I think if it happens in the playoffs, I think it's probably going to be Bridgewater.
Yeah,
who would you rather have go in?
I don't know. I've never seen Hooker play.
That's the whole point.
I know, but Bridgewater, when was the last time he played significant amount of time?
Well, but he's at least, I mean, and so you're going back to what, like 15 when he was rookie of the year, or 14 rookie of the year, and had an 11-win season with the Vikings. Then he was hurt. He never really seemed to capture any of that. But I think he does the best job of just going in and not making the big mistake. And I don't know that you get that from Hendon Hooker. You may have more of an upside with Hendon Hooker.
Right. You're right about that. I don't think Bridgewater is going to
he's not going to light the world on fire.
Stupid.
Yeah, right. I think that's the whole thing. Is this offense set up to where you could insert a guy like Bridgewater that has a mind for the game, that's simply not going to put you in harm's way. Not going to do anything to go out there and win the game himself, but that's up to Gibbs. That's Monroe St. Brown, J-Mo. I think this is a decision that, hey, we could put him in, and he's not going to cost us the game.
Because if he's the backup quarterback, then I don't even think what's Hendon Hooker even going to be here for next year?
Well, again, there's more upside to Hendon Hooker long-term than there is, obviously, Teddy Bridgewater. Well, Teddy Bridgewater's only 32.
I know.
It's not like he's this ancient old quarterback that you're dragging out of retirement.
248-539-9797. What's it say about Hendon Hooker that Teddy Bridgewater is here? Do you think that means that they don't like Hendon Hooker? And also, the game on Sunday. Does it mean anything to you? Monday, that's right. It is a Monday night game.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
Especially during the holidays. Yeah. I mean, we had games on Wednesday.
What day is it?
Yeah, exactly. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Steve Yzerman will be addressing the media today at 10 a.m. from Little Caesars Arena. The Red Wings general manager will be answering questions regarding yesterday's hiring and firing, the immediate replacement of Wings head coach Derek Lalonde by Todd McClellan. He will be leading his first game as new Red Wings head coach tonight at LCA against the Toronto Maple Leafs. McClellan and select players will also be made available to speak with the media following their morning skates. We will be sure to have audio for you available right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, the Pistons come back to defeat the Sacramento Kings last night for their third win in a row. They do so in heroic fashion, trailing by as many as 19 points. They were down by 3 in the final seconds of yesterday's game when Jaden Ivey sunk a three-pointer and got fouled in the process with 3 seconds and change left on the clock. The go-ahead free throw was made for the final score of 114-113. Pistons on top. Detroit now a perfect 3-0 on their road trip out west, have 14 wins on the season, the same total they ended with last year. They wrap up their road trip tomorrow night against Denver. Last night was a touchdownless affair for Thursday Night Football, all field goals, as the Seahawks defeated the Bears 6-3. Then in college football, 5 bowl games slotted for today, everything from the Armed Forces Bowl at noon between Oklahoma and Navy to the Las Vegas Bowl tonight at 10:30 between Texas A&M and USC. The college football playoffs will resume on New Year's Eve with the quarterfinals. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Costa and Jansen program. I'm Stoney, here for Jim. He'll be back on Monday as John will take some time off. We're talking about the Lions yesterday signing Teddy Bridgewater. To the active roster, will he be the backup? Will he be third string? What's it say about Jake Fromm? No, who's actually the third string quarterback right now. Anyway, I'm not one of those who believes it's all doom and gloom for Hendon Hooker, that they don't like him. There are those who believe that. We have some ticket texts. I don't understand getting Teddy Bridgewater. Why wouldn't Hooker be ready? He's a pro and should be ready to step in and step up. Why else do we have him? That's Robert from Chelsea. Well, we haven't had a really chance to see him.
Right. He's had one training camp, and there were some things that he did that were nice.
Yeah.
That he offered this offense in terms of his mobility.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that in your second year, without having a lot of experience at this level, I'm comfortable with him going in a playoff game.
I think I am too. I am comfortable. I think they signed Bridgewater to move to coaching staff after Ben Johnson leaves. A lot of people feel that.
What position?
I don't know. Maybe starts as like a GA type,
He's an analyst?
Yeah. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Or maybe he wants to go coach somewhere, be a head coach in college. Like now Deshaun Jackson's doing it to Delaware State. You got Michael Vick at Norfolk State. And, of course, we had Dion.
Yeah.
That seems to be a trend.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dante in New Baltimore. Good morning, Dante.
Morning, guys. You know what? You stole my thunder a little bit, but I think that's exactly what the Lions are doing. They're going to bring him in to groom him for coaching. I mean, he was a mentor to J-Mo.
Yep.
He was a mentor to Hooker. He's a positive person to have in that locker room. And obviously, you see how the Lions gravitate towards ex-players as coaches big time. So who's the quarterback coach right now? Help me out, guys.
Mark Brunell.
I really see if Ben Johnson gets swooped up, I see Brunell moving into offensive coordinator and then Teddy Bridgewater going into quarterback coach.
Could be.
To tell you the truth. I mean, look what he did with that high school program. They were bottom feeders, and they ended up taking the championship, and I think outscoring their teams by mega points. I know it's high school, but
Yeah.
That's just my thoughts.
Well, yeah, you can't go by coach. Yeah, if you're a good coach in high school, does not mean you're necessarily going to be a good coach in the NFL, even as an assistant. And with the other thing with Brunell, we have no idea if he even wants to be a coordinator. Maybe he just likes doing what he's doing. I have no idea.
Those are all questions that we don't know answers to.
Right.
We've asked that about Ben Johnson the last couple of years.
Right.
Does he want to be a head coach?
Right.
And, is he just waiting for the perfect opportunity? Who knows? And, but I think Bridgewater, obviously you go down and at the high school level, you coach a team to win a state championship. You're finding a way to lead at that level. Doesn't mean you can lead at this level.
Correct.
And we've seen other coaches that, hey, they're simply really good coordinators. Norv Turner, one of the best offensive minds that I've ever been around. Great play caller. Wasn't great as a head coach. Didn't have good results as a head coach, whether it was in Washington or in San Diego. And there are some guys that are they're good at where they are.
Correct.
And Teddy Bridgewater, I think, he still has years that he could be playing.
Right.
Like I said, he's 32.
Yes.
I don't know what this means long-term for his playing career, but I do think that he is a very smart football player, and it could translate to being a very smart football coach.
Let me ask you this question about Monday night, by the way. The fact that we know what happened the last time they were in that stadium.
Yeah.
How much do you think that sticks with you? Obviously, the stakes for the Lions are still very high, not quite as high as it was the last time, as we know. San Francisco has nothing to play for, but pride. It's probably I think it's their last home game. Does the game?
Has it lost the luster?
Yeah.
No.
Not for the Lions.
No, not for the Lions, not for Lions fans. Now, you're never going to be able to get back what you lost last year.
No.
You're not. But you can go there and you can drop the hammer on a team that knocked you out of a chance to go to a Super Bowl. We heard from Penei Sewell after the season, what mid-offseason about how many times he had watched that game and how it stung. I guarantee you there are guys that just simply can't turn that film on because it hurts so bad. That's a feeling that's not going to go away. That's a feeling that will come out when they play. And I don't care if McCaffrey's available or not, or Ayuk or Trent Williams. The personnel won't matter. It's the helmet. It's the jersey. It's the fact that you're in that stadium. And, yeah, it's going to matter. It's going to matter to this team. It's going to matter to the fan base. And they want to see this team go out there and absolutely rip them a new one.
They need to win this football game. That's the most important thing. Last year means nothing to me.
Okay, it doesn't have to mean anything to you.
I know.
But I think there are a lot of Lions fans that it does matter.
Yeah.
And this team they're going to go out there with a chip on their shoulder. And we've heard it, like everybody's always looking for an edge every single time they take the field. Well, and this could be one of their edges that they use.
Well, Dan Campbell, obviously, he kind of used it against Dallas when they went 10-0 and just kicked their ass.
Well, and when we talked to him on Tuesday, he didn't deny that it still stings and that you want to right a wrong. Now, again, you're never going to be able to right that wrong.
No.
But this is an opportunity to exact some revenge.
You're never going to be able to put Stickum on Josh Reynolds' hands again.
No. Or go for it at the end of the first half.
Patrick and Novi, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
You guys remember the Tom Brady era when Drew Stanton was called? He was the best quarterback available, and they won the Super Bowl. So the same thing here. Teddy Bridgewater, the best quarterback available. He's insurance.
Yeah, Drew Stanton was I don't even think he was active for the Super Bowl. Actually.
No, might not have been.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it really doesn't matter.
No, but it's a little different, Patrick, because Bridgewater was here last year, and he has a relationship with this team. Drew Stanton had no relationship with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right?
Well, okay, was it San Francisco and Philly? And San Francisco was down, quarterback. And all of a sudden, hey, I mean, do you eventually need 3 quarterbacks? You hope not.
Right.
You hope you don't need 2.
Right. But you have
But at some point, you are fortifying everything that you possibly can.
Correct.
And accounting for every single possibility that can happen. Now, you can't account for all of them.
No.
But if the quarterback position is the one that you see a guy that's available, and whether he's 2 or 3, I don't care. You might need 3.
Yeah, hopefully not.
And would you rather, maybe this is the better question, would you rather have Teddy Bridgewater or Jake Fromm?
I'd rather have Teddy Bridgewater.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
I think this is a great move, and I don't really care what it means for Hendon Hooker. Again, long term, I don't think this is not bad for Hendon Hooker. I think you're going to see a lot of them in the preseason next year. He will have a chance to secure that number 2 spot yet again, and again, build his experience.
What we might be learning about the Hendon Hooker time in Detroit, hopefully it'll continue, but what we might learn is you don't draft quarterbacks in rounds 2 through 2 and 3 because
the hit rate is so low.
Right.
I agree, but can you get a reliable backup in rounds 2 through 3, 4? Maybe. That was
right.
Is Brad Holmes ever going to say, yeah, I drafted him as a backup? I don't know.
No, we'll never say that.
But if you're sitting here talking about, as we were this year, kicker, backup quarterback, it means the rest of your roster is pretty damn good.
Yes.
And you are simply trying to fortify everything and account for as much as you can going into the playoffs.
I don't get the Bridgewater. Take a text. I don't get the Bridgewater pickup. Isn't he the same age as Hendon Hooker? Hooker's got to be, 25 probably?
I think he might actually be older than that.
Wow. We got Bridgewater so we can sit Goff after Green Bay wins and we beat San Francisco this weekend. Well, that would
He's
be
26.
26. Wow. So he's
He's going to be 27 in January.
Exactly.
He's only
Yeah.
5 years difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be optimum, sitting Goff for the Viking game, or at least the second half. That would be optimum.
Oh, sure.
And
Yeah.
Let Hooker and Bridgewater both play. I think they're going to start Hooker in the playoffs and make Teddy the backup and cut Jared Goff. Hooker's the best quarterback on the roster. That's from Jamar and Westland.
Thanks, Jamar.
yes.
Everyone needs some comedy in the
Yes,
morning.
Exactly. Yes, we definitely have some when it comes to Hendon Hooker around here.
We get so many of the Jamar and Westlands that I'm not quite sure that they're just that they're really real.
Oh, no, they're trolling.
They have to be,
Yes,
right?
they're
'Cause
trolling,
nobody can
yes.
really think that because
No.
Jamar, he always wants Hooker, and he always says he's the best quarterback on the roster. And I
Jamar.
can't believe it's real. So if Jamar's listening,
Call in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let
he
us
might
know
just
if
have
it's
it
real.
because if he's trolling, he could just have it like on like some auto thing. It just automatically
Yeah.
sends
Oh, they're
it.
talking Hooker again. Here,
Yeah.
send.
Yes. Well, with AI, you never know. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, the NFL playoffs are almost here, and it's not too late to get in on all the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many different ways where you can pick up a win. Not only can you bet on who's going to win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player is going to score a touchdown, maybe who's going to score the first touchdown, how many points each team will score, receiving yards, passing yards, all of those different things. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. This way, you're going to be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number of the Costa and Jansen program. Stoney here with you. And next week as well as John takes some days, well, somewhat off, and then you have to actually work and get combat pay from watching a bowl game that you don't want to watch.
Oh, I want to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
Good.
Yeah, I want to see what both programs have on tap for next year. Some young talent. We'll get some action.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Davis Warren going to be the starter?
Yeah, that's I think that's the plan. I think Sharon Morris talked about that, and I know Alex Orji has been taking snaps at practice, even though he's been in the portal. Portal closes tomorrow.
Ooh, we
so
we might get some action today then?
There's possible. I mean, today or tomorrow. I don't know.
Because then nobody could sign until when? April?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not. I think everybody's a little bit hazy on the whole portal, and if you're in it, you could still obviously be participating with your team. But when it closes, are you still in it?
I don't know.
It's weird. So, yeah, I think we're going to see. I am intrigued at what we're going to see. Some young talent on the offensive line.
Yeah. Newsy Lalone was fired yesterday. We like Newsy a lot personally, but it was obvious the way this team was playing, and wasn't just wins and losses. It was just the listless performance, especially Monday against the Blues, losing back-to-back against Montreal. They haven't been good all season. I mean, they've had a few moments where they've been okay. Obviously, when they beat Toronto, they've done some decent things at times. I mean, hell, they beat the Islanders 3 times. If it wasn't for the Islanders, who the hell knows what their record would be? And so I don't think anybody out there is sitting there saying, "Oh, they shouldn't have fired the coach." I don't like firing coaches midseason because you usually get an interim guy and then you have questions. But the Red Wings did the right thing. They got rid of Lalone and they hired somebody and gave him a multi-year contract, and that somebody is Todd McClellan. And McClellan's, you might remember him when he was in the system with Babcock the last time they won the Stanley Cup in 2008. He's been a successful regular season coach in the NHL. Really good seasons with the Sharks when he took over for that team. A few 50-win seasons. Oilers and the LA Kings. He seems to be, I'll call him Babcock ultralight, where he's tough, but he's not an a-hole, from what I understand. I saw some quotes from Cam Talbot that he made years ago when he was playing for him in L.A., and he thought he was great because he could lay the hammer down when it had to be done.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that everybody, Newsy Lalonde, we have no idea what he was like in the locker room or with the players, but right. with the media and after games, he was very measured and almost passive.
Yeah.
And I think we all feel this team needs some toughness. Yeah. They need some fire. They need a swift kick in the ass.
Right. If you believe that a team is the reflection of your coach, no matter what the sport is, then the Red Wings did play like Derek Lalonde.
So let's just
they
take
were nice.
So for recency bias, all right? Last year with the Pistons, we already talked about that. It kind of felt like they were a reflection of their coach. Mm-hmm. Didn't feel like he really wanted to be here. And now all of a sudden, with JB, it feels like they're more of a reflection of their coach. And they're showing some growth. They're showing some fire.
Correct.
Dan Campbell, obviously a reflection of their coach. AJ Hinch, the team is a reflection of the coach. And we saw it with Lalonde. It felt like he was a bit passive. The team played that way.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. Not your reaction to Lalonde getting fired. I want to know what you think of Todd McClellan being hired. Now, a lot of people probably wait to see what he has to say at the press conference after skate around later this morning. You know, everybody knows Dan Campbell's introductory press conference was a classic. I don't expect anything like that, but
no kneecaps.
But if you've been following hockey, you know he's been a guy who's been around and he's been successful. And I don't care that he hasn't been that successful in the playoffs because the Red Wings still,
just get there.
To me, I don't believe they're going to make the playoffs this year. And I would have, questions about even next year. And then you get into Yzerman. If you can't make the playoffs, then that would be year 7. It says something, but just look at the roster, okay? And I'm trying not to be biased or anything like that. So the strength of this team, let's look at the forwards, okay? You got Larkin, who is the captain of this team, so some of that's on him that they might play a little listless, although he doesn't. He works his ass off. I'll give him that. But he's in a goal-scoring drought. He's a very good player, but he's not an all-star. Lucas Raymond, after a slow start's been really good. Lucas Raymond could be an all-star someday. Could. DeBrincat, I think he's been a major disappointment for what they're paying him. Kopp, Comfort, Tarasenko, these are the guys who are all going to be on the roster, or as of now are going to be on the roster for next year. Rasmussen and Veleno, they got to get rid of some of these guys, but no, who wants them? Who wants Tarasenko? That was a horrific signing, but he needed some goals. You got Casper and maybe Nathan Danielson, who's in Grand Rapids, but these guys are, third, fourth line guys. They're not guys that are going to completely, score a lot of goals. You need guys like that because the Red Wings have no bite, and maybe Danielson and Casper's shown that he's not afraid to mix it up. Defensively, you got Seider and Evansson. That's good. Under contract, Gustafsson. That's been awful. He's been horrific. Yeah. And you got him for another year. You got Hull for another year. He stinks. You got Sherratt, and I think Sherratt's actually been okay. You need a guy like him he's not great, obviously, but at least he'll go and bang and fight if he has to. And for next year, goaltender, you have Talbot for one more year. And then you have Kosa as the backup.
Yeah.
And that's it. Where is this? When you look at this team, no matter who the coach is, where do you see this saying, oh, wow, the next few years, they're going to be really, really good?
Well, I mean, hopefully with McClellan, you're going to be able to see some better play and maybe some improved play by some of those guys that you mentioned that you said they stink. Can you get improved play out of any of those so that you could sell them at the deadline? Well,
yes, hopefully.
I really think at this point, I don't know how many people sit here and go, okay, well, they're 8 points back of that final wild card spot. Can they do enough to get back in the mix? The answer, sure they can. Mm-hmm. I don't know that they will, but can they play it well enough to have some value at the trade deadline, because it kind of feels like we're still in that sell mode.
Yeah, I mean, like their fourth line has played okay lately, basically, Veleno and Casper and Berggren. But, Casper, he'll be back, like I mentioned. Berggren's a restricted free agent. Do you bring him back? He's basically a one-dimensional player. They're just not good. That's the bottom line. They don't have enough good players. Say it till I'm, blue in the face. Ken Holland used to say it all the time when we'd have him on.
But is that acceptable at this point in Yzerman's tenure?
No,
we don't have enough good players.
No, it's not acceptable. But it's almost to a lesser extent, actually a greater extent than what the Tigers are going through. They're waiting for, Max Clark and McGonigal and those guys. Are the Red Wings, just waiting for Danielson and, Axel Paninka, whatever his name is, who's supposedly great, but that's another few years. And your goaltending looks like it's going to be good for a while, which is good enough. That's Yzerman's chore, to get better players.
Yeah. Well, I know hockey's different and it's harder. There's no cap in baseball. There is a cap in hockey.
Right.
But the Tigers aren't buying players.
No.
So why does Steve Yzerman, why can't he find the guys that, bridge it to where you can compete still?
I know.
Put something like
that's on him.
To me, this firing/hiring, I love that they didn't get an interim. I love that they got a guy that's going to be a little more of a hard ass.
Yes.
But not too much probably. But this is the next 4 to 5 months are all about getting an answer on who stays and who goes.
Absolutely.
In the words of Ric Flair, either you're with us or you're against us.
Exactly.
And I believe this team has chemistry issues within the locker room. Mm-hmm. Look, the short-term guys like Tarasenko, I know he's got another year, but who knows? He could be a trade chip potentially. Kane will be gone probably after this.
Yeah.
Those aren't the problems. They may be the problems this year in terms of, especially on the defensive end. But long-term is DeBrincat part of this. Is Larkin part of this? I think Larkin probably is, but I've always been not so sure, especially in terms of what you're paying him.
Right,
He's not statistically providing what he's being paid.
Right, 8.7 a year through 2030-31.
Well, here's the thing about Larkin. When did the Wings' demise happen last year?
When he got hurt. That's when it started.
Right. And so how much of the value – now, obviously, this year there hasn't been a whole lot of value with him on the ice because the team is where it is and he's wearing the C. But last year, you could see there was a clear value because when he went down, the team went down.
I go way back in the day, Stoney. The Wings moved on from John Ogrodnik.
Yeah.
He was a really good player. He scored a lot of goals. He was a 50-goal scorer.
It was a big trade with Quebec.
Guess what? Jacques Demers, in that little run he had when they got to the conference finals those 2 years, John Ogrodnik wasn't on that team.
No, he wasn't.
And sometimes you got to shake things up. The question is, Larkin would be the huge shaking up.
Right.
I don't expect that, but, like I said, the DeBrinkets of the world.
Right.
And
DeBrincat has 2 more years left. Can I get anything for Comfer, who's under contract through 27-28? Kopp, who's under contract through 26-27. That's where Yzerman really messed up. Giving term, because he doesn't like to give term, to those guys.
No, he thought those guys, along with the addition of DeBrincat, would make them a playoff team while the young guys are still coming, because he knows you can't just sit in oblivion forever. The problem is virtually every bridge player he's picked the last few years has stunk.
Right.
Kane was really good last season when he played, but beyond that, it hasn't been good.
And he was not able to retain Gostisbehere, who's a defensive liability, but Wallman. You got rid of Wallman because of salary cap issues, and you traded a second-round pick anyway. That's absurd. That was absurd, I think. All right, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Tons of ticket texts. By the way, Steve Yzerman will address the media at 10 o'clock. Gator will play some audio from that when we get it in on the Carson Anderson show coming up beginning at 10 o'clock. All right, and Todd McClellan will speak after skate around. Here are some ticket texts, and we'll take your phone calls as well, 248-539-9797. I still think the majority of blame for the state of the Wings culture still falls on Stevie. No immediacy, no fire, no visual or audible passion when he speaks. Everyone in the organization, from players to coaches, always end up sounding like a lifeless zombie when he comes to Detroit under Yzerman. Well, look, you can't change who you are, even when he was a player. Now, obviously, actions speak better than words, but he was always pretty soft-spoken publicly as a player as well. Look back at the 80s and 90s, you realize how far behind the Wings are they. They had elite talent for years. It was hard to freaking win.
It's a different era.
Yes. Yzerman has made maybe 3 good moves as GM without argument. Raymond, Sider, and Evanson. It's year 6 or 7. How is that the only moves he's made? Brad Holmes made more good moves than that in his first year. Okay, first of all, you're correct. However, it's a little different in hockey, with especially the draft, because it takes longer. But I've mentioned a lot, the rounds 2 through whatever, they has not been successful. And even like a second round, who should they have taken? Well, L.A. ended up trading him for Kevin Fiala. Brock Faber, who plays for the Minnesota Wild, is a really good defenseman. The Wings took before him Wallander, who was a defenseman from Sweden, who I think will end up playing for the Wings, but doesn't look like he's going to be anything special. I think maybe they messed up on that one.
I mean, Yzerman's paying the price a little bit for trying to make them a playoff team while they are still waiting on the youngest of players to come, the core or whatever.
Yeah.
Just all the selections of the players that you just tried to. Okay, we're going to get some people off the scrap heap because we're sick and tired of being a 73-point team or whatever, or worse. It's long. Like at first, the first few years, I was like, no lottery luck. It's going to take longer. I understood that. That's just the way this league is.
Right.
Unless you somehow find a home run. I mean, Raymond looks like he's going to be an every year all-star. At 22, his numbers he's right on track to be an all-star, every year all-star caliber player.
Right. It's funny because we talk about lottery luck. Okay, yeah, they didn't get it. But would you rather have so far the guy who was number 1 overall, Lafreniere, or have Lucas Raymond? I'd rather have Lucas Raymond.
Exactly. So you got a break there.
Right.
Sider been praised as being a getting more than you should have probably at that pick.
Yes.
I will say this about him, though. I think he's slightly overvalued by most people around here. I think he's a 2. I don't think he's a 1.
I think he's a 1. I think that the problem is they're so bad he has to play too much. And if his minutes were decreased a little bit,
you'd get better production.
I think he'd get much better production. But him and Evanson are going to be a really good duo for a while.
I'll say this then. I think people thought he might win a Norris. No. 3 years ago.
Right.
No, I know. I say, but the answer is no.
No. I'd be stunned if he ever wins a Norris.
Don't you think Larkin's comments after the last game was the nail in the coffin for Lalone? That's from Jim. I don't think it was the nail in the coffin. I think it was just pretty obvious, and he was talking the obvious, that the disconnect, and we played that sound.
Yeah.
And it's true. They looked like it was a disconnect, and you had to think, despite what happened Monday night, that all of a sudden, when 1 day, 2 days, Stevie calls up Todd McClellan. This had to be brewing for a little bit, obviously.
Oh, I'm sure they were negotiating. Whenever you sign a coach to a long-term deal, it's not something that happens overnight.
I would suspect it accelerated after Saturday night.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
That was an abomination in Montreal.
You lose back-to-back to that team. I mean, Montreal has some good young offensive players, and their goalie's playing well, but no. My question is, we're on the 3rd coach in the Yzerman tenure. Are we in another Joe Dumars situation? We have such an affinity for the career that they had and the legend they were instead of what they're doing for the team now. That's from Micah Flint. Well, Joe Dumars had a terrific run as a general manager before things went south. So let's always remember that.
Well, and Blashill was one that he inherited, but he extended him.
Correct.
So that is eventually becomes his pick.
Yeah. Why does the goalpost keep moving for Yzerman? The hope was we make the playoffs last year. We didn't. Expectation was to make the playoffs this year, and we won't. And now it's hopefully next year or the year after. We're so soft on Yzerman. Well, I don't know who's well, yes, a lot of people did have that expectation. I didn't. I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs this year. I thought they were going to take a step back. And Yzerman said they might as well. Now, it doesn't make people feel better about him, but yeah, look, that's why I said during all this few weeks before what happened yesterday, it's more on the roster. So, yes, it's more on Yzerman. Is it a coincidence that both the Red Wings and Tigers are not spending money to improve the talent? I'm not going that way.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
If they weren't close to the salary cap max,
right,
you could say, yeah, that's an issue. But because there is a salary cap in hockey, there's a minimum, there's a maximum. And they're not at the max, but they're as competitive as anybody else in spending money.
Right. Look, I understand the connect the dots here. They're completely it's apples and oranges. I have no problem with the money invested into this hockey team by Chris Ilitch, okay? I have a huge issue with the money
invested
the
in the Tigers.
Yes,
yeah.
That's completely different.
You know, I mean, a lot of people think that they lost out when they didn't get Stamkos, you know, in the offseason.
Yes.
And the word is that it was term, that he
Right.
didn't want to go the 4 years. Look, you see what Nashville's doing this year?
Nothing.
They're in the bottom of the West right now. So,
And they got him and Marchessault, and everybody thought they were going to be
Right.
really good. This feels like we're bringing a coach to do Yzerman's work for him. How can he not know who is right and who is wrong for the team? He's supposed to be some mastermind. I don't know if he's supposed to be a mastermind. He did a nice job in Tampa, and he drafted really well with rounds, 2 through whatever. Guys like Point and Sorella. Larkin's not a true captain, but that shows how a crappy job Yzerman has done to not add a real captain or find a young one.
Well, I mean, I mentioned earlier, when Larkin got hurt last year, that's when the team started to go down. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean the production is there, but the leadership might be there. But he also doesn't have much of a supporting cast. You hope you were going to get it from Kane after having an entire year of being able to not worry about rehab, but simply train to try and get back to a little bit better than he was last year. That hasn't happened.
Will anyone have the nerve to say Yzerman has been a failure in Detroit as a GM? We crucified Dumars, who won a ring, but treat a GM that can't make the playoffs like royalty. I don't think we treat him like royalty.
No,
we don't. I mean, I'm giving him plenty of.
He is 100%
problems.
responsible for this roster,
right?
For the coach.
Yes, and what people don't realize in this sport is a little different than football and basketball. It does take longer. I get it, but it shouldn't take 7 years to make the playoffs in this sport. It can take. I have no problem with taking 8 or 9 to get to Stanley Cup. Like, look how long it took Edmonton, and they had tons of number 1 overall picks. I mean, McDavid was probably in his, 6th or 7th year before they became a legitimate, really good team. Yeah. Sider and Raymond are being paid to be all-stars. It's time for them to step up. I think, Raymond's playing pretty damn well. He got off to a slow start. Will Yzerman trade a player away to get his second-round pick he handed with Wallman back? Maybe, but, he hasn't been so great with second-round picks. Good morning. Why isn't anyone talking about Chris Ilitch? With the way the Tigers are spending, maybe Chris is also the bottleneck of the Red Wings. Eric and St. Clair Shores. I think we answered that.
Nope.
I don't think one has anything to do with the other. If you prove me wrong, prove me wrong. I think they spend fine on hockey. They don't spend wisely. That's not Chris Ilitch. That's Steve Yzerman.
Yeah.
The Cop and Comfer combo platter just was an abysmal failure. And by the way, this isn't on Yzerman. You know who still has $1.6 million, I think, something like that on his contract for next year? Justin Abdelkader. They're still paying him 1 more year next year. Unbelievable. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's all-day IPA, and here is what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, We've got some coming up. We've got lots of football, so an all-day IPA might be the perfect thing for you on game days. It also might be the perfect beer to ring in the new year. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find all-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. 818, Brian Baldinger will join us for his weekly visit. And then we have our picks at 8:35. Still wrapping up the Red Wings talk with the new coach, Todd McClellan. Will be introduced today, and the Wings make their debut under McClellan coming up tonight against Toronto right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And if you were not up late last night, the Pistons with a remarkable come-from-behind victory, beating Sacramento. They were down 10 with like 3 minutes left. Jaden Ivey hit a 3 and got fouled the last few seconds, made the foul shot. They go up 1, and they win the game at the buzzer. 3 in a row for the Pistons, and they've equaled their win total of last year. So that's somewhat promising. All right, we have some new ticket texts here on the Yzerman and the Red Wings deal. Fire Steve Yzerman. That's from Kenny Cott. This team stinks. When's the earliest our cup window opens if all goes right? I'd say 3 years, and even that's wishful thinking. Yzerman is the issue. That's fair. Does Javi know how to skate? he would.
No, he'd have the same hip issue as Kane.
Yeah, he would fan on easy shots. Is he expected to take a step back? Then he shouldn't be the man in charge. How do you make a step back from crap? Well, I wouldn't call them crap last year. They weren't, really good, but they weren't crap. For being so-called hockey town, a lot of these texters have no idea about hockey and how long it takes to develop prospects. ASP is going to be generational. Nygaard and Danielson are going to be elite. All right. Everybody believes that, yes, Axel Sandin Palika, who is right now, 19 years old, playing in the men's league in Sweden and playing great.
Yeah.
He's playing in the World Juniors. If everything goes the way it's supposed to, but it always doesn't in sports, John, he's going to be great. And that's going to be
hopefully.
Him, Evanson, and Sider, there's your defense, okay? Your core. Nygaard, who was their number one draft choice last year, Norwegian, supposedly, I was reading something in The Athletic today, he hasn't been lighting the world on fire. And Danielson is going to be a really good player, but he's not a guy who's going to score, 30, 40 goals. So I wouldn't call them elite. How is Larkin a leader or a captain if he admits a disconnect? He's paid to be a professional and do better. Well, when you're asked what's wrong with the team, are we supposed to do lie?
Yeah.
I thought he was telling the truth. Maybe I think that is good leadership at times to bring that out. Don't you?
Yeah. I mean, you've got to be able to call it as you see it. And, it's hard to do in the media because you still have locker room issues, but you got to call a spade a spade. And if it's not working out, then if there's a disconnect, like maybe that's the gentlest way that he could put it.
Right.
But yeah, you've got to be able to call it. It needs to happen in the locker room. It needs to happen within the team. But obviously that's not been working.
It was an awfully easy time to say it, though. You just got outscored 9-1,
right?
In 2 losses. That's where I to me, that's a passive-aggressive move. It's almost like stating the obvious. It's almost like putting up your hands and saying about the coach, what's the coach got to do to get fired around here? Like the famous words about
I used that the other day.
Or Daryl Rogers.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think leaders are passive. I don't think leaders are quiet. It is what it is.
Well, we don't know what they're like in the locker room. That's because Yzerman was a leader and he was passive publicly, right?
Yeah.
But there were times. There were selective times.
Yeah, he would make some comments, but he certainly wasn't demonstrative. That's for damn sure. All right, 248-539-9797. Now, John Jansen was a captain at the University of Michigan, and were you? Did they do captains for the year or game captains when you were in Washington?
No, we were elected captains for the year.
How many times were you a captain of the then Redskins?
I was a captain for 6 years.
Oh, good. All right. So let me ask you. Okay, granted, different times. Social media wasn't around then. How would you, as the captain of a team, handle like what Larkin is doing?
I was always of the mindset that you don't go to the media to discuss these things. It was handled in the locker room, and I'm not a big, hey, players only. meeting type of guy. I think those are the dumbest thing in sports. It happens on an individual basis. Sometimes you just got to pull a guy aside and say, hey, we're not getting what we need from you. But you also better make sure that your own house is in order.
Right.
Like you're doing your job. Nobody expects perfection, but you're expected to set the tone. You're expected to set the standard. And when you do make mistakes, they can't be ones that are repeated. And they certainly can't be effort mistakes.
I agree with you don't want to go to the media, but if you're at a press conference and you are asked what's wrong with this team,
well, again,
what are you supposed to say?
It's
a different era.
Well, it's a different era, and we didn't have, obviously, social media until the very end of my playing career. But, again, social media is not where you go.
Right.
That's certainly not the place you go. But I think a lot of these guys, that's their go-to, is because it's a different era. But when asked about, our offensive line, and I would say, hey, we're not playing together. We're not getting what we need from our offensive line. That's on me as the leader of this offensive line. I would always put it on me and take a little bit away from the rest of the offensive line. But behind closed doors,
right.
when you get in that meeting room, that's when the ass chewing comes from the coach, but the expectations come from the players.
All right. Speaking of your alma mater, the collegiate alma mater, Michigan will be playing Alabama New Year's Eve day in Tampa, Florida. And they seem to play Alabama quite a few times in bowl situations. Last year, obviously. Yep. And there was the one game where Mac Jones made the Michigan look awful after Michigan took an early lead in that game. Whatever. They had a great game against Alabama with Tom Brady's last game.
Yeah.
That was a classic game.
I lost to Alabama I think it was in Tampa. It would have been, was it that 95 or 96? Greasy threw an interception, and we ended up losing down in the old Sombrero.
Oh.
Yes, before the pirate ship was built.
It was called the Outback Bowl then? Or something?
I believe so, yeah.
So anyway, Michigan taking on Alabama. Yesterday, not a major surprise, but I was surprised it took so long. But I have a theory on why.
Well,
Kenneth Grant said that he is entering the NFL draft. And look, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere, but he had an unbelievable season this season. And everything I'm reading, he will be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And I know, or at least I've been told, that Michigan tried.
They put together a big pack. The collective put together a very enticing package to try and get him to come back.
Right.
The issue when you're trying to get guys that are projected to be in the first round is it's not necessarily the money in the first year or two of the contract, but you want to start that clock so you get to that second contract.
Correct.
And that's where I think Kenneth Grant was advised that, and I know that's why he was advised to leave now.
Right.
I know for him, he was thinking, well, could I have a better year next year and move from, I think they're talking about him somewhere 15 to 20 is about the range right now. Yeah. And he's going to test amazing at the combine. He's an absolute freak of nature. And so he probably will move up a few spots. There's a big difference between being taken 20 and 10. But when it comes down to it, it's about that clock and the age of the player so that you get to that second contract earlier. We've seen it here in Detroit. Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They all got second contracts early because they went and they played, and now all of a sudden they're making big money. They want to start that clock as soon as possible.
So Mr. and Mrs. Oracle couldn't give him enough money, huh?
Doesn't sound like it.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll talk about the game itself. Are you looking forward to watching Michigan, Alabama on New Year's Eve day? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Following the breaking news yesterday of the firing of Red Wings head coach Derek Lalonde and the immediate hiring of Todd McClellan, In his place, Steve Yzerman will now be addressing the media today from LCA. McClellan and select players will also be available for interviews following their morning skates. We'll be sure to provide you with audio right here on the tickets. Tonight, the Red Wings, they do look to snap a 3-game losing skid when they play the Toronto Maple Leafs at home. I'll have your pregame for you here on the ticket as well at 6:45. And late last night, the Pistons won their third game in a row, 114-113 over the Sacramento Kings. The win coming in thrilling fashion via some Jaden Ivey heroics. Ivey sinking the three that was also ruled a foul against Sacramento. He then sunk the go-ahead free throw to complete the 4-point play, get the win for Detroit. Pistons now look to make it a perfect 4-4 on their road trip out west when they take on the Denver Nuggets tomorrow night. Last night, Seattle won Thursday Night Football in a game without any touchdowns, 6-3 over the Bears. Meanwhile, the Lions prepare to take on the San Francisco 49ers on Monday. This will be a rematch of last season's NFC Championship game. Also in Week 17, Vikings battle the Packers Sunday at 4:25. If Green Bay and Detroit both win, the Lions will win the 1 seed in the playoffs and clinch the NFC North. If both scenarios do not happen, it comes down to Vikings and Lions Week 18 for all the marbles. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Dustin. 248-539-9797. Still ahead this hour, Brian Baldinger, and we will make our picks. And also, I don't know if anybody really watched the TJ Lang Bowl yesterday at Ford Field. I have some thoughts on some of the coaching decisions that were made in that game.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, my God.
I can't wait to hear those.
Yeah. All right. Michigan, Alabama. Look, anytime these teams play, you're kind of intrigued by it.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know even what to expect. I expect Alabama to win the game, and basically the reason is because I think Milroe's better than Warren, and it's very simplistic to go just based on one position, but that's what I'm doing.
Well, and I don't know how many opt-outs or transfers. I know there's been a couple of transfers for
yes.
Alabama.
Yeah. 2 to Michigan.
Yeah. And so this is the hard part about trying to talk about these games is you have no idea who has opted out, opted in, transferred out. And obviously the transfers coming in aren't going to be able to play. Freshmen coming in, while they may be able to practice, they're not going to be able to play. I get that question all the time.
No.
Will we see Underwood?
No.
You see him at practice. You will not see him in the game. But with so many guys that have opted out and for Michigan and also entered the transfer portal that are not practicing, you're going to see a lot of young players in this game. You're going to see a lot of young players. We've already seen it across college football, and it's a chance for them, instead of waiting for the spring game, to see how they've developed. Some of them have only been here for 6 months. Some of them have been here for a year. And so you get a chance to see, I think we'll probably see a kid like Andrew Sprague on the offensive line, 4-star freshman. And we saw him a couple of times this year going in as an extra lineman. But because there's no risk of losing a red shirt in a bowl game, everybody's available. We saw Josiah Edmond. I think we'll see him a little bit. Jordan Marshall as a running back. I'm really excited about him. There's the coaches that were here previously. A lot of them offensively were here for the national championship run. And comparing him in terms of leadership, mentality, skill set to a Blake Corum. So obviously excited about that. The tight end position. Guys that have opted out, Colston Loveland, you're not going to see him.
Right.
But Hogan Hansen, who we saw throughout the year, had his first touchdown, I think, against USC. Brady Prieskorn, local guy here.
Is he healthy?
I don't know if he is or not. Blake Frazier is another guy I want to see, but I don't think he's healthy. So you might not see him. Some of them due to injury. There are some guys that this is an audition for next year, like a Channing Goodwin. I think there's an opportunity for him to go out there and play and earn, more time in the spring and an extra look or two in regards to what they're going to do at the wide receiver position. And then defensively, Jake Sean Barham, I think, is a guy that they've talked about moving to edge.
Right. Taking the Josiah Stewart role.
Josiah Stewart role, yeah. And we've seen him drop into pass coverage. I think he's a little bit taller than Josiah, which, I mean, Josiah, what he was able to do at his size is pretty remarkable. But he's a guy that I don't know if they make that position shift in this game, but that's one that they're talking about making, probably will happen in the spring. But again, you're going to see some guys, Eno Etta, up front without Mason and Kenneth Grant playing that are going to get some good run. Derek Moore, he's a guy that I had.
Was he disappointed? Did he have a disappointing season? Because I know a lot of people thought he was going to have a breakout this year.
I thought he was going to have a breakout, and he had a breakout behind the scenes because the pressure, he just didn't get there fast enough because Josiah got there,
Okay.
Or Mason got there, or Kenneth got there. But his pressure rate was amongst the highest in the Big Ten.
It's interesting. A lot of times in these bowl games, you get to see young players that you say, oh, my God, this guy's unbelievable. He's going to be great and all that. And they never materialize. I remember, what was his name? Christian Turner. They played Florida. And I think the play was, got called back for a penalty, but he had an unbelievable touchdown run. And then, he ended up, he was in Michigan for like 3 years, and he went to Wake Forest
was always
for 2,
hurt. Yeah.
and then went to Indiana.
Yeah.
It's 6 years.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
Mason Curtis is another one that we saw earn more time at the end of the year, had an interception late in the season. I think he's a guy that they're extremely excited about. You'll see a lot of him.
Jaden Davis. I want to see Jaden Davis play.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see him play as well, and see what he can do, in a game situation. And that's the thing is they're going to take the field, and the whole goal is to win the game. But it's also a great opportunity to see how guys have developed and what type of hand they have going into spring ball.
248-539-9797. Open lines. We'll also talk about take your calls on the Wings and maybe the Pistons. If you saw the game last night, might have got a little inspired from the Pistons last night. Chris, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Chris. Are you there, Chris?
First time caller. Good to hear you back on the radio, Stoney.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jansen, your dad was my band teacher in 6th grade, so.
Okay. What instrument you play? I'll tell him later, and I guarantee he'll
played
pick you out.
trumpet. I wasn't good. I was not good, so.
Okay, he'll still know.
It was a one and done. But
Okay.
call about Lalonde. I grew up in an era where the Red Wings were great. It was super easy, Stanley Cups nonstop, but Lalonde was not great, unfortunately. But I don't think he's the problem. There's too many guys that they just don't want to play.
I just think there's too many guys who, and you're not wrong on that, Chris. There's just too many guys who aren't good or great.
Well, not good. You don't have to be great, but
no,
you got to play. I mean, I grew up in the grind line era, so there's nobody that wants to do anything, unfortunately.
Right.
But
They don't have, they are, and, maybe that's part of his problem. He admitted it when we'd ask about it all the time. They were so easy to play against. That's the one thing I want to see from Todd McClellan. I want to see this team for the rest of the year, wins and losses, whatever. But when they come into the LCA or the Wings go on the road, I'm not going to say a fear factor, but just you're going to get into a tough game.
There's got to be some physicality there.
Yes. Frederick, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm a lifelong Michigan resident, transplanted to Alabama, and I will be watching the Michigan-Alabama game from an establishment down here with my Michigan sweatshirt and stuff on.
Where in Alabama are you?
Cullman, Alabama. Cullman, halfway between Birmingham and Huntsville.
Okay.
Is that near Greenbow?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, that's a Forrest Gump joke. Sorry.
It really gets everybody excited when I walk in with Michigan on.
I'm sure it does. It's been a hell of a year for you down in Alabama, I got to imagine.
Well, it's been fun. It's been fun. Everybody's been real nice. But the other thing is, we don't appreciate the fact that in Detroit, we can cheer for Michigan, Michigan State, the Red Wings, the Lions, and the Tigers all in the same year. And down here you have Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah.
That's it.
So in this game, in this bowl game, what are you? Because it's obviously it's much different than the Rose Bowl that they played on the first. What is it that you're looking for, or is there a player that you might be looking for?
How about the new quarterback they signed from Belleville?
No, he won't be playing.
Well, he'll be practicing, and you'll get a chance to. There'll be some film that comes out on practice, but you won't see him in the game.
Yeah. Now, how do they do that? He's a senior in high school. You know.
They're called early. They're called early enrollees.
Yep.
They've graduated. They have enough credits in high school to graduate in December.
He'll start college classes in January.
Yes.
Well, I didn't have enough credits in high school to graduate early, so.
I don't think any of us did.
No.
So who in
Anyway,
Alabama besides Milroe? Is there anybody, Frederick, that we should be looking at from the Alabama side?
Man, I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
Milroe is the guy.
Yeah.
Milroe will be the
quarterback.
The Achilles heel, I think.
Yeah, he's really good. As long as he's not running on fourth down.
Yeah. Well, thanks for listening down there.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of people that are going to be looking at, and I love the mentality that Jalen Milroe has in regards to. I think he ultimately, because he could come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think he ultimately does declare for the NFL, but he's looking at this as an extra opportunity to put more on tape. And there's guys that are at Michigan that have opted out that I think could do themselves a favor by going out there and playing, and they're missing an opportunity.
Who would be some of those guys?
Well, I think Donovan Edwards is a guy that could go out there and he's going to test well, and we see when he has the ball in his hands what he can do as a pass catcher.
Right.
I think there's obviously some things, even though it's been 4 years, that he could go out and show when he has the ball in his hands.
That was kind of a look. Donovan Edwards is a mystery to begin with, even though I know him. But the fact that they didn't use him more as a receiver is stunning to me. Especially
his coming out party was the game in Maryland in College Park as a freshman, where he set a record for running backs receptions. I think it was 10. It was some ridiculous number in terms of yards.
Right.
And I was always, it's kind of one of those things where when I would come up with keys to the game, I'd be like, we need to throw Donovan Edwards the ball.
Yeah.
Get him out in space. And I was always a little bit, I don't want to say disappointed, but frustrated because we saw the 75 and 85-yard runs that he had against Ohio State, a couple of years
Penn
ago
State.
in the Penn State. Even the touchdown that he had against Washington in the national championship game.
Right.
It's kind of like he runs and he hits the back of an offensive lineman, bounces out. Oh, there's the hole. But when he was in space, and it wasn't a pre-programmed, hey, this is a 4-hole run or an 8-hole run. That's where he really had some magic.
Right.
And I just was disappointed they didn't use him more that way.
All right. We'll be joined by Brian Baldinger coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. Here's what they did for me. They sat down with me and I explained my situation. I've got 5 kids, a wife, the mortgage, all of these different things that are going on. And they built a financial plan that fit my unique situation. They'll do the same for you when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank. You're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Good morning, Brian. First question, were you able to stay up through that exciting football game last night?
That was a rough one. Man. I'm watching it this morning, studying it, and it sets the forward pass back quite a bit, probably back to the Sid Luckman days in Chicago. So it was a little rough to watch this morning, guys.
It was. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. And Brian, I do want to ask you about the stumble bum that we saw last week.
Yeah.
Did you fall for it originally, like so many of us did?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was pretty good. Pretty good acting job. I guess, it was practiced quite a bit by Ben Johnson, but I did go for it, especially with Gibbs going down. I felt like, okay, that was a legit slip right there.
Yeah.
Going back and watching it, actually, Goff, he could have done a little bit better, I think, acting job, but in real time, I kind of fell for it for sure.
Well, the sell is that, I mean, of the athletes that are out there, he is the least athletic. and I think that was...
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe that's what it was right there.
Yeah, just being him. So let me ask you this. In watching the Lions, watching this offense, we've seen the hook and ladder. We've seen a lot of different creative things. How much fun are you having, aside from analyzing it, but just watching the Lions offense?
Well, I love it, John. I love it because I never know what you're going to see. You have to kind of comb it. You can't always see it in real time if you're watching the game, if you're announcing the game like you are or whatever. But I'm looking forward to it because sometimes it's really subtle things. It could be, I've seen some things with formations and, everybody has an unbalanced formation, but they do some things in their unbalance that's a little bit different than other people. So there's always a little nuance. And I think really what happens is, they know that the foundation to their offense is really good. They can move the line of scrimmage. They got really athletic linemen. They got a lot of speed with Jameer and with Jameson. So I think once you get the basics down, then you can kind of just tinker with some of it's almost a luxury to have some of the things that they can do creatively from play to play or, little designs like the stumble bum, whatever, where you can work those in, and then it becomes really kind of magnified, the effectiveness of it.
I'm curious, Brian, because you played the position, the fact that on this past game, Graham Glasgow was hurt, so you had a rookie who was drafted, I believe, in the 6th round, Christian Mahogany, make his basically NFL debut, definitely his first NFL start. We kind of thought he looked pretty good. What did you see? I
saw the same thing because, I was just watching the run game without Montgomery, and you really didn't know. And obviously, he had a great game. And, he can carry the mail for as long as you got to do it right now. He's done that before. But I just thought everything still looked in sync the way it did. And you're losing a really good player. Graham is really strong and really good at the point. But you really didn't notice any kind of a drop-off there. And so that's the biggest thing, is you just didn't see that difference without him in there.
This weekend, obviously the Lions don't play till Monday night, but there's all eyes in Detroit are certainly going to be on the game in Minnesota, Green Bay traveling to Minnesota. How is it that Vegas has put Green Bay as a favorite when you've got a 2-loss team and the way that Sam Darnold and the Vikings have been playing? How is it that Green Bay is going in there as the favorite?
I don't know exactly. I don't know how that works, John, but it's kind of hard to believe that Minnesota could be home to Green Bay and they wouldn't be favorites. They've won, I think, 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And they've been impressive. The only thing I would say is they're not very strong against the run, and Green Bay's running the ball really well. I've seen teams running against them. Statistically, they look good, but I've seen teams running against them. But I don't know how that works, John, because I've seen Minnesota twice in the last month, and they were so impressive. I think they lead the league in interceptions with 22. There's so many things that they do well, whether it's sacks, interceptions, takeaways. So for Green Bay to go in there as a favorite is just kind of shocking to me. But obviously the game everybody's going to be watching in Detroit, because if Green Bay takes care of business and they do as the odds favor say, I mean, you could take care of business and be the number 1 seed right now.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I mean, it's going to come down to the final week of the season, right? So it's going to come down to that game in Detroit with Minnesota. But, I mean, I think Minnesota's going to win this weekend. So, it's going to come down to week 18 there in Detroit.
Which is crazy that you could have a 14-win team be a 5 seed. It's nuts.
That's crazy. I didn't really think that all the way through, but that's crazy because I would like to know what 14-win season, no matter how many games you played in the season, was ever less than a number 1 seed.
I know.
Yeah. What do you make of the Lions signing Teddy Bridgewater yesterday?
I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. He hasn't played. Obviously, it's great. The team wins the state championship, high school, and all that stuff. But I don't really know what they plan on doing right there in that situation and what his role is going to be outside of kind of maybe another coach. But, they've got Hendon Hooker, I guess, that's still on the roster. Mm-hmm. And, I don't know what they think or not think about him. Obviously, Teddy's got a ton more experience. But maybe just to get a more experienced player on the roster right now in case anything happens to Goff. But he hasn't been there all year. I can't believe he's going to have any kind of timing with anything in the offense right now, although I know he probably can learn it. But it's just a bizarre signing to me.
Brian, thanks as always. Happy New Year. I'll talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. Take care, man.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Yep. All right. I didn't watch a lot of this game, but I saw the end of regulation, and
it was wallpaper for you.
And and then all the overtimes because it was the longest overtime game in bowl history. 6
right.
overtimes,
Yes.
and it was in Ford Field,
yes.
the T.J. Lang Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because he's the ambassador. Yes,
game decided by a 2-point conversion.
That's exactly the dumbest freaking overtime rule of all.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I agree.
So let me ask you this, John. And Pat Narduzzi, the head coach at Pitt, Jason Candle, the head coach at Toledo, 2 of the biggest wussy with a P moves I have ever seen coaches make, especially in a bowl game where I know you want to win, but we know what those bowl games are, okay? Let me set the scenario. Toledo scores a touchdown to cut it to 1 in overtime.
Right.
Okay. You would think, because Pitt got the ball first in that
and
overtime.
They scored a touchdown,
they scored a touchdown.
kicked extra point.
Right. Toledo scores a touchdown, cuts it to 1. You're going for 2 to win the game because eventually you got to go for the 2-point conversion, stupid overtime thing anyway. So you just do it now. If you win, you win. You lose, right? No. They kick a field. They kick the extra point. They've had players cramping and things like that, and the games keep going on and on. So they don't. All right. Then Toledo kicks a field goal in the next overtime. Pitt gets the ball back. They get it down to the 1-yard line. It was actually like 1st and goal at the 1. They got it down and making it 4th at the 1, maybe even the half-yard line. Go for the touchdown, end the freaking game, right? No, they kick a field goal to tie it and send it into another stupid-ass 2-point conversion overtime. And finally, in the 6th overtime, on the 3rd try, Toledo rushed the field twice. First time they scored a touchdown to win the game. They thought they won the game. There was a penalty. Then the next time on defense, they thought they scored, and then they were held. And anyway, they rushed the field twice, and finally on the 3rd time they got –
It took.
I could not believe the lack of cojones. If Dan Campbell was watching that game, he was probably laughing his ass off. What the hell are you doing?
Well, they were obviously playing it safe, and Toledo played it safe enough to win. They were just hoping that the other team would make the mistake that cost them the game instead of going out there and just putting the nail in the coffin and saying, I want this game.
Because of the overtime, if they had normal overtime rules,
you know what,
I would understand it a little more.
Sure.
And I didn't bet the game or anything like that. It was just weird.
I think you're probably the only one last night or this morning that has these concerns.
You should have seen Twitter last night.
Oh,
like football, like writers who were watching the games, they couldn't believe it.
well, because they wanted to be able to write their articles.
Well,
and
no,
end it.
just people from
Yeah.
people who weren't even at the game, just college football, the elite who watch every bowl game.
Yeah.
And they were, Chris Vanini, Nicole Auerbach, people like that. They were like, "What the hell's going on here?"
Right, yeah. It just kept going and going and
It was
going.
awful. All right. Coming up next, the picks. Any chance to dethrone Heather Park? 97 won the ticket.
Founders. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With the focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA, and here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, hey, we've got football games coming up. We've got the new year. There's no better way to ring in the new year than with an all-day IPA. And the all-day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's at a tailgate, at home, or in the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find all-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. All right, and now Planet Fitness. This one might be a little bit of a mishmash. Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA, and here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's at the tailgate, at home, or in the stadium. It's also perfect for New Year's Eve. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Late last night, the Detroit Pistons went into the capital of California, Sacramento, and took on a Kings team. It didn't have Sabonis, but they're not the same player. Pistons didn't have Isaiah Stewart either, but whatever. But they won their third straight game, which I believe, didn't Doug and Gator have like a little thing going of when the Pistons would win 3 in a row?
Yeah. He did last year, and
Yeah.
I think he carried it over this year. This is the first time so far this year.
Yes, it's the first time.
First time in about 2 years, 3 years.
Yes, maybe. So, of course, Doug's off today, so.
Yeah, we won't be able to address it.
Exactly. Well, maybe on Monday, whenever he comes back.
Well, and Monday we'll be in Tampa.
That's true. Well, you can address it with him, and we won't care.
Yes. Right.
Anyway, and then they've got to 14 wins, which is what they had all of last year.
It's amazing.
So that's pretty good. So last night, they're down 15 at the half. They're down 10 with like 2:30 left to play, and they come back. So we're going to play a few cuts from the game in case you missed it, because we don't get to actually celebrate many Piston moments the last few. I think the best Piston moment we've had probably the last, I don't know, decade was when they beat San Antonio when Van Gundy said, "Build a frickin' wall." Remember that? Anyway. Here we go. So we'll set it up. The Pistons are down 109-105 late in this game. And then Sacramento went ahead 3 again. Doesn't look good for the Pistons, but Jaden Ivey to the rescue. And he got fouled, and he went to the line. So Sacramento had one more chance to win the game. Well, they won 3 in a row because Mahorn didn't make the trip. No. So they've won 14 games. They won all of 14 last year now.
Yep.
So to be able to do in, 31 games what they did in 82 is pretty remarkable. Granted, there were health issues last year and a lot of issues last year, including coaching. But I'm just curious, 248-539-9797, are they starting to get you, I don't know, say reeling back in, but interested in this team?
Reeled back in, interested? Sure. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think you could use reeled back in. I'm of that group where it was work. It literally was work to watch this team, right? Because we have to come here and talk about it, and it was painful. Mm-hmm. And now that it is like I don't. They're 14-17. I don't expect them to be even a 500 team, but they could be in that realm.
Right.
And right now they're in the 9 spot for the play-in tournament. I ultimately don't know if they get there, but every night that they take the court last year, every night they took the court, it was going to be a loss.
Right.
And they shocked you if they won 14 out of 82.
Right. Even the game against Utah when they were, it was 49-18 at the 48-19 after 1.
Yeah.
They came back and cut it. I mean, that's a lot of coaching. And, we talk about it with the Red Wings.
Well, this team has some fire.
Yes.
And that's really what you want to see. You want to see some energy, some fire, some offense, and you want to see improvement. Where do we see improvement? We see improvement just simply in Cade Cunningham. We won the lottery. All of a sudden, we have this player that we think can be an all-star, yet we haven't seen it. And there was a whole year where we didn't get a chance to watch him due to injury, and he's been banged up a little bit. But now all of a sudden, you see progress. And some of that progress is just him. Some of that progress is Beasley and some of the other guys that are creating some space on the floor. And then you see coaching.
Yeah.
Like it makes a difference. And they could actually end the calendar year of 2024 with more wins than they had all of last season. And I just think it's fun. And that's maybe what this team is. I don't know how much fun you can have in a team that might not be 500.
Right.
But with where they were, it is fun.
And they're, aside from Beasley, all these guys are still really young. I mean, like Holland and Asor Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
They're showing glimpses of, okay, maybe these guys could be really good players. And it's going to be very interesting to see. So far, Trajan Lang has done a really good job. It's way
What does he do at the trade deadline?
Right.
What does he do in free agency? Because he's going to have a lot of money he can spend.
Right. And at the deadline, they're going to be able to be a facilitator. Like a team wants a playoff, a contending team needs a player. They'll use the Pistons because they have like $16 million or something like that under the cap to help with that.
They're the pass-through.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So it looks like the future is much brighter with the Detroit Pistons than it has been in a long time. But to be honest, we've been sucked in before, and we know how that ended up. All right, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefits Plan. At 10 a.m., Red Wings general manager Steve Yzerman will be addressing the media. The breaking news story was released yesterday regarding the firing of Red Wings head coach Derek Lalonde. Immediately ushered in his place as new head coach Todd McClellan. We'll have Yzerman audio available for you here on the ticket. The new head coach and select players will also be made available for comments following their morning skate. Today they take on Toronto at home. The Lions hit the road for Monday Night Football. It's a matchup against the San Francisco 49ers and a rematch of last season's NFC Championship game. It could have big implications for Detroit. If Green Bay does beat Minnesota on Sunday, a win in San Francisco would clinch the NFC North and the 1 seed for Detroit. Meanwhile, the NFL drew on average over 24 million viewers for their 2 NFL games on Christmas. That's almost as good as Beyonce, who brought in 27 million. The ratings aren't in for last night's game yet, but certainly no wow factor for NFL football last night as the Seahawks won Thursday Night Football, a touchdownless game, 6-3 over the Bears. Finally, the Pistons won in heroic fashion, 114-113 over Sacramento, trailing by 3 with just 3 seconds to go. Jaden Ivey completes a 4-point play, sinking a 3-pointer and a go-ahead free throw to secure the win. Pistons now matching their win total from last season with 14 on the year. They aim to go a perfect 4-0 on their West Coast trip tomorrow when they play in Denver. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Dustin. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number for calls and texts. We'll take them all on the Pistons, the Red Wings, and your Detroit Lions. Because the Lions made some moves yesterday. One major move. Well, significant move. I don't know if major is the right word, but Teddy Bridgewater is back. So your son has his namesake back.
Yes. Yes, Teddy is back in a Lions uniform.
Yes.
And what does that mean for Hendon Hooker? What does it mean for this team in the final 2 games of the regular season or the playoffs?
Yeah. And what's it mean for Teddy Bridgewater and the Lions in the future? I think you're looking at a guy who's going to be a coach, obviously, someday. And maybe he starts on the staff next year. I don't know. There are a lot of people who believe this shows that the Lions have no faith in Hendon Hooker. I disagree with that. I don't know. what we've seen on him, he looks okay. Number one. Number two, we don't get to see practice, so we have no idea how that's progressing. I think what he's here more of than anything else is insurance, number one. But number two, the mentorship role. I mean, he did wonders with JMO last year, from what we're told, as far as, on the field, off the field, that type of stuff. He was also really good with Hendon Hooker.
He was. And, I mean, you got to have some of those guys on the roster that, one, can be productive, that can provide you a service, but also that, hey, I'm a pro. This is how we watch film. This is what we're looking for. And coaches aren't always going to be in the room, especially with young players. So you've got to have guys that, are professional, that are veterans, that have been through the fires, have watched a lot of film. This is what you should be looking for. This is the process that you go through to prepare for an NFL game.
248-539-9797. We do have some texts on the Pistons as well. Here we go. I wouldn't say reeled back in, but I'm keeping my eye out. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Monty Williams and Troy Weaver were the problem last year. Well, Troy, obviously, the roster construction was awful. They had no spacing, no shooting, too many big. It wasn't even last year, the year before, and they had all these Bagley, too many bigs. Yeah. The Pistons have really good young talent and a really good coach. They're making the playoffs. Okay, that'd be cool.
It would be awesome.
Yes. I took the Pistons to win 35 games for plus 800 at the start of the season. Ivy hits that shot. I was looking for my 2004 Thunder sticks. God, remember those? God, that pound was so loud. That's enough of that. Pistons win, win, win. Please break up the Pistons. That's Robert from Corona.
Just win. That's all we're looking for, is be competitive, win. And I use the word awesome. Like when you said 14 wins, awesome. It's awesome from where they were.
Right.
Not what we expect in the near future, where, I mean, maybe they make a play-in game this year. That's a good place to start. And then in the following years, it is, hey, you don't have to be in that extra play-in tournament. You should be in the postseason and continuing to improve. And eventually, 3 years, 4 years? How long do you think it should take to compete for a conference title?
You need a superstar, basically, in my opinion. So Cade Cunningham is going to be a star. I don't necessarily think he's going to be a superstar. I don't know, 3-4 years if you can get that one guy.
Right, but
I mean, how many teams?
So if they're that pass through and they accumulate these draft picks and they are able to manipulate the cap a little bit, they're going to have a lot of room to spend.
Right.
So you can go out and you can buy yourself a superstar.
Right. So yeah, I'd give him within 5 years. I mean, I think that's fair.
I think it's more than fair.
Yeah.
I think it should happen sooner than that.
I hope so. Then don't forget, despite how much money you have to convince guys to come here if you're going to go the free agent route.
Right, but if you have young talent that they can come here and say, hey, you know what? Not only can we win within the next 2-3 years, we can win for a lot longer because we do have that young talent.
And I know he gets made fun of a lot on this radio station, and in many aspects I understand with the making fun of
ownership.
I am convinced, you just look at the money he spent on Monty Williams and, even in JB
to say goodbye.
To say goodbye, number one. If they are close or anything, if Trajan Lang, listen, we need to get X player, okay? But we have to take on the luxury tax to do it. I guarantee you, Gores is writing that frickin' check. He's got.
You would think he would be.
I know. I think it's obvious. His issue is not spending money on this basketball team.
Spending it on the wrong people
to run his team.
Right.
Yes.
Hiring.
Exactly.
As a hiring issue.
Yes.
And hopefully he finally got it right. Wait, how long was there a hiring issue with the Lions?
Oh, I know.
A long time.
Exactly. The ownership couldn't figure out who to hire.
Yeah.
And when they hired the wrong guy, instead of, like with Millen, instead of like saying, thank you very much, we went outside the box, we'll see you later. No, they extended him.
Right.
That should never happen. And Gores, Van Gundy didn't work, and this one didn't work, and it looks like Trajan Langdon's working. It looks like, and even the Troy Weaver hire was praised throughout the league. I mean, learned at Oklahoma City.
Right.
And look what they're doing.
Yeah, it just didn't work out here.
No.
But they also didn't extend him.
True.
And so they moved on. Now they have Trajan Langdon, and hopefully, it's a good start.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and say it's the right one yet. I think the sample size is too small, but it is headed in the right direction, clearly.
Yep. All right, ticket text on the Pistons and the Lions. The Pistons are becoming a watch because they're showing improvement, desire, and it's on the heels of an owner cutting a check to get rid of a bad hire. I wonder if there's another owner in town that could follow suit.
Yeah.
That's from Chris.
Yeah. That's from Chris? Chris?
I don't think it's from Chris Illich. Apparently, Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham can actually play together, contrary to what a lot of your hosts were saying over the last several months. I just think we needed an opportunity to see them play with other people who could space the floor.
Yeah. Can they play well together?
Yes, it seems like they can. Could Bridgewater be here to back up to Hooker if they rest the starters for the last game? Maybe. But
but I don't think you bring him in just to back up in a game where the one seed is already in because they had, Jake Fromm.
Right. Because they're not an organization that's going to tell Teddy Bridgewater, listen, you come in here. You're going to get some snaps in a meaningless game, and that's all we want you for? No. That ain't going to happen. No. I think it's off the field stuff as well.
Yeah.
Boys, if the Lions lock it up this Monday, Hooker will start with Teddy as a backup. We will bench Goff for the last game. It's looking ahead to make sure Goff doesn't have to play. That's from Doug at work.
It'll be interesting to see what Dan Campbell does if that situation presents itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if, preseason is the example. But, Goff didn't play in preseason. So
he didn't play in preseason. And there are many different factors involved at this time.
Right.
But did they hit the ground running against L.A. and against Tampa?
No.
So do you get a few series in just to keep the rhythm? And because there's something very real about rhythm, about schedule, about preparing to play versus I'm sitting out this game and we got a bye week next week.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question because I don't know the answer.
I was never in that position. We never had the bye.
Okay,
so.
Yes, but I respect obviously your answer to this. If you're going to play him a couple series and then he doesn't play for 2 weeks or whatever that is,
a bye week
after the bye week, is those couple series? Is that really a rhythm thing? I mean, does it make it that much of a difference?
It's how you prepare that week of the game. That's part of playing. It's the rhythm of at practice you're getting these amount of reps because if he's not playing in the game, they're still obviously going to get him reps at practice, but they're going to have to get Hendon Hooker more reps. They're going to have to get, if Teddy Bridgewater is going to be a part of the game plan, they're going to have to get him reps as well. So you are taking less, you're taking some away from Goff. I don't know if they want to actually do that.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's something that somebody who never played the game would even think of.
It's about the schedule. It's about the rhythm that you have to get ready for a game that you want to make sure that that's consistent.
All right, so let me ask you. If you were Dan Campbell and they win on Monday and Green Bay wins on Sunday, okay, are you having Goff play against Minnesota?
I would.
Okay.
But that's just me. And I'm not gonna, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could do it, and they can all be right as long as when you do play, you win.
Okay. Do you...
And I'm not talking about when you play, you win. I'm not talking about the game against Minnesota.
Right.
If I don't care.
Do you play them the whole game if it's a close game?
Wait. So let's back up. Play them the whole game if the one seed is in play.
Already locked up.
Oh, if it's already locked up, no. I don't care if it's a close game or not. I'm going to get them a few series, maybe play into the second quarter, and then, hey, you're done.
Okay, fine. Good.
Yeah. No. If the one seed is locked up, and I don't care if it's a close game or not. I mean, yeah, it would be great to come away with 15 wins.
No, I just wanted to make sure when you said because he's going to play, you didn't just say a few series. So good.
Oh, yes, a few series.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797. Yes, we talked about the Pistons. Now it's time once again to talk about your Red Wings, my Red Wings. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, it's warmed up just a little bit. Tomorrow's going to be nice, but hey, we all know it's going to get cold again. Don't let the cold creep into your house. If you need a furnace serviced today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, Steve Yzerman will address the media on the coaching change and probably some other stuff. We'll have it live right here at 97.1 The Ticket. with the Gator anchoring team coverage.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be exciting to listen to him, see what the plan is.
Yes, well, phase one of the Iser plan has not worked, so.
No, but hey, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again.
Yes, indeed. All right. 248-539-9797. About the Red Wings, Newsy Lalone was fired yesterday. And by the way, I will give Yzerman credit for one thing. In a sport that has more leaks than any other sport, this came out of nowhere. I mean, we all thought it was going to happen, but it wasn't like, oh, so-and-so is reporting this might happen today or whatever. And the name Todd McClellan was never uttered. It was always, Gerard Gallant or somebody else, And the guy I wanted, actually the guy I wanted before Lalone was, I think his name's Dave Carl, the head coach at Denver, University of Denver. Has done a great job. But I agree with what Yzerman did. Hiring a guy who has NHL coaching experience. It's the first time he's ever hired somebody. When he was in Tampa, he hired John Cooper, and that worked out pretty damn well. And he had no NHL head coaching experience. Comes here, inherits Blashill, keeps him, and then hires Lalone, who he's familiar with. And look, he's familiar with McClellan as well, don't forget. But, because I think McClellan was part of this Babcock's staff when Yzerman retired that last year or two. But Todd McClellan's been a winner. Not a playoff winner, mind you, as a head coach, but a regular season winner. He's taken the team to the conference final twice. He has an overall record of 598 wins. That's pretty damn good. With teams like the Sharks, the Oilers, and the Kings.
Yeah.
And what players have said about him, I read something that Talbot had to say when he played for him in L.A. is he's fair, but he'll lay down the hammer basically when it needs to be done. And that's what it appeared that this team needed and wasn't getting. But still, it is a talent issue more than anything else. Yes, a new coach will help. I'm not that naive. And it usually does in hockey, especially for the first couple of weeks.
Sure, there's a little bounce.
But you look at the roster, and that's on Stevie, and hopefully people will ask him about that today. They just don't have enough really, really good players. And his answer will probably be, well, it takes time. When you draft kids at 18 years old, it takes, 4 years minimum to even get to the NHL for some of them. And the Red Wing philosophy has always been, even before he took over as general manager, is to let guys maybe percolate in Grand Rapids for a little bit. And I don't know if that's always a good thing.
Well, I mean,
it's a good thing. Depends on the player.
Well, it depends on the player, and it depends on what the future and when it actually arrives is. Mm-hmm. And if right now it doesn't do us any good. And so the answers are, is this it? Is the coaching change the only thing? Or is there going to be a player move to send a message to the players? Is there going to be something done? Can there even be anything done right now up before the trade deadline?
Let me ask you a question. And just when we say message to the players, so let's say they trade, well, they're not going to trade Sider or Raymond, okay?
Right.
Probably not Larkin either. But a message to a player, so they trade somebody, pick your player, Kane, whoever, all right? What's the message? The message is, oh boy, he's trading a guy who's underperforming to probably a better team. Good, sign me up. I get to play on a better team. So I don't. The whole sending a message to the players, I don't buy. Making a trade.
Some of it's sending the message can be limited by contracts. Because if your contract, you're going to get paid either way.
Correct.
Then, what's the message that's sent? And, it all depends on how some of these contracts are worded. Are there any out clauses for, hey, I could cut you and I owe you a lot less? That's the message that could be sent is, hey, we're not going to pay you anymore. And we're just going to pay, we have to pay you some, but it's less than what your contract says. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and analyze all of their contracts and see if there's any loopholes like that. But that would be about the only way you could send a message.
If you buy out guys, I think you still have to pay them. I mean, they are guaranteed contracts. The only thing is that injury deals that they have. But
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of stuck with what you have.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And what do you guys think of Todd McClellan, number one? I mean, I know, like I said, everybody wanted Gallant because he played here. Let's bring the old band back together again.
Well, McClellan coached here.
Right.
So
I know.
I mean, and again, it's not like bringing the band back together, but
right. He was
yeah.
an assistant coach here, no doubt about it.
Well, he was an assistant coach when they had success.
Correct.
So he knows what it looks and feels like, and he understands the expectations.
Yeah. That's crazy. His first year as a head coach in 2008, 2009, I should look to see what San Jose was the year before he got there. But they won their division, 53 wins, 18 losses. His first year, then they lost in the conference quarterfinals. His next year, they lost in the conference finals. He won 50 games his first 2 years, 53, 51, and 48, 43, 25 in the lockout shortened season. Then he won 51 again in 2014.
111 points.
Yeah, and then the following year, they missed the playoffs, and he was let go. Then in Edmonton, with all those number one first-round draft choice, he only made the playoffs once and lost in the second round. He was fired in Edmonton in 2019 with a 9-10-1 record. And then he goes to the Kings, and they missed the playoffs his first 2 years. And then, 21, 22, 22, 23. They win 44, 47 last year. They were 8 games over 500 after 48 games, and he got fired.
Well, I mean, especially in hockey. I don't think it's ever more true that you're hired to be fired.
Right.
And so you have a guy that has been fired, 3 different times?
Mm-hmm.
And so he understands it. Now, in San Jose, he was there for, 6? He was fired in the 7th year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long-ass time.
Yeah.
In hockey, years.
After 7 years, yes.
Yeah, so, he missed the playoffs that season, the only time he missed the playoffs. But there's something to be said for a guy that has won in the regular season, has taken teams to the postseason, but has also been hired and fired. So he knows that, hey, here's what we have. Here's the task. Here's the job. Here's what I didn't do well the first couple of times, and now maybe he can improve upon what he does as a coach because he has had some success.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97 on the ticket, or is this Don?
Dan,
what's up? I was right the
Dan.
first time. What's up, Dan?
It's Dan. Hey, Todd McClellan seems like a nice guy, seems like a nice hire, but honestly, I would feel better if Steve Yzerman was the one coaching this team because he put together this terrible roster. He shopped for these awful groceries. He should be the one who has to cook with them and deal with it every night.
Well,
I feel like he's detached from it.
Yeah, but hold on a second, Dan. Why would you want somebody to coach this team who's never coached before?
Because I don't think it'll make a difference.
Okay.
So
I don't necessarily.
Dan, you see this more as the penalty for Steve Yzerman versus you think he would do a good job.
I'm 35 years old. When I was a kid, the Red Wings were the Yankees. We deserve better than this.
I understand. Do you know how long it takes to get from rock bottom to where the Red Wings were at one point?
Vancouver did it in 2 years.
Vancouver had some really good players, too, don't forget.
Man, the general manager of the Red Wings sure is dropping the ball then, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. There's no doubt about it.
We're not going to argue with you on that point,
I don't
Dan.
disagree with that.
He needs a scarlet letter on him.
Well, he's loved here, just like Trammell was loved and Dumars was loved. He has to come through. They don't make the playoffs after next season. Yeah, I'd say goodbye.
All right, so Stoney, I was here with you when Ken Holland came on these airwaves with you and Jamie and said that this thing could take 10 years.
Yes.
And you were beside yourself.
Yeah. Now,
what do you think now?
I think Ken Holland was pretty damn right, especially when you look at most other teams and where they were to get. And I'm not talking about the expansion thing like with Vegas, but Edmonton's the perfect example. And Edmonton had really good draft picks too. And look how long it took them.
So is the lottery still an excuse?
No. I'm saying even though you had good draft picks, it took Edmonton a long time. The way this sport is constructed with the cap now, it is very difficult. It shouldn't take you this long to make the playoffs. That is not correct. That I blame him for. But to go from where they were, if you expect them to contend for a Stanley Cup, President's Trophy, whatever, within 8 years, I think is ridiculous.
All right, so the problem with the sport right now is great players don't become available enough.
Correct.
And I'm not the biggest fan of player movement in sports. I am a little old school, but there is not enough player movement in the NHL that matters.
You're right.
I mean, who's moved in the last 5 years that's huge? Kachuk was the big one.
Right.
I'm not beating that dead horse
Right.
again. That was the guy he should have got.
Right.
And I would have done Larkin and Sider at the time, and I wouldn't have cared. Seriously.
Well, part of the problem is the good players get term, and they're locked up for a long time.
Right. That's the problem with the sport. The sport needs to be tweaked a little bit there just to not make it so one-sided in terms of your destiny in a rebuild. Right now, if you don't get one of those generational talents at number one that can play the first year, then that's almost kicking you 2 years down the road.
I know. Well, look at all their draft choices nobody came right up.
I mean, another big player that maybe moved was, people thought the late Johnny Gaudreau was a big name, but there were red flags in terms of even giving him the money.
Correct. And he wanted to stay. He wanted to go to Columbus, believe it or not. That's why
Panarin switched teams, I think, maybe still within 5 years.
Yeah.
But the Blackhawks couldn't keep him,
Yeah.
because of the structure, right?
So
They
then
still
he
had
goes
Taves
to
and Kane.
Right. Then he goes to Columbus and he does nothing there. And
There's just not a lot of big player movement.
it's tough. You have to really be able to draft and develop. And that takes a lot of time. We don't have a lot of patience in our society. And as of now, his second and third round and fourth round picks have done nothing.
I would argue that they're kind of like the Oilers were in the early McDavid and Draisaitl years. The problem, too, is, though, that you don't have those top-end guys. Everybody wants to rip the 3-4 line guys.
Yeah.
But you don't have that caliber of talent on the top two lines to maybe make you 500 or better and squeak in as a 8 seed.
Right. Look who so your two best players, arguably, forwards, are Larkin and Raymond, right? Arguably?
Yeah.
They don't come close to McDavid and Draisaitl, right? See,
Raymond is tracking to be an all-star caliber player, but
and how long did it take Edmonton to finally reach their first Stanley Cup final? McDavid. How many years has McDavid been in the league? Yes.
I will say, though, they made the conference final a few years ago.
Right, but they didn't make
against Colorado.
Right, yeah.
So they've been knocking the last few years.
How long did it take Colorado once they got crappy to build up with McKinnon? All those guys. Landeskog, all the picks. It wasn't until they got Cale Makar that changed everything for them.
But they've underachieved, I think.
Yes.
They're not.
This sport is whacked. Everybody thought the Rangers were going to be so great. And look at them. They're an S show right now. Anyway, it just sucks. All right. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Don't forget, we'll have Steve Yzerman's press conference coming up live right here with Gator at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll be the MC.
Yes.
I'm curious. Do you do holiday decorations around the house? Does Cindy decorate the house for Hanukkah?
No, we have menorah comes out, and we light the candles at night, and that's about it.
That's it. And then once, was it the 20? The second is when
It's over?
it's over.
Yeah, I think this year, yeah.
And is that when the decoration goes away?
Yeah, you put it back in the cabinet.
Oh, so is the cabinet one that you could see through? Like, is it a glass cabinet? You could see the menorah all year, or
No.
no? So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
And you're probably not the best one to participate
Probably not.
in this. But I know, Gov, you've got kids, and you do holiday decorations. Paul, I'm curious. Do you decorate your residence for the holidays? Not really?
He puts up all Florida team paraphernalia because that's where he's from.
Yes. Yeah, how are those Dolphins doing?
Flamingos.
But when do holiday decorations come down? When do Christmas decorations come down? Normally for us, it is just before the first of the year. So by New Year's Eve, we normally have the tree down. We normally have all of the quote-unquote Christmas. We still may have some winter decorations, and maybe it's a few things that Teddy likes to see or play with. They're normally down so that when we start the new year, the Christmas decorations are gone.
I always am perturbed. I used to be perturbed when people would have all their lights out, like, January 7th, 8th. What are you doing? Then I found out a lot of people observed Greek Orthodox Christmas, which is a little later or something.
Oh,
like
really?
That. Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that.
So they had them up.
He
Yeah.
was hating the Greeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Those people.
Yeah.
Yep. So, is there a right answer on this? No, but then we all think we have a right answer.
course.
I really like the feel of having them up past New Year's Eve. I like the decorations to be on New Year's Eve. I think it's a festive day time still. It's part of the holiday season, and it's kind of like I don't know, our work schedules, we're all still working some during this, but we're all getting time off too.
Yeah.
Just that, like, once New Year's Day is over, it's like normalcy hits again. And I just like the kind of the I don't know, just the mood that all the lights present. Now, I think
Sure.
people have a huge challenge this weekend though. It's supposed to be pretty warm.
It's going to be very warm. So if you want to get those outdoor lights off, now you can just not turn them on. But if you want to get them off the gutters, roof line, trees, it's supposed to be mid-50s tomorrow.
I know, and I actually thought about it, and then I'm going to hold to my rule that I'm not taking them down until after the new year. Now, last year, I know Kelly took down, I was working the week between the holidays, and I came home and most of the tree was down. I was kind of taken aback a little bit.
That's
but I
always
was
the
also
biggest
like,
one.
But I was like, all right, well, she's doing it when she needs to do it too, because she's at home with the kids during the break because she works at schools as well. Yeah. So I was like, well, whatever. But I personally, want that stuff up longer. But I don't get the like.
Do you do outdoor decorations?
Yes. So we have no blow-ups this year. The kids are older now. They've passed that stage where they're
they're listening to Heather.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, you should. I think if kids want them, they should have them. We went over this last week.
I know.
Right, because they're not expensive. It's an easy one. The kids love them.
Right, but she does. Like, I actually asked her, John, you weren't here. If Emily just came to you and said, "Mom, can I get this,
Santa Claus,
little Santa Claus?" She would say no. Like, if somebody bought them one,
that's just no fun.
I'd like, would you just let Emily play with it in the house? Nope.
In the house?
Yes.
Even in the house?
Yeah.
Wow. That's just no
Anyways,
fun.
That's all. But no, so we do have lights up outside on one of our trees and then on the gutters. First time we put them on the gutters in quite a while.
Will they, even if they're up, will they be turned on after the first of the year? If they're not taken down, will they still be turned on? Because I've been of this mindset. A couple of years ago, things got out of hand for us, and the schedule was wild and crazy, kids, all this stuff. I left them up until, almost May, but I didn't turn them on.
No.
Well, I didn't turn them on, and then you couldn't see them, obviously, but I didn't turn them on after the first of the year. I just don't think they should be on after the first of the year.
Yeah,
Christmas tree definitely needs to come down.
Within the first 10 days. I mean, it's almost. Greg has a great rule. It's the end of the college football season, but now that's later. That's like January 20th this year.
Way too extended.
I'd love to know if he's extended that, by the way.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I think I'm right after New Year's. We're not turning them on anymore. And they'll stay up if it's cold, but probably the first thaw, I will get them down. But yeah, I think they've got to come off the house by March. March is kind of that month where, for the most part, we don't have super cold weather anymore.
You can get some nice warm days.
And once the grass and the things start to bud and the grass starts turning green and growing, they should not be around, because then all of a sudden you look, I would say
tacky.
Yeah, that's a better word than what I was going to use. It usually is.
Yeah. I'd love to know your response when you hear about people who spend big money to have them professionally put up and taken down.
Hey, if that's your thing, that's fine. I got no problem with that.
Right.
It's because I have been asked that question, and we always get people come up, they leave a sign on the door.
Right.
And Lisa knows that I'm very busy during the football season, especially November, when it's the best time to get them up. So you have them up all of December. I've never done it. I wouldn't be opposed to it, just because I like to do it. But in the new house, we got a couple of peaks that are just higher. I don't have a ladder that'll reach.
Oh, I thought you could reach it on your own.
Yes.
Big John. Yes. Big John.
Yes. No, I pull the BBT up and just stand on that one. Yeah. But yeah, it's either that or I get to get a new ladder and get up all the way on top of this one. That's probably what's going to happen. I'm kind of excited about that.
So you should have asked for that from Santa.
They could be pretty pricey. So it's going to be a next year purchase.
No, when we were talking about this inflatable thing last week with Heather and Costa, you were out Friday, right?
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah. So the people that would get the professionals that put them up, we were seeing quotes on Ticketex like $1,800. That's crazy to me.
Depending how big your house is, I guess, too.
Oh, that's and it does seem crazy. Now, my brother-in-law lives down in South Carolina, and they had somebody come give them a quote, and their house it's not a big house. Their quote was like $5,000 to put up lights.
That's insane.
Wow.
And he showed me the rendering. It was like one tree and then lining the house. He asked me, he goes like, "Is this expensive?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." I said, "I tell you what, buy me a plane ticket. I'll come down there and hang them for you for that."
Yeah.
So what do you think is the laziest thing people have done for them? They pay that they could do. Now, I know, look, if you're physically, you can't do it, I get it.
Right.
It's not that, but because mine is
if
always.
You're an able-bodied individual, you're going to have somebody come and do
you're going
it
to
for
pay
you.
for it. Mine is still the professional poop scoopers.
That seems ridiculous.
The fact that you can't go in your yard and pick up your own dog crap.
I didn't even know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
That's a big thing now.
Well, the butler always does it for him. So
No,
doesn't have to worry about it.
No, I'm the worst at it, but it's especially
Well, that's
when I
why you
walk.
take the dog for a walk.
Well, I take him for the walk.
It's your yard.
Well, I still have to do it. I don't care, but it's easier if it's my yard. Sometimes I'll leave it more than if I got to pick it up
Right.
if somebody else's.
Yeah, but you're not going out and playing in the yard, so you don't have to worry about necessarily stepping it. You'll get to it.
Right. Exactly. And you like it when it's cold because it freezes and it's easy to pick up.
Yeah.
So, but walk.
If you train your dog right, though, they'll clean it up themselves.
Oh,
It's a hot meal.
well, walk in
That's
the dogs.
recycling.
I'm the worst because I have 2 leashes. Okay. And I crisscross them too much, and then
They won't heal?
One takes a poop, right? And then so I get out the bag and I clean it.
And then both dogs are pulling in different directions while you're trying to scoop.
Oh yeah. So like the other day, I'm walking because it was really cold the other day, so I take my glove off to do the pooper scooper in the bag, and I'm walking. Oh God, I dropped my glove right in a puddle. It was like,
Yeah, but you hold on to that; it'll keep your hand warm.
no,
It's in a bag.
no, the bag's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about holding it without the bag in your hand.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Come on. No, it's in the bag, so you're protected, but it keeps your hand warm.
It would. You're right. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, but when do you want people, especially neighbors, like, as I know that this could be a thing, the inflatables, I know not everybody loves them. And so when Christmas is done, we still have one up in our yard. Olaf died. It's sad news. Olaf died. So
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to Olaf. But we have Rudolph, and that one's going to come down. It'll come down this weekend. And so if you have a neighbor who turns the lights on, and they're on until I don't know February. So I still see some into February.
Right.
That to me is just, hey, you know what? Just don't turn the switch on. Don't plug them in. If you don't want to take them down, that's fine, but don't turn them on anymore.
Let's go to George in St. Clair Shores. Good morning, George.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I have about 100 sets of lights across my bushes and on the gutter and across the front of the house. It takes me about 12 hours because I synchronize them to a Mr. Music machine. So they flash different colors to the lights, but they're all single color strand lights.
Mm-hmm.
But I take them down usually the first warm day in the spring.
Okay. How long does it take you?
About 12 hours.
12 hours to put them up. Is it same taking them down?
Yeah.
About the
Probably.
same.
When I have to unwind them, untangle them, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah. So but do you turn them on all the way until you take them off, or after the first of the year you don't turn them on anymore?
Usually I take them, I leave them off after Little Christmas, which is I think January 12th.
Little Christmas, is that the Greek Orthodox one that Stoney was talking about?
Catholic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thanks for the call. All right, coming up next, the Tigers actually signed a real player. That's coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, I do want to let you know what's going on here. If we mentioned the warm weather, so maybe you don't have to worry about it this week, but wintry driving season will return. I think that's something we all know is going to happen. Reckless drivers will also return. And if you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That injury attorney you need to hire is David Femininio. You could speak with David right now if you call 888. Sorry, start that number again. 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, I mentioned going into the break, the Tigers signed a legitimate player. It's not who everybody wanted, in Alex Bregman yet. And I use the word yet. But Gleyber Torres is now a member of the Detroit Tigers. He's 28 years old, played second base predominantly last year. He had 15 home runs, 63 RBIs, OPS of 709, batting average 257. Struck out 136 times and walked 65 times. So, he's had much better years in the past, but he's still a young player. I mean, back in 2019, he had 38 home runs. Now, granted, it is Yankee Stadium. 24 home runs in 22, 25 in 23. And like I said, production down a little bit last year. He had just 15 home runs. I don't follow the Yankees as closely as like Mike Valenti would. I wonder his thoughts, or Yankee fans' thoughts on Gleyber Torres coming here. Basically a second baseman and a shortstop. So I don't know what that means for Colt Keith. Does he move to first base? Does Torres play shortstop? Or is it just another one of these guys who will play every day, but it'll be different positions? Because AJ's always talked about versatility.
Yeah, we've gone from positionless basketball to positionless baseball.
Yes. So I think he's definitely better than like the guys they signed last year, right? Mark Canha, he's better than him. He's better than Urshela. So it's a decent signing. I'm not going to say it's going to bring you the World Series. I have no idea what the money is yet. So that's reported first by John Heyman of the New York Post.
So there was a report within the last 24 hours that the Nationals tried to get Torres, and they were going to put him at third, and he didn't go because he didn't want to change positions.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that he wouldn't be willing to do that here.
Right.
They want him to go to third there. I don't know. They speculated first and third there, so I don't know. It is interesting. If he's playing second, Keith's going to first.
Yes.
And
bye Torque.
This could be a potentially huge day. I love Torres as a prospect.
Yes.
He hasn't quite lived up
right
fully, but
he had that one great year where he had over 38 home runs.
Yeah. Well, that's who I wanted.
The Fulmer, right? Wasn't that the one?
When the Tigers were potentially going to trade Fulmer, when his ceiling was the highest, I thought they had to ask for Torres in return.
Yeah.
It could be a nice buy low.
Yes, I'd like to see what the money
the contract is.
And the other thing is, it does not, like when I said Bregman, I said yet. There are a lot of chatter that the Tigers are one or two, it's either them or the Red Sox for Bregman. That's the rumor. Now, I don't know if it's true or not.
So all of a sudden, you could potentially have Torres at second, Keith at first. If Bregman plays third, and then your platoon, all of a sudden you can accept platooning Javi and Sweeney, can't you?
No. I can't accept Javi.
No, I mean,
unless he shows that he's in spring training they can actually
hip bone's connected to the eye bone.
Yeah.
What if it actually is, and then you've got an infield of Bregman, new and improved Javi, Torres, and Keith?
It's interesting.
Would be nice.
Yeah. Chris in Flint, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to give you a quick little synopsis as a New York sports fan. Gleyber can hit. He can kind of at times remind you with his bat of Ian Kinsler for you guys.
Yep.
But the big problem is he has lots of brain farts in the field. He does not hustle, and I can already hear it. When he starts lagging down the line or even just making bad plays defensively, which he will tend to do. People are going to be calling for him. But maybe, just maybe, with it being a smaller market and not being the New York media, he may be able to kind of, be good. Like you said, he's only 28. And he's playing at such a young age in New York. I don't know. From what I've seen, he can hit, definitely. Maybe it's the Judge effect, hitting before or ahead of him. But in the field and stuff like that, he does make brain farts and stuff. But his managers always seem to love him. So
well,
he's a good clubhouse guy.
The other thing is if they're going to platoon Carpenter at DH at times, he could play DH too if he is a fielding liability. So a lot of versatility. Thanks for the New York perspective on it looks like the new Tiger, Gleyber Torres. What's up, Gator?
How are you, Stoney?
Good.
John?
Good morning.
First reaction to that?
To Gleyber Torres?
Okay, better than Urshela, better than Canha.
Definitely better than both of those guys.
Yes.
So that's fine. I'm not expecting anything big out of it. I mean, I think it's really It's insurance on a couple of fronts. It's insurance if Sweeney can't hit. It's insurance if Baez is unable to start the season on the roster. Not that anybody's excited about Baez.
Right.
And maybe at some point it just signifies that, or it signals that they're going to buy out Javi at some point during the season.
Right.
But it's everything. I mean, it's a lot of –
Right.
He's a versatile guy in the middle of the infield, and that can move some guys in the middle of the infield
Cold Keith
to
could go to first
base or
base.
whatever. I mean, it could be a lot of things. Could signify a trade.
Yeah.
You know, they've talked about it. That's kind of the underrated thing of this offseason with the Tigers, because Scott Harris did say that they'd be willing to trade some players and prospects.
Right.
And that hasn't happened yet.
No.
You know, we don't know. I mean, there's no ringing endorsement of Torkelson. I mean, the only thing we've heard about first base is that they're going to give reps to Jace Young and to Colt Keith. So we'll see.
All right. What do you got going today? I know we have
we're hoping
Steve
to have
Yzerman
the
live,
captain,
right?
right after, I should say the GM now, to start the show. So I'm curious to hear what he has to say about this new hire and Todd McClelland. I like it. I don't know if I love it, but I like it. So we'll give it a chance.
All right. Carson Anderson with Gator. Steve Yzerman at 10 o'clock. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. We are now just a few moments away from Steve Yzerman speaking to the media. News breaking yesterday regarding the firing of Derek Lalonde, and in his place, new head coach Todd McClelland. Yzerman likely touching on that hot topic, as well as the disappointing start to the season in which the Red Wings are only 13-17-4 on the year with 30 points. That is the second worst record in the Eastern Conference. We will have that Yzerman audio for you right here on the tickets. We also have pregame for Wings and Leafs at 6:45 right here on the ticket. I'll have that for you then. It'll be McClelland's first game as Red Wings head coach. And while the Red Wings hunt for their 14th win on the season tonight, Pistons picked that up last night. It was done so via a 4-point play from Jaden Ivey. He down by 3. Ivey sunk a 3 with 3 seconds to go in the game. Fouled in the process. He makes the go-ahead free throw. Detroit now a perfect 3-0 on their Western road trip. Also, news breaking a few moments ago, Gleyber Torres reportedly agrees to a deal with the Detroit Tigers. Last season with the Yankees, he batted .257 average and 63 RBIs on the year. And finally, Lions prep for a Monday Night Football game against San Francisco. Lots of eyes on the Minnesota and Green Bay game on Sunday as well. A Packers win, a Lions win. Both of those would secure a 1 seed and NFC North title for Detroit. If both those scenarios do not happen, it all boils down to Week 18. That is when the Lions and Vikings play at Ford Field for all the marbles. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets. You can also check out Odyssey.com.
Well, that's always fun when you get a little bit of breaking news. And look, it's not massive news. It's not major news. It's not a whoa, but it's a whoa. Okay, another one. We had a whoa yesterday with the hiring of Todd McClelland as the next Red Wings head coach, which also meant the firing of Derek Lalonde. That was a whoa. And we're going to hear from Steve Yzerman live from down there at LCA as they announce this. Very shortly. We'll go to it as soon as Steve Yzerman gets to the podium. And then we get this Gleyber Torres news that he is signed with the Tigers. We don't know what the parameters are. 1-year deal, multi-year deal, don't know. Don't really know what it means for the Tigers. Middle infielder, for those that think, does this end the pursuit of Alex Bregman? I don't think it does, because Torres is a second baseman, shortstop. Not that I imagine he could play third base if he had to, but he hasn't in his major league career. And he's 28 years old at this point. But I think effectively what it is it gives them another player that kind of has some versatility. I think this is like another version of Matt Vierling, or Matt Vierling is a version of Gleyber Torres, whatever you want to look at it. Mark Canha, when they signed him last year, that was a guy who was on base percentage and professional type player. And, that lasted only a couple of months before they moved him. Is this something that Does it signify the end of Zach McKinstry? Does he take his place? There's a lot to look at. Let it play out. Let the offseason continue for the Tigers because they can still add players. I mentioned to Stoney, the Tigers can still make trades, which is something that Scott Harris had talked about very briefly, but kind of slipped that in a discussion months ago about, they've got prospects they could be willing to move. And, does Torkelson become part of those prospects that can move? We'll see. There's a lot of offseason to happen. We're still not to the new year yet. And, pitchers and catchers don't report until the middle of February. So lots of action still to be had. So many free agents are still out there. But on the surface, what they get in Gleyber Torres, kind of like. I think he's just fine. He's an experienced player that started for the Yankees. For several years he started, including the last 3. He's definitely started for the Yankees. So keep that in mind. Playing and starting for one of the best teams in baseball means there's something there. He's got pop in the bat. The guy who can hit you 20 home runs in a season. He's not going to wow you with tons of power. His OPS over the last 3 years is probably around 715, something like that. I mean, it's been good, not great, but at least average for Major League. And when it comes to the Tigers, they just don't have many players that have had an average OPS over the last couple of years because they've been so bad. So I think this is just really insurance. I think even though you're getting a guy who started with another organization, does that mean he comes here and starts? I don't know. I think they liked how Sweeney played at shortstop last year defensively, but can Sweeney hit enough where he belongs in the lineup? They've obviously committed to Colt Keith at second base. So I don't see where Torres goes and starts ahead of either of those guys. I mean, I guess I could see it over Sweeney at shortstop. But we have Steve Yzerman right now. See, I can't hear you because it's not coming in my head. So we'll go to the Steve Yzerman at the LCA right now.
Can you be more specific?
Well, I mean, your decision to let Derek go and bring him home.
I can't exactly give you the exact date or time, but as our season started and has progressed to today, obviously you start to think about how do you improve your team? How do we get going in the direction we want to, or playing the way we want to? And you look at all different types of things. Obviously, the first option is player personnel, to move things around and whatnot. And then as we're getting closer to yesterday, start to think about, I might have to make a change here. Our team, my thought process is, our team isn't performing to what my expectations are. Whether anybody agrees with that or not, I have my own expectations of the team, and why they aren't is because our players aren't playing to each of their individual expectations, and I have my own expectation of each individual player, and so collectively we are where we are, and we're playing the way we are, and a decision comes at some point, and I don't like to always, we see teams make changes, coaching changes all the time. Sometimes it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't. Ultimately, you need good players to have a good team, and a coach needs good players. So you need to take time to think about, okay, how are we going to, what's the right move? And recently, just watching our team play, the spirit was zapped out, even sitting back watching our coaching staff. Everyone's frustrated. Everyone, it's not like nobody's, they're not trying to win, not trying to figure it out, but you can just see it in the players' faces. I think you would all sense it in Montreal, even going back to Buffalo, a game in Buffalo and we won. You start to sense the frustration, the will being zapped from everyone. And ultimately, after the Toronto game, it felt like this is, there's never a right time, but this is the time it needs to be done.
What do you like about Todd?
Well, a lot of things. Todd came here as an assistant coach my last year as a player. And then I remained with the organization for 4 years after I retired, and mostly watched from afar. I didn't have a ton of interaction with the coaching staff, But and when I left to go to Tampa and Todd went to San Jose, we've remained in contact. You have friends around the league, colleagues around the league that we for whatever reason, it might just be to run into each other and on a social, or we talk about our teams, about players, things, about hockey. And I've remained in touch with him I've had a good relationship with him. I think he's an excellent hockey coach. I think he's got great experience with very good teams in San Jose, good playoff experience there in Edmonton with a rebuilding team with some elite players, and took a team a little bit in transition in LA with some elite players and young players, and has done a good job in every location he's been. I like the way he thinks. I like the way he conducts himself. And again, as a player, it was only one season, but we all sit back and assess. Everybody does it. You watch your coaches, you watch everything, you form opinions, and very clearly at that time I thought this guy's going to be really good in this league for the way he conducts himself and talks about the game and presents and runs practices and whatnot. So I think he's an excellent choice. I'm really looking forward to working with him, and I think he'll have the ability to take us to another level here.
Steve, just from personnel, what's missing? What elements are missing from this team to get them in the position that they're at
right now? Well, if you just want to look at the very broadly, we need to score more. We need to be better defensively. We need to keep the puck out of our net, whether it's defensively or goaltending. We just need to. It's this very obvious answer. We need to get better. We need, I say it like, you need good players, and we're being patient. We're gonna, we're being patient with our younger players, patient with them in the NHL, patient with them from the point of drafting them or signing them to getting them to the NHL. And again, you're not going to like it. It takes time. So what is missing? Like, you look at all the areas of our team, we need to be better in every aspect of it. That's obvious.
You mentioned good teams, good players. Do you believe you have the good players right now?
To do what? To win a cup? No.
But you mentioned having good players. You mentioned that's something that has to go. Is it something where you look in that room right now? Are the players there good enough for what your expectation is right now?
For what my expectation is, yeah, they're good enough, and that's why I make the change. Now, I guess the obvious question is, what are my expectations? My expectation at the start of the year, if everything went well here with our team, everyone stayed healthy, everybody performed expectations, I think with this group, we could compete for a wild card spot. And we're not there. We're not far off from that. And the last week, if you get a 3-game winning streak, you're right back in the mix for that. And that was, if all goes well at this stage of where we're at, that's my expectation. Yep.
Before, after this round, did you mean after the St. Louis game on Monday that you made the decision? I just wanted to get the timeline. You said after.
That really, I guess that made my decision on timing. I'd rather not go into exact this whole process, but my, over the last, 10 days, 2 weeks, is like, I think I'm going to have to do something. Okay, what am I going to do? What are my options? Do I want to do this now? Do I want to wait? Okay, and then if I do something, who's coming in? And, you go through all the different scenarios and very, after the St. Louis game, it's, pretty clear to me, pretty evident that, like, I'm going to have to do something now. You take the schedule into it. You take, the Christmas break into it. You're going to bring in a new coach, like today, coming in for the very first day without even any practice time. It's not ideal, but you're looking at, there's no ideal time to do that.
With Todd, was it as far as was part of this, you were waiting for Todd to be available or to finalize? Like, there's 2 parts to this decision. There's letting Derek go, and then there's hiring Todd. Where does that kind of line go as far as when you can share of?
Well, Todd was available, so that's not an issue. It's more my decision, my timing on working through the process on what I want to do specifically, and then talking with Todd and how he wants, what he wants to do, and then bring in Trent Yawney as well and kind of figure it all out. It doesn't take that long. So it's just been in, it's not like I've been sitting here scheming this out or planning this out over a month, but as just like you all probably do, if anybody's following the Red Wings every game, we kind of live and die and on that result, and try not to act that way as a manager. You're kind of assessing your team, looking at where you're at, where you're going, and then personnel, staff, everything is like, okay, if I'm going to do something, what am I going to do? Well, I'll start by saying, like, you deal with the players on a day-to-day basis. I think they're a really professional, good group of human beings. First of all, they mean well. It's not like they're not trying to do well or don't want to do well. That's not the case at all. And being a player and being in their shoes when things aren't going well up for a team or going well individually, your head is spinning. You're trying to figure out reasons why, and it's frustrating. And we all are like, you have a tendency. It's like, focus on me. My role. I need to be in this situation, that situation. Ultimately, the coach is going to use each player to do two things. One, he's trying to win hockey. They're trying to win hockey games. Two, they're trying to get the most out of each player, whether it's a 20-year-old or a 35-year-old. Trying to maximize their abilities and use them the right way. So I say, like, with each of our players, you can only you can't control the coach's decision as far as who you're going to play with, how much you're going to play. It's you will your way into the lineup, you will your way into a certain role, and a role for a first line center is different than a role for like maybe a player playing on the fourth line killing penalties. But you work every day to give yourself an opportunity to get on the ice more, and it's up to the coaching staff to, I guess, maximize each player's ability, but also inspire them and give them hope and give them clarity in their role. And it's up to the player to buy into that and accept the challenge of, this is what's expected of me. So I think there's more from our players here. I think each and every one of these players can play better. And I guess ultimately I make the coaching change with the expectation and the hope that Todd, Trent, and a different staff will, get these guys back to playing at the level that we expect them to and beyond. And time will tell if that happens.
What group of players is the patience being shown? Where will the payoff be? Because there's a lot of critics that'll say, 6 years, they should have been in the playoffs, they should have been contending yet. But it does take time in the NHL. Is this a sort of Raymond Insider, and then some of the recent first-round picks will be there 4 or 5 years? I mean, are we still talking about that long of a patience payoff?
Not sure specifically the question.
What group of players are fans being patient for to take that step? When you ultimately envision a cup, whose hands is that cup over?
Well, I can't give you an exact timeline for when that's going to happen, as much as you'd love to have one, and I'd love to give you one. I don't think, we talk about if, Dylan's 28, the captain of the team. I still consider him a young hockey player. He's got a long time left, and we're going to continue to build around that age group. We've got some players older on the team here that are here, and they may or not be here for 1, 2, 4 more years. But if you can look at it, reasonably, sensibly, from Dylan Larkin, the captain of the team, down to maybe Simon Edvinson, or as maybe our youngest player right now, or Albert on the team in that group with players coming. We'll continue to build around that, and that's what I'm going to stick to doing. And if you have a better way, you're free to share it with me. Okay, seriously. Like I'm not like we're all, there's 32 teams. We're all looking. Everybody's at a different standard, and you look at a bunch of teams that are in the situation we're in. We're trying to get better. We're trying to expedite this thing, and we'll continue to look at it. But ultimately, we need that core of players, and understandably of young players, and that's taken a long time, and longer than you or anybody else here would like, including myself.
Do you feel like this roster needs a shake-up at all, or do you have to give this some cutting out to have to see it catch fire?
I would say, like, what are you hoping for in a shakeup? Like, just to do something to get everybody's attention. I don't really believe, you can do that, but more so, I want to make moves that make us a better hockey club. Like, I could, put somebody on waivers, send them to the minors. The trade, we can start trading again tomorrow. I don't want to do something just to create a story that, I want to do something that, I'm open to doing anything that makes our team better, and not only this year, but most importantly for the future.
Coach's message gets stale. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but we've been through a lot with a lot of teams, and sometimes does the message just get stale or gets disconnected from the team or whatnot?
It's funny, you think like as long as I've been around, I'd be able to answer that question properly. I don't believe in the theory that coaches necessarily have a shelf life. I don't believe in that. I think good coaches adapt. They adapt to the team they have. Ultimately, if your team isn't performing and the results aren't there, you don't see the thing. That's what happens in the coaching world. So I'm not sure I agree with say, hey, the message gets stale. Things don't work. And ultimately, in this case, in Derek's case, I'm not sure it was the message gets stale. Our team, isn't meeting our expectations, and like I say, is like with Todd coming in, time will tell in the short term, but more importantly, the long term. If that's right, I believe Todd will be able to, with his experience and his approach, will be able to get us going again in the right direction.
Was it important to get an experienced guy this time around? A guy with Todd's level of experience?
I think it's always a good thing. Ultimately, I was looking to hire the best coach I possibly could, and I believe Todd is the best coach available to us today, and that's my opinion. I think it's great that he has all the experience that he's had in all these situations. Is I just think he's without a doubt for me, for what I want to do, where we're at, and someone that I want to work with. I believe he's definitely the right guy.
Motivating and things like that, but from a stylistic, if you like how the team's played style.
All right, so that's Red Wings general manager Steve Yzerman addressing the media after the announcement yesterday. They had moved on from Derek Lalonde and hired Todd McClelland. And this is the first press conference he's had to answer some questions. And
overall, I don't think that
things
was
that he
a
did
major
have to
issue
say.
for us.
Different responsibilities taking. The reason why you went ahead for this move, I think some of this is pretty obvious where the team needs to improve. Also, kind of obvious, but you can sense frustration all around. And that's why definitely the move was made. And we'll go into it pretty much in depth here. We'll have a chance. You guys have a chance to kind of talk about this. Now that we've heard Steve Yzerman talk, it's your turn to talk. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. You want to get your message across that way? That's fine, too. We take the text, we take the calls, and we'll talk to you next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
Ultimately, you have to let the coaches do their job and coach the way they feel they need to, or the way they believe in, and the way they can maximize the personnel that you have. I have, in the past, always expressed my views on things, but ultimately, to the coaches, that's their job to do that. So I guess to answer your question specifically, there's parts of our game that I was comfortable with, the way we do things. Others, I'm not a big I would do it differently, I suppose. But I think that's always going to be that way. And ultimately, you got to let the coaches do their job.
Obviously, the other firing/hiring too with Bugner out and Trent coming. Was that something that was always part of the plan, or when it comes into Todd's getting hired, and it's like, hey, Todd, I want to bring in Trent? Like, how does that kind of work?
Yeah.
It's not just, we talk a lot about the big top iron, but there's also his second in command.
Yeah. So when I meet with Todd to talk to him about the job, and go through everything I can think of in my mind about the role. One of that is, okay, we have a coaching staff in place. What are your thoughts? And the one, he says, I would like to bring Trent Yawney with me. We've worked together for a long time. I'm comfortable with him in this role. So it's less an indictment on Bob Bugner than it's more Todd wanted to bring Trent in specifically, and that's the reason for that there was one other change made on the staff.
Similar to Brad's, like, since your first season, the record's gotten a little bit better every single year until so far now.
Yep.
Do you view this as a separate temporary setback, or is there a deeper issue? Like, deeper issue, I mean, you haven't drafted in the top 3 in forever, right? And so you can't find those difference makers easily. Is it going to be more difficult now at this stage of your tenure to get where you want to go?
I don't think, I don't want to use that, hey, we haven't gotten the top 3 or the draft as an excuse for us not getting there, because you can still do it. Obviously, you hit a grand slam when you get a Connor McDavid or Sidney Crosby. I mean, there's two names that come along in the last 20 years. Those guys aren't there every year. So you can still draft, you can get difference makers, elite players, at any spot.
All right, welcome back to the Karch Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator Solo today. Kang and Doug will be back next Thursday, January 2nd. We'll start the new year together, our 18th year
process, or
together. Actually, it'll be our 19th. We're starting our 19th.
Our development.
We've been doing this show
always worked that
18
way.
freaking years together.
And we've gotten improvement. I guess I look
next
at
week. That's
the big picture
cool.
overall.
Milestone, another trip around the sun, if you will.
We've got
but big news from the Red Wing front. They've moved on from Derek Lalonde after just a couple of years. Obviously, things did not work out.
Those kids, they
the
get
Red
injured
Wings
along the way.
found themselves at the end of last
go astray
season
for whatever reason, then they come back
missing
in
out
and,
on the playoffs by really, it was a technicality,
get them
frankly,
to the
and
NHL.
a stupid
So it's never
technicality.
perfect. Is it a
if you will.
setback? I think it's too early.
Nonetheless, they missed out in the
to say it's a
playoffs.
setback.
So
I'm
the
not happy,
expectation in the
obviously, with where
offseason
we're at
was
today. But I
add
look
some
at
more
the
to the
big
team
picture with some of the young
and make the
kids in the
playoffs.
organization that they're coming.
And that's not what happened. It looked like they were trying to add some play. They had to look. There was definitely some subtractions for sure.
To improve here.
And a lot of goals were on the way out. Over 70 goals
not
that they lost
acceptable,
from
I think,
last
for our
year.
fan base,
And
for
players
all
that
of you,
moved
and I
on, whether it
respect
was
everybody's
Wallman or
opinions on it. It's
Gostisbehere.
Hey, this is taking
Perron,
too long. This is taking a long time.
players of that ilk
I
that were
understand.
going to
And
move
we're
on
trying
from
to
the
do
Red
this as
Wings, but
quickly
they
as
brought
we
in some
possibly
guys like
can, and trying to
Tarasenko
make the best decisions
that they thought
each
were
year at the draft
going
that
to
we can
score
get
more
these
than the
kids
4 goals
here,
he scored, or
and we're gonna
bringing
continue
Patrick
doing
Kane
that
back for another year.
and get there at some point.
And he's only got 5 goals this year. Bringing in Gustafson and Tyler Mott and others. And it just has not worked out. It has not worked out at all. And it's been a massive disappointment. The team started off 13, 17, and 4.
Well, I guess
13
I could
wins
say,
in the
like,
34
I'm gonna
games.
do everything I can to
30 points in the 34
build a team that
games.
can compete
That's
for the
not going to
Stanley
cut
Cup.
it.
I
You
feel
know, you're going to
today
make the
we're,
playoffs. You got to be
there's no,
somewhere between
we're a long way
90
from
and
that.
100 points, 95 and 100
part of
points to
that
get
is-
there,
is
and
being
being
a
less than a
competitive
point a
team
game, that's not going to get it
that
done.
can
And a
compete
lot
for
of it,
playoff
I think,
spot,
a lot
and
of it
we're
has to do with the
continue
roster. They
trying
just
to
don't have
build.
enough good players.
We have an ownership group that is 100%
But you could explain that away, and I think this is the approach that Steve Yzerman took in that press conference.
Whatever we have to do
That it's just simple. It's as simple as the players need to be better. The players they have, his expectation was that this team was going to be competing for a wild card spot. That was the expectation. And when you have
this
that
is great.
expectation, you
It's not
expected the
only
players to be
hockey
better.
town, but a
The
sports
team needs
town.
to score
People
more,
follow all the
keep the
team's
puck out of the net.
passion.
These are things
They follow
Yzerman
the
said.
sports. They
Need
not
good
only,
players. It takes time.
all the sports,
Need to
but
be
in
better
hockey,
in
there's a
every
lot of
aspect
people
of the
not only-
game.
Their kids have played it.
And he also said we don't have good enough players to win a cup right now, which I don't think is any kind of revelation.
Anybody's intelligence,
but that's what it is.
in that way.
Players are good enough
other than
for his
we're gonna continue to
expectations,
do
is
everything
what he
we
said.
Possibly can. To
And his
build a
expectations
team
were,
that
again,
can compete
competing for a
the Stanley
wild
Cup,
card
and I'm
spot.
hoping to get that-
And he said something
expedite
interesting. He
that
goes, you know, a
process any way
3-game
we
winning
can.
streak gets you right back in the hunt.
And we'll continue to.
Not sure if I totally believe that, but it's certainly a step in the right direction for a team that has 30 points. Now, the second wild card team spot right now, they have 38. So they're 8 points out of the wild card, but they're 2 points out of the basement. This is how bad
young
they've
players,
been.
Trev,
It's
on
been
the
a
team or
miserable
just in the
season so
organization?
far. And again, I think the big point Steve Yzerman was getting across,
You know,
with
I
the
think
reason
that,
for
you know, if we
changing
look at on our team
the head
and
coach
if I miss somebody,
is the
you can
team is
throw
not
their name out,
playing
but,
to his
you know, Simon's playing a pretty
expectation.
big role
They
on
need
the
to get
back
good
end.
players.
Obviously, the
He
most
said the
important thing for
spirit
us is we want
and the
our young
will
players
of this
playing,
team
whether
has
they're
been
in Detroit
zapped.
or in the American Hockey
Everyone
League.
is
So,
frustrated.
we gotta
Clearly, you could
say,
see
like,
that he said in
to our
Montreal in the
coaching
games against
staff
Montreal
that,
and
you know,
also
they have
Buffalo,
Simon in a
and that
role
kind of
performing.
the. Kicked up to the front office after that, so we got to see McClellan kind of firsthand what he was going to do here before he moved on to San Jose, and they kept a relationship with him, and says he's got a good relationship with Todd McClellan, and I think that's evidence to get this thing done, perhaps as quickly as it did, and McClellan's got a track record of being a good NHL coach. Doesn't have a track record of being an NHL head coach that has won the Stanley Cup or gotten to the Stanley Cup finals. He had a couple of teams in San Jose that went to the conference finals, but ultimately didn't work out there. And now he is the 29th coach of the Detroit Red Wings. And they're going through practice right now. They got a game day skate because the game tonight against
with the
Toronto.
coach,
So
get
I
through the
imagine
year,
we'll start to hear some
for
things trickle in.
different reasons,
and
maybe
probably a couple hours, maybe
drive
the
that
noon hour,
interim coach, or
about what was
see if there's
said
somebody else I
after
wanted to
practice
in the
today. Well,
offseason,
practice.
see who might be available at
We
that
term it was a
time.
game day skate
Ultimately,
today. They really don't do a whole
as I
lot
said,
in
I
game day
believe
skate, but because you got a new coach,
an excellent coach,
and you're trying to
someone
put
that I
in new
really wanna
schemes
work
and new
with,
practicing
and,
techniques and stuff, we'll see.
he's
But
gonna
there's a
need
lot
some
to
time
unpack.
as
If you heard
well,
it,
so,
I want to get your thoughts on what
so
this
yeah, so
means.
it's-
The new direction of the Detroit Red
Again, this
Wings
move isn't made
goes
just
the way
for this year.
that
It's
Todd
made
McClellan wants
for
it
the
to go
organization
at
moving
the behest
forward
of Steve
for next year and
Yzerman.
beyond.
They made the move. Is it the right move? Is it the one you wanted? And what are your expectations? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
The only outlier in the last few years, it really has kind of taken teams a decade with their cores. How do you, on a personal level, maintain this patience that you keep talking about? How do you not just want to make irrational trades to just try to expedite it? Like, how do you personally handle it?
Well, we throughout the course of the season, even the off season, you talk to every team in the league. Okay, like we want this player from your team. Okay, we want that player. Okay, he may or may not be available, and well, to get those players, we got to give up our good players. It's as simple, as simple as that. Like, I'm going to give you my bad players for your good players. Okay, like I'll give you two bad ones for one good one. It doesn't work that way, So we're trying, and when you, I generally like when you really force it, when you panic, you make you make bad moves, and so it's not that I'm like this is easy to be patient. Like we're constantly trying to improve our team, look at different ways. Even at the draft, you're looking to move things around to see if you can't get this player or that player. And it's just a slow-moving process. And with 32 teams, we're all looking for difference makers, and and it's hard to do with the good teams at the trade deadline. They want to move their their picks and their prospects, and for your guys that are close to free agency, and there's teams around the league that are in our boat. They're going through rebuilds. And try and get their players. They're not looking for draft picks. They want young players kind of in the same boat as us. So Brad, I guess the answer is it's just not necessarily easy to be patient. You're just constantly looking at trying to improve your team, and these significant trades and moves don't happen. Look at free agency. How many like on July 1? Like how many real difference makers become available? They just don't, because teams don't let those guys go, so, and it's not an excuse. That's just like we just kind of keep trying. So it's not like I'm just sitting here like hey, it's going to take 10 12 years. We're okay with that. We're not. We're trying to move it forward as quickly as we can.
Steve, one more question.
Kevin Allen?
Sorry, go ahead.
How about
Steve, you talk about the young players on the team, but there's been prospects out there at the start of this season that have been maybe a little better than they were last season. Michelle McCobb, Sandon Pelicans, kind of tearing it up at hat-trick yesterday. Are you kind of encouraged, and Grand Rapids as well, playing pretty well with some gameplay? Are you encouraged that, or thinking maybe these guys are maybe just a little more closer than you thought they were, or are they still far away?
Let's say far away. I don't know what your definition of far away is. Yeah.
This season they've taken a step, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, we're looking at you mentioned Sandin Pelika. Obviously, like if you watch yesterday, he has a hat trick in the World Juniors. He looks like a talented young defenseman. He's playing in the Swedish Elite League, which is a very good league, doing well. Can I tell? Like, I'm not sure how far. I don't. Is it 1 year? Is it next September, or is it next December, or the following year? I'm not sure, but he's close to playing. Bushelnikov's a talented young player in Russia. It's a little bit of a different circumstance with the players playing in Russia. We're optimistic that'll be here. Will it be 1, 2, 3 years? I'm really not sure, but he's an intriguing young prospect. Just looking at Grand Rapids, we talk about that it's never smooth, always doesn't go smooth. We think very highly of Carter Mazer. Carter got hurt early in the season, hasn't played. We expect him back in a month. Does that delay his timeline to get to the NHL? Perhaps. But we're encouraged by some of the younger players, that we have. And again, we'll transition, or they'll move into the NHL over the course of maybe even later this season. Some of the kids in Grand Rapids, move them in next fall again, and gradually build a core. And it's not just getting them here; it's then getting them here, Kevin, as you know, and then them being impact players, and really being difference makers, and that takes a couple of years as well. For
all right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program.
They work.
That's interesting. do
team
it.
now, their defense, I've heard comments
When I-
on the show of, they look like they have lead in their fanny. And they really do. I just don't see a sense of urgency. And even when Sider, I know that everybody's a popular player and everything, but I just don't see that defensive
But
sense
that
of
process any way
urgency
we can.
in the team. And it may be that, Eiserman mentioned, maybe some of their spirit is
Yeah, I
down.
think, and thanks for the call, Greg.
To build
what Eiserman
any way
said
we
was
can.
that said everybody on this team can play better. And the expectation that Eiserman had was that this team should be competing for a wild card spot, and they're not. And it's been frustrating because this team, and the frustration comes in the form of they know they're better than what they're playing. So time to change the message, get somebody else in here. And one thing he didn't say anything about, and maybe he wasn't asked directly about it, but it was a failed experiment with Derek Lalonde. And I don't think he was there today to pile on Derek Lalonde, but this is my opinion. I think Derek Lalonde was in way over his head being the head coach of this team. I think Derek Lalonde is probably an excellent assistant coach, a great sounding board between the players and the head coach. But when it came time for him to be the head coach, I don't think he's the guy that lights the fire. I don't think he's the guy that inspires players to be better and to play better. I don't think he's the guy that gets in your face and gives that toughness and the tough love approach. And again, all that is from the outside looking in. I'm not in the locker room. I don't know what Newsy was like in the room. I know outside the room he was awesome. But again, probably not the right temperament for the head coach and a mismatch here. And now they're playing catch up. They make the move 34 games into the season. There's 48 games left in the regular season. They're only 8 points out of a wild card spot. They got plenty of time to catch up. Everyone knows the story of the St. Louis Blues from, whatever it was, 8-9 seasons ago, where they were in last place right around Christmas time, and they end up winning the Stanley Cup. Things can get better. And for this team, every aspect of the team can get better. That's from the mouth of Steve Eiserman. 248-539-9797. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, the Red Wings are skating right now in preparation for the game tonight against Toronto at LCA. We heard from Steve Yzerman at the top of the hour with his news conference talking about the hiring of Todd McClellan, letting go of Derek Nuzzi-Lalonde as the head coach. We've seen reports from several of the reporters on the scene that Simon Edvinsson and Ben Sherratt, the two defensemen, they look like they're skating today. Probably in the lineup tonight, which would be a welcome addition to get two of the better defensemen back, probably their second and third best defensemen on the team. And let's see if they can start playing more inspired hockey. I don't necessarily, as a fan, do I want wins right away? Of course you want wins right away. And oftentimes when there's a coaching change, it reflects in the style of play right away. That's what I want to see more than anything else. I want to see this team playing better. If they play better, the wins will come. That will happen. If they play, like Yzerman said, it was, his expectations were competing for a wild card spot. My expectation is that they're a wild card team. I don't expect them to win a division, but I expect them to be in as a wild card. Where? I don't care. Just be in. And the moves they made in the offseason, I knew it was going to be a struggle to score goals because they lost a lot of them from last year. But what I thought they'd make up for it was with better team defense and better goaltending. And Cam Talbot's been pretty good in net. That part works, but the team defense, not so much. The penalty kill has been atrocious. The power play can always be better. So these are things they're going to have to work on, and these are the areas that we're going to pay close attention to over the next several weeks and hopefully months and watch this team progress and get better. And like Yzerman said, if they get on a modest 3-game win streak, they're right back in the mix of being a team that can contend for a wild card spot. Okay, let's see it. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Paul, who's in Clinton Township. Paul, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, thanks, Gator. Appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you.
Obviously we didn't hear the entire press conference, okay? I would have loved and hoped to hear a reporter ask a question about the, not re-signing Gostisbehere or Wallman. Wallman in particular, simply because of the circumstances that surrounded that trade, okay? Because, at least for me, when I watch, the biggest deficiency they have from this year to last year is they don't have the ability to bring the puck through the neutral zone from their defense. They're getting outshot all the time because they're being hemmed in because they cannot get the puck into the other team's zone consistently with their defense, which for all the warts that Gostisbehere and Wallman had defensively, that is one thing they did. They got the puck through the neutral zone and then allowed the forwards to do their thing in the other team's zone. We don't do that anymore. And Gostisbehere, he signed for term, but he signed for like $1 million less than we paid him last year. And Wallman, we all know the circumstances that are so weird about that trade. Both of those guys are playing fantastic for their new teams, and they bring the things that we're lacking. And it just, I would have loved to somebody ask that question.
Yeah, I we did bail on it a little bit early. I doubt that they got specific with it, Paul. I do think the Wallman thing was always strange to me, and it feels like there's more to this story that they don't want to let you know what that story is. That's just my interpretation of it. Gostisbehere is, you've got an offensive-minded defenseman who's perhaps a liability defensively, and this team needs to be better defensively, and they just wanted to change for that sake. Now, is it the right move? I mean, it doesn't look very good when both players are playing so much better, and Wallman in particular. I mean, he's got more points. I think he's got 25 points in 33 games or something like that this year, and he had 21 points all of last season with the Red Wings.
Well, listen, Gostisbehere, he is what he is, okay? Sometimes being better defensively means you have the puck and the other team doesn't.
No, absolutely,
right
Paul,
now,
right. But there's a philosophy. I mean, and you're willing to put up with that, and I get it, and I might be too. But if that's not Steve Yzerman's vision, if he wants to go a different way, that's a sacrifice he makes, and ultimately doesn't look good because whatever they replaced him with, whether it's Gustafsson or having to go with Johansson on occasion, or give more ice time to Justin Hall, none of that's worked. And it looks like it's blown up a little bit, and then we get upset that why'd you let this guy go when he may have had legitimate reasons because he wants to go in a different direction, a legitimate different direction. It just hasn't worked.
Well, listen, his legitimate different direction might be a year or two off, right?
Yeah.
You watch what
Sandeep Pollock did last night. Yeah, he had a hat trick and an assist for Sweden. He's 19 years old, and everybody's going, bring him up, right?
Yeah,
But
it's absolutely.
who knows
and
when
listen,
that'll happen?
I'm somebody that is. I've been an Yzerman fan since a kid. I've been a fan since the 70s, so I buy into him.
Yeah.
And I buy into him as a GM with what he did at Tampa. So I am willing to wait. It's just this is more about when is anyone, you rarely get the guy in front of you to ask questions. To me, those were legitimate questions.
Well, and again,
based
Paul, I bailed
how the team
on
was-
the press conference, and thanks for the call. So I don't know if those were asked. I doubt that they were asked at this time. You're looking at a press conference is introducing the new head coach or talking about the new head coach. Not really introducing it. That'll happen, an hour from now when they're done with the skate. That Todd McClellan will talk with the media. But that's what this is about. This is about why'd you fire it alone? Why are you moving on to McClellan? What are your expectations? What are you doing? I don't think they're going to rehash decisions that were made in the offseason to not bring back Jake Wallman, or why you traded Jake Wallman, why you didn't bring back Gostisbehere, and different philosophies there. But I understand that's the frustration of a fan as well, and particularly when you see guys playing as well as Gostisbehere has played, or that Jake Wallman has played. Two guys on the defense that would look better than some guys that they have on this team, and yeah, you got to be scratching your head a little bit. And it's fair. What you said is absolutely fair. Gerald is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Gerald.
Well, hey, and boy, everybody's talking about defense, and I'm the same way. I love Steve Yzerman. Don't get me wrong, but here's the thing. My head scratching is the goaltending. Why he couldn't find that and I like Hossa. I'm not trying to. I don't want to belittle anybody. I swear to God, because he's Hossa has been an avid Red Wing person, and he loves the team, and I get that. But doggone it, sometimes you've got to find someone that stands tall between that net, and it bothers me that a great deal that we haven't been able to find that star goalie that will stand between those pipes.
Well, Gerald,
say, no,
I would
you're
say
not
this.
coming in
First
here.
of all, I think Cam, and thanks for the call, I think Cam Talbot's done a real nice job with the Red Wings. Been in and out of the lineup a little bit, has a couple nagging things there, but he played in 18 games, and goals against average of 279 might be a little higher than you want it to be, but a save percentage at .912 is pretty solid. Sebastian Cossa, who's a first-round pick from a few years ago, got just a little taste in one game, but in that one game, he played really well. Not under the best of conditions or terms. You would expect him to come in halfway through the game after they pulled the starter, does the job, goes for overtime, no goals, gets to the shootout. They win the shootout, and he looked pretty good. He's got a bright future, Sebastian Cossa does. And so does Trey Augustine, who's another draft pick they have, who's at Michigan State, who's in his sophomore season at Michigan State, who looks outstanding. I'm not worried about the goaltending in the future. In fact, I think the goaltending in the future of this team is a strength. Now, whether we see Cossa brought up at some point for the rest of the season, will that happen? I think it will. I don't know when it's going to happen. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway point. We're 34 out of 82 games here. But I would expect that, I guess it's maybe more of a hunch for me, that he'll get a chance to get up to this team and stay with this team for the rest of the year, because I think he'll have earned it. And, time to move on from guys, whether it's Ville Husso or Alex Lyon or, Jack Campbell or whatever goaltender they have. Cam Talbot's a guy, and then they need, the second guy, and I think it's Cossa right now. And in a couple of years, you're going to see Trey Augustine. And it'll be Trey Augustine and Sebastian Cossa's team. The goaltending looks, I think the future for that is pretty bright with this team. Antonio is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Antonio.
Hey, just wanted to chat a little bit about the Wings. It's frustrating. I'm a younger guy. The last cup I saw was, I think, 2008, and that was the pretty much only cup I remember. 2007, 2008.
Yeah, the 2008
only
cup,
two cups 2008, yeah. I was there, actually, Game 7, 2009. But, everyone's like, oh, we love Izzy, we love Izzy. Yeah, he has a legacy here, but it's been 6 years since 7 years since we made the playoffs. How much longer do we have to wait with this guy? I know that he's a household name in Detroit, but, we have a good future, as you were just previously stating, with the net minding. But, with this Lalonde guy, I agree it was a failed experiment, but I think majority of the offense and the defense, and you said, the power plays or penalty kills were weak. We got stuff going on there. We can't really score on even strength. I think we're one of the worst teams in the league statistically in even strength goals for us. I think it comes down to effort, and I'm really excited to see Todd McLennan come in here and bring a new life to this team. I saw his press conference yesterday. He looks energized and whatnot, ready to go. But my thing is that, I think it was a failure on the coaches. You look at a few weeks ago, I think Barstool Detroit posted about it on FanDuel Sports. You saw, Derek Lalonde trying to get the guys fired up, and, they're all patting their legs very,
Yeah, look, there's no question, and thanks for the call, Antonio. There's no question Derek Lalonde was wrong. There's no question. And in the end, it was the right move for Yzerman to make to let Lalonde go. Should this have been done weeks ago? People were asking for Lalonde to leave after last season. They didn't make the playoffs last season, and they put it at his feet. And I couldn't completely disagree with those people because they had valid points. Look at the end of last season. Red Wings had every incentive in the world to win games, specific games against teams who were ahead of them in the playoff standings and the wild card standings, and they didn't get the job done when they needed to. When you needed to beat Washington, they couldn't do it, or beat Boston or Philadelphia, they didn't get it done. When you needed to take a game or both games against the Coyotes and you didn't, that was a massive failure. And literally it came down to 1 point. 1 point cost them a chance at the wild card. They finished with the same record as Washington, but on a technicality, they found themselves on the outside looking in. And so did that give people reason to ask for the firing of Derek Lalonde at the end of last season? Sure it did. I wouldn't have argued too much against it. I'm generally more patient, but my patience had run thin on this. I was the same way with Yzerman. He said, the last 10 days, 2 weeks, you could kind of see it in the team that they weren't putting forth that same effort. They'd lost 9 of 12 games. Time to change things up. And in the NHL, this happens all the time, and it finally happened with the Red Wings. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator with you today. Doug and Kang will be back next Thursday. We'll start the new year, beginning our 19th year together. So we will have completed 18 years together. We started in 2007, so it's a lot of fun. It's been a great ride so far, and continue taking it for years to come, we hope. But it doesn't help without your help. 248-539-9797. The phones and the texts. We'll be talking a lot about Steve Yzerman and the Red Wings in this first hour because of the news conference he had to start off the show. We carried some of it live. And interesting things that he had to say in the press conference and reasons why he made the move. He said the last 10 days or 2 weeks, the sense of urgency started kicking in. What do I have to do? So he started going a bunch of different scenarios, but ultimately, I shouldn't say ultimately. He said the St. Louis game really kind of cinched things. There was such a poor effort all throughout. He knew that they had to make a change. And it didn't take long because Todd McClellan was available. He's got a relationship with Todd McClellan. He played for him for 1 year and then was in the front office for a couple of years when McClellan was an assistant with the Red Wings and part of the team that won the Stanley Cup in 2008, the coaching staff anyway. So he said he wasn't scheming on this for like a month, but when it became obvious this is what he was going to do, he went after McClellan because he thinks that McClellan is the best coach available today. So that's what they did. At one point, people always want the timeline. They always want to, let's close in on a timeline. And Yzerman's never been one to give you a timeline. It's always been kind of vague. Hey, when are we going to start winning? I don't know. He's not going to say that. But people want to know what the expectations were. And what his expectation was going into the season was that this team was going to be competing for a wild card spot. And to this point, they haven't been. They need to improve in all areas, he said. Everybody on the team can play better. So you're going to need to find somebody that helps them play better. And he thinks that person is Todd McClellan. And it's long-term hope because this is a guy who's signed to a multi-year contract. This isn't just some interim tag that's being slapped on him. But got a little contentious when they were asking for the timeline. They said he can't give one. Going to continue to build around Dylan Larkin's age group all the way down to Simon Edvinson's age group. Look at that group of players, and then he kind of caught himself. It looked like he got a little flippant when he was asked a question. And he kind of turned it on me. I know. What do you guys think? I'll listen to anything you have to say. But then kind of walked it back a little bit. You could see that he was maybe even Steve Yzerman's getting frustrated with this, but nonetheless, they've got a coaching change. It happens. We'll see it tonight in full force as the Red Wings host Toronto at Little Caesars Arena. Looks like they get Edvinson back and Sherratt back. Cam Talbot probably the goaltender for tonight's game. And we'll see if there are any changes made to the power play unit or the penalty kill unit based on what's being leaked from practice. Or I shouldn't say leaked, being reported from practice today. Looks like both power play units will employ only one defenseman. So I don't know if that's terribly different than what we've seen in the past, but nonetheless, let's hope for more than a spark for this team that flat out needs to play better. This team should not be one of the worst teams in the NHL, in my opinion. They've got more talent than that. You can't see guys take such a drastic drop in production from 1 year to the next. I wouldn't have expected that from guys that you are counting on to be better offensively, specifically like Tarasenko and Patrick Kane. Patrick Kane last year was almost point-a-game guy, and he's nowhere near that right now. He has to be better. But Vladimir Tarasenko is a guy who should be scoring 20 goals in the season for this team, and he's got 4 through the first 34 games of the season. It's not good enough. Light a fire, figure a way out, and be better. Something else that was interesting, I thought that Yzerman had to say, was talking about responsibility of a coach and also where the player's responsibility is in all of this. And it didn't sound necessarily like he was blaming the players because he kept saying he understands their frustrations. But at the same time, he said everybody can play better. And he also said that he can't, that from a player standpoint, you can't control coaches' decisions, that it's up to the coaches to inspire and get the players to buy into those expectations. And with that comment, I thought that was more of an indictment on Derek Lalonde, because he wasn't able to inspire these guys. He wasn't able to get them to buy into whatever that they were preaching, to be better defensively or whatever, to work on this, on the penalty kill, whatever it was. And it was up to the players to show up in practice and show that they deserve more ice time, or they deserve to play here or there. So I thought that was kind of interesting as well. Let's get to some texts. We got a bunch of them that have come in regarding this move and what's happened today. Scott, does Steve have to go to Chris Ilitch for permission to hire or fire, in your opinion? In my opinion, no. I think maybe for final, just to give a heads up. But I believe Derek Lalonde's contract was up after this year, so I don't think there was anything that prevented him from doing that. If people are worried about penny pinching, it's not like Derek Lalonde's making $15 million a year. And as I continue to say, when people complain about Chris Ilitch with the Red Wings, with the Tigers, it's a different story because there's no salary cap in baseball. There's a luxury tax, which the Tigers are nowhere near. So if people are complaining about them not spending money, I can understand that, and I will echo some of those sentiments. But with the Red Wings, there's a salary cap. You spend right up to it. Maybe you save a little bit of room for trading purposes, but it's not like you're going to put a team on the ice that's $12 million below what the salary cap is. They went right up against the cap. They've made some, I think, in my opinion, they made some bad decisions when it comes to free agents and how much they were going to spend and the term on those free agent signings. But a lot of that happens to be what the cost of business is at that time. So, if you're going to go ahead and sign Jeff Petrie, you're going to have to give him more term than perhaps you want to. If you're going to sign Compher and Kopp to contracts, maybe the 5-year deals don't look so good to be a 5-year deal, but that's what you had to do to get business done. And as we would say at the time, it was bringing more adults in the room, more proven players that have experience about being professionals. And I think that everybody thought this team was going to be a lot better than what they've played in the last couple of years. And now the coaching change happens. Steve hired Derek and has been building this roster. McClellan better work out. Steve is running out of time. That's from Roy. I don't disagree with that, Roy. I think if McClellan doesn't work out, then I think it's safe to say that Yzerman doesn't work out. And I love Steve Yzerman. And I have faith in Steve Yzerman. But yeah, I've questioned some of the moves he's made. But this is a hire that I hope pays off for sure. The Red Wings will do what the Oilers did last year. 10-game win streak incoming. That's from Justin in Chesterfield. I don't know if I buy that, but I'll take it. We just don't care if it takes 10 years to make the postseason with arguably one of the best GMs in the league. Then it's not the sport for me. No wonder hockey is so unpopular compared to other sports. Yeah, when the team's good, hockey's awfully popular. That's why it's called Hockey Town here. Do they deserve the moniker of Hockey Town lately? No. But I think we all got spoiled as Red Wing fans and hockey fans when they went on a 25-year run of being a dynastic team that won 4 Stanley Cups in 11 seasons, 12 seasons, and made other cup appearances. We got spoiled. And now it's a totally different ball game. The field has been leveled with the salary cap put in place to an extent, and it's tough to get your team to that level without having superstar players. And during that 25-year run, the Red Wings had superstar players. Right now, they don't have superstar players. They've got to find them. They got to trade for them. They got to draft them. You got to develop them. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The other news of the day, Tigers made a move, and we'll talk about that next as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. New Red Wings coach Todd McClellan is addressing the media right now. And basically what he's saying right now is this team can play better, which I think is obvious, but that's clearly what is there. That they can play better, and that he says there's no magic wand right away. So tonight, they'll play hockey. They must improve the spirit of the team. The team can play harder, without question. They can give more effort, and we've seen the team be frustrated. Does this change things? Is this kind of a reset on things? Did they bring the paddles out to this team and, shock them back into life here? And let's see what happens tonight. I mean, I think tonight's a very important game. I think there'll be a buzz at the arena for sure. Toronto's in town, so it's always a packed house when the Maple Leafs come into town. There's going to be a ton of Maple Leaf fans there. I'm sure you'll hear a Go Leafs Go chant. There'll be a Go Wings Go chant. The place will be on fire, and it should be a great atmosphere for hockey, and hopefully the Red Wings play will match that, and they come out ahead. We'll see. Still, a lot to go. Some more ticket text coming in. We should never have let Ken Holland go. That was one of the dumbest things the Red Wings did. That's from Matt. I don't think there were many people that were saying and echoing that statement at that time. I think, Matt, you would have been in the minority of people because, boy, did we take call after call after call for years about Ken Holland. I defended Ken Holland a lot, but I think one thing I will disagree with Steve Yzerman about is where he said he doesn't buy into the philosophy that coaches have a shelf life. He said that, if you're a good coach, you can learn to adapt and change. And I would agree with, yes, if you're a really good coach, you can adapt and change, I suppose. But how many guys have stayed with an organization for a long stretch of time for over 10 years? You just don't see it all that often. And I think in hockey in particular, it's just, guys have success and then they have 1 year where they're not, and boom, they're gone. And I think with the GM, it was the same type of thing. With Ken Holland, it had all the success in building these Red Wing teams and then struggled with the salary cap world to an extent. They weren't able to replenish the group of players because they, in large part, they weren't having high draft picks with Ken Holland because of the situation they were in, because they were so good. And they would give up first-round picks to acquire players and trades and whatnot. And then when it came time to replenish this roster, they weren't ready to do it. I thought it was time to get a different voice in there, and they moved on from Ken Holland. Nonetheless, I still like Ken Holland a lot, and I think he should be respected for what he did. As far as Gleyber Torres is concerned, the new Detroit Tiger, Gleyber Torres. Those didn't hear that news. That broke right before the show, right around 9:45 or so, that the Tigers have signed Gleyber Torres to a 1-year contract in middle infielder. 1 year, $15 million is what's being reported. He's played second base and shortstop throughout his major league career, has never played third base. There's an awful lot of speculation as to what this means, and that's going to be an interesting topic. But this person says, Gleyber's a former number one on the top 100 prospect list, hasn't turned into that caliber of player, but he will be a middle-of-the-order guy, and I'm hoping this is only the beginning for some Tom and Flat Rock. Torres starts 1,000,000% over anyone else in the infield. I can't believe you think anyone they have is better than him. It's not that. I think they got a guy who's started for the New York Yankees for several years in a row. I think they're bringing him in here more than likely to get the lion's share of games. I think he'll play over 140 games. Just the question is, where is he going to play? Second, short? Will he play at third? I think he's going to get a bunch of starts, but I think it's going to be at multiple positions. Gleyber is a 1 year, $15 million deal, and he's playing second according to Jesse Rogers. Keith probably is a first baseman. Look, I don't care what people are saying where he's going to play. You don't know. Nobody knows. Until Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch address it, you don't know. Here's what I know. The philosophy of Scott Harris and that A.J. Hinch that they subscribe to is player versatility. When you got a guy that can play second and short and has a track record of starting for the New York Yankees, you're going to find a place for him to play. But what we don't know, is that going to displace this player? Is it going to displace that player? Lots of speculation over, what's going to happen here. Does he move over to second base, and does that move Colt Keith to third base? Or does that move Colt Keith over to first base? And if that's the case, What does that mean for Spencer Torkelson? There's so many moving parts here. What does it mean for Javi Baez and his future? We know there's still a ton of money owed to Javier Baez, and that it doesn't seem like the Tigers are willing to eat all that money right away. But Javi's coming off of hip surgery. Don't know if he's going to be ready to give it a go for spring training or for the regular season. I imagine it could be a delay there. This is insurance for that. You've got Trey Sweeney, who just acquired, who played pretty well over at shortstop. Defensively, I think he probably is better than Torres. But offensively, no. Torres is the guy who's proven he can hit. You don't know yet if Sweeney can hit consistently, but Torres has. So, yeah, I would imagine that he'll get plenty of starts, and that when all is said and done, this is a guy who will likely play 140 games plus for the Tigers this season. But I've seen several people in the media already come out and suggest where he's going to play and what this means. But the reality is nobody knows what this is going to mean. It could mean a lot of things, which again is why they got him. They love player versatility. They love Matt Vierling because they can play him anywhere. They like Zach McKinstry because they could put him anywhere. And by the way, what does it mean for Zach McKinstry? I don't know. What does it mean for a lot of players? There are other shoes to drop in this scenario. And what happens if the Tigers are still in the hunt for Alex Bregman, which I'm still holding out hope for. If they could sign Bregman, that'd be great, because then Bregman's your third baseman. There's an anchor, and it frees up some other opportunities here. And Lynn Henning had a tweet from the Detroit News recently I thought was really interesting regarding this, specifically about Torkelson. And he said, what this Gleyber Torres move by the Tigers says the most about is one player, Spencer Torkelson. Because if you're getting Torres and he plays second base, and we've already heard that they're going to give lots of reps to Jace Young and Colt Keith at first base in the offseason and in spring training, does that mean that Spencer Torkelson is on the trading block? Or that the Tigers have given up on him? Or that the writing's on the wall for Spencer Torkelson? You better hit. You got to hit. Does he become a platoon player? Is he DH first base? Or is he out of it altogether? Because the other thing we know is that Scott Harris has said that the Tigers will be active this offseason and that trades could happen. That they're in a position now, they've got so many prospects that they can start moving prospects. And Torkelson's early in his career. Is he considered still a prospect at 25, 26 years old, whatever he is? Might be. But I think if this move tells us anything, again, there's more versatility, that they now have more ammunition to trade away. And does that mean Torque is gone? We'll find out. 248-539-9797. Tiger talk, Red Wing talk. We haven't even talked football. We'll get into a little of that as well, because the Lions made a move yesterday. Interesting. They're going to get some players back from Monday night's game. That's huge. And bigger yet is the game that takes place on Sunday that does not involve a Detroit team. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. So lots on the agenda today. The Steve Yzerman press conference. Todd McClellan is speaking. The new Red Wings coach Todd McClellan is speaking with the media right now. We're talking about the Gleyber Torres signing from the Tigers. It's a 1-year deal for $15 million. What does that mean for shuffling this lineup around? I think you might have some extra pieces now, and are they going to start trading some players? It's interesting. There's versatility involved and where guys are going to play. I don't think some texter had misinterpreted what I said. I think Gleyber Torres is a guy who's brought in to start the majority of games. I just think it'll happen at a number of different positions, at least 2 positions. I don't think he goes and plays third base, but I think he plays the middle infield. And I don't know if there'll be times you just want him in the lineup as a DH or not. But really what happens at second base and what happens at first base, that's what's interesting to me. Because if Torres is going to play second base because you like Sweeney's defense better at short, where does that move Colt Keith? Some people think Colt Keith is going to play third base. Some people think Colt Keith is going to play first base. Other people think that Colt Keith is going to stay at second base. You just don't know. And it's more versatility for Colt Keith, I guess? Didn't seem like they trusted him at third base. That's why they moved him over to second. And they still don't have any closure on the Alex Bregman situation. If the Tigers sign Alex Bregman, then things really get interesting. And they then start looking at actual prospects that they would move. Is Jace Young on the move if that happens? That's maybe putting the cart before the horse. Interesting. Here's a quote from Tom McClellan from today's press conference, and Greg Krupa has this. He says, they can play harder, faster, and smarter for some games before we can help them by bringing in new tactics and strategies. It will take 6 or 7 games to get to know individuals. It will take 6 or 7 games for them to get to know us, meaning him and Trent Yawney, who he brought over to be an assistant to help with the defense. And Steve Yzerman made mention that not only obviously was Lalonde let go, but Bob Bugner as well. And he wanted to know that it wasn't because Bob Bugner wasn't doing a great job. It's because Todd McClellan wanted to bring Trent Yawney with him. So that's part of it as well. 248-539-9797. Dennis is in Traverse City. Dennis, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Dennis.
Hello.
Hi there.
In that press conference, nobody's asking Yzerman why he's not drafting any large, big forwards. Guys that put pressure on the defense, protect his forwards so they don't get injured so much. I mean, Dylan Larkin's got injured 3 years in a row, and there's no one there to take the heat off him.
Well, yeah, the biggest player they have on the ice, it's Rasmussen, and after that, there's nobody taller than 6'1", and there aren't a whole lot of guys that have more than 210 pounds on them. You're right about that, but I guess when it comes to the draft, there aren't a whole lot of 18-year-olds that you're drafting in the first round that have that kind of size. I mean, I guess you could say Edvinson, but he's on the defensive side, and they've got Mo Sider, who's big also, but he's also a defenseman. But you're right. You brought up forwards. I just don't know if those special players have been available to them in the first round. So then you're getting guys with size to be later in the draft, and those aren't guys that are likely to crack the lineup right away.
You're still going to need to put some in the system and develop them.
Sure.
You're not going to win without them. It's not going to happen. Maybe Yzerman remembers when this guy named Scotty Bowman brought in this guy named Brendan 6'3", 220-pound Shanahan that competed for the puck real hard, could shoot, it could fight. He and Adam Foote got in a game in Colorado, were competing for the puck so hard they got 3 fights in one game. He ain't got anybody on his team that'll do that.
Yeah, it's a different kind of hockey today, and thanks for the call, Dennis. I appreciate it. It's not based on size and strength anymore, and fighting is really a thing of the past. And listen, if there was a player out there like Brendan Shanahan, every team wants him. Right? You're talking about landing a Tkachuk is what you're talking about. And, when one of the Tkachuks was available, the Red Wings didn't get him. So, there aren't many players out there like that can compare to a Shanahan, who, by the way, is a future Hall of Famer or is a Hall of Famer. So let's kind of relax on that. But your point is taken. It'd be nice to have some size in the system that they just don't really have, or the guys haven't developed enough to this point. Elmer Soderblom is a guy who's, 6'7", massive individual, but hasn't done enough where he deserves to be called up and stay up. showed some promise a couple years ago in the preseason. They played a few games, but it was only promise, and he hasn't shown the ability at Grand Rapids where he's been this big goal-scoring guy or a big, hitting guy that they need on this team. They've got some guys, but to his point, they don't have many guys that are like 6'2" and above that show that ability. And players that they might have in a system are so far from coming up here and deserving to be brought up. It's just not funny. I mean, it would just be a role player. Somebody's brought up on a game-by-game basis as opposed to a contract basis. Steve is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Gator. Happy New Year coming up to you. Hope it's a good one for you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Comment or opinion on McClellan. First of all, I know they brought Yanni in with him. Do you know if they kept Tanguay on it since he's a D-man also?
I don't know. I haven't seen that yet. The only coaches that I had heard that were let go were Bugner and Lalone. So
right on.
Maybe Alex Tanguay's still there.
Right on. As far as McClellan goes, I could be reading more into this than I should be, but if you listen to what Kane has been talking about the last couple of weeks, and even with Mo Sider taking a more of a vocal role, which I think is awesome, more of a leadership role in his comments about they've lacked direction, they're all over the ice. When you listen to Kane bring up the fact that we got to find more ways to get him the puck, which strictly tells me that it's a coaching issue. And with Lalone's dump and chase, we got to get the guys that have the ability to carry the puck into the zone. This is my opinion only, to stay in the zone as opposed to dump it and then try to get their men back before we can get back to our own zone to take care of it. So I think point of it is with listening to some guys when McClellan was gone from just recently when he was shortly after he left San Jose, his thing was basically that he was going to get the most that he could out of the players he had. So I think there'll be a little bit of uptick with, getting what he can out of what we have. But at the same time, obviously it's a personnel issue because we're deficient in a lot of areas. But, I think repeating myself, I think it'll help a bit getting what we can and getting guys to play it within their ability, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I think that the hiring of McClellan is a good hire. It's an experienced head coach. He's got a track record of coming into situations and developing some players. He himself said this morning, he talked about how he and Trent Yanni working together, they came into situations similar to this, where when they left, it was a much better team when they left than when they took it over. So let's hope that follows here. And, hey, hopefully we're not talking about, just a 3 or 4 year stint here with McClellan, that they'd get some real success. But, they're a long way from sustaining any kind of real success because they don't have that personnel. Now, is the personnel good enough right now where they should be contending for a wild card? That was Steve Yzerman's expectation. And because they weren't meeting that expectation, that's why this move was made. Do I think that there's going to be a definite spark and lift and spring in the step of the Red Wings tonight? I do. I expect them to feel a lot better about themselves going to this game tonight. I think some of that might just be by personnel with Simon Edvinsson coming back and Ben Sherratt coming back. Those are probably their number 2 and 3 defensemen on the team behind Mo Sider. So just having that change should help. We'll be curious if there are other personnel moves that happen over the next, couple weeks. Will we see anybody from Grand Rapids brought up? Will we see some trades, some moves made by Yzerman to improve this roster? I mean, he said today he's thinking about that every single day. It doesn't stop. You're always trying to improve your roster, which is interesting because that's it's something GMs say. They always think about it every day. They're trying to improve it. Scott Harris has said that. Trajan Langdon has said that. Yzerman saying that. Brad Holmes has said that. Everybody says it. And it's a mantra. You have to always try to improve the team. 248-539-9797. Tom is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tom.
Gator, how are you, Gator?
Doing all right, Tom. You?
I'm not bad for a Hamtramck guy, and I'm just going to have to disagree with you when you said about the size doesn't matter. And if you ever watch the Rangers in the Red Wing game, that Rangers first 3 lines, everybody's 6'3", 220, and they pound us so bad by the time the third period comes, our small guys are just whipped on their butts. And I believe that the game has changed. I played it in the 60s and 70s. And you got to have that presence on the ice where you got to have a big team. Them days of Yzerman just believes in the short guy, fast, like the Brinken, and it doesn't work in the third period when you get pounded through the first two periods. And that's the way that does work. And second of all, I'm going to take you hand lining for walleye because I know you're a fisherman. I'm going to take you for hand lining into the St. Clair River at your convenience this spring, and we'll get some big fish.
All right, thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Yeah, look, the Rangers they're one of the they're not playing tremendously well right now, but it's a better team for sure, and they do have bigger players. It is, I admit, it's something the Red Wings lack. They have one player on their roster among the forwards that's taller than 6'1". And they don't have many guys that are more than 210 pounds. The Rangers have a bunch of guys that are 6'2" and above. They have a 6'7" forward. They have a couple guys at 6'3" and a couple guys at 6'2". And most of their forwards are above 200 pounds. It's one way to do it. I'd love to see if the Red Wings could add a power forward. It'd be amazing. But they're not falling off trees. They don't come in abundance. Is it a philosophy with how they're drafting? I think if they could have drafted somebody that was 6'3" and 215 pounds as an 18-year-old, they would have done it, in the first round if it was worthy of a first-round pick. But they haven't yet. They've got some big guys in defense when it comes to Mo Seider and Edvinsson. Petrie's bigger. They've got some size back there, but not on the forward front. I agree. It'd be nice to get that. But, again, it's not easy to acquire that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Hey, something else happened great last night. You may not have seen it because it happened late night. We can talk about that as well as we continue here on the Karsch and Anderson Show on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, my favorite place to go to watch any kind of game or big event, if you're going to watch a big sporting event, go to 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's amazing. All these flat-screen, high-definition TVs throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big games. They're going to have the Wings Maple Leafs game on the big screen tonight. It's great out there. Plus, they have drink specials all day, every day. The drink specials specific for whether it's hockey or basketball, football, baseball, for the college sports. It's all fantastic. You want somewhere to watch the NFL on Sundays? Go to 24. They've got all the games on all the TVs there. You want to watch the big game on Monday night featuring our team? Get there. Great drink specials. They got specials like the $4 Honolulu Blue Shots. They got $5 hot dog combo. There's a $6 brat combo. There's $3.75 20-ounce drafts and Miller Lite. That's awesome. They got specials during Michigan State basketball games as well. And like I said, Detroit hockey and basketball games, you get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And they've got trivia on Thursdays at 6 and 7 p.m. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. That's awesome. And if you want to celebrate New Year's Eve, get over there to 24 Seconds. They're open at 11 o'clock for the Michigan game that starts at noon. And, of course, you got the big football game with Penn State and Boise State coming up at 7:30, as well as they're open at noon on New Year's Day for the college football playoffs. It's fantastic. Every seat's a great seat. You want to get there. The service is awesome. The food's amazing. And the drink specials are there all the time. You can check them out at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley. So we can certainly keep talking about the Red Wings if you like, with the addition of the new head coach coming to town, Todd McClellan. Red Wings playing tonight against Toronto at LCA. I think there's going to be a real buzz in the arena, as there usually is when Toronto comes to town, but more specifically because of the coaching change. I would expect that there's going to be a spring and a step of the Red Wing players, that they're going to be inspired. This kind of thing usually happens when you make a coaching change, and this isn't an interim coaching change. This is a long-term coaching change that Steve Yzerman made. They signed Todd McClellan to a multi-year contract. That's going on. That's a lot of fun to talk about. Gleyber Torres, the Tigers signed him to a one-year deal. The former starting middle infielder of the New York Yankees, he's now a Detroit Tiger. What does that mean is really interesting, because it's up to interpretation as to where he plays. I think obviously he can play at short and second base, but does that displace others? What does that mean for Spencer Torkelson? What does that mean for the future of this team? Are they going to still go out and try to acquire Alex Bregman? I certainly hope that's the case. I really want Bregman. Bregman makes all the sense in the world. But Torres is absolutely an upgrade over what they had. Certainly offensively, he's an upgrade. A player that just as recently as 2023 had an OPS over 800. That number dropped nearly 100 points last year, but was still around league average. He was at 709 last year with his OPS. It's a guy that can hit 20 home runs in a season. He's had 5 home runs and I think 53 at-bats in his career at Comerica Park. That's a pretty good ratio. 1 out of 10 at-bats goes out of the park. I like that. That'd be nice. But interesting to see what happens after this move. What does it mean for Spencer Torkelson? What does it mean for Colt Keith? What does it mean, for Javi Baez? Does this mean that the Tigers are actually more open to eating Javi's contract? Is this just simply insurance against, Baez not being able to start the season, and that they'd rather have, a right-handed hitting shortstop as opposed to, Trey Sweeney coming in, who's probably better defensively, but certainly not as good offensively? Lots of questions with the Tigers. And then you had the game last night that maybe not many people saw. The Pistons playing on the West Coast against the Sacramento Kings. And hey, look what happened. Pistons get down by 19 points. And because that's the NBA, they come back and win it. Thanks to a Jaden Ivey three-pointer with 3 seconds to go. He gets fouled, knocks down the free throw. The Pistons win it 114-113. They win their 3rd straight game, which gets Doug Karsh off the hook because DK had made his proclamation. Remember, he made the bet last year. It was a lunch bet. It wasn't a shoot the boot bet, saying that the Pistons would win 3 games in a row. As much as both Kang and myself wanted that to happen, it didn't happen, and we got paid off handsomely with a lunch. Doug wanted to carry that bet on through the season this year, and we said, sure, let's go, because I will gladly give up a lunch if it means the Pistons are playing better basketball. And through 31 games, they're 14-17. Is that good? No. But when you consider this team won 14 out of 82 games last year, all year, I'll take 14-17. I'll take the fact that this team's already in the play-in right now. They're playing better basketball. And don't look now, or maybe, why not? Go ahead and look now. Please look now. They might have a star player on their hands in Cade Cunningham, finally coming into form of what they envisioned him to be when he was drafted years ago. Of course, he hasn't been terribly healthy since they brought him on, but he's having a heck of a season so far. Knocking on wood, he stays healthy. But through 31 games this year on the season, I think he's played in 27 or 28 of them. He's averaging 24 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds per game. All are career highs. He's also got a career high in turnovers at over 4 a game. But that 10 assists, almost 10 assists, like 9.7 assists, it's a big jump in his career. The 24 points is a 2-point per game average better than what he's had in his career. Cade Cunningham is playing like a star in this league. And last night he had 33 points, and I think he had over 10 assists last night as well. When you start putting 30 and 10 numbers in games, that takes you to superstar level, which is great. Also, Jaden Ivey doing his part. Jaden Ivey also having a career season, averaging 17.5 points a game, over 4 rebounds a game. And I think it's safe to say that through, the early part of this season, kind of crushed that narrative that people would have about these guys can't coexist out there. People were hell-bent and said, you got to move them. They can't play together. Cade and Ivey can't play on the same court together. Well, I think they can. And maybe the difference is just simply having Bickerstaff as the coach instead of Monty Williams, JB trusting Jaden Ivey, and they're getting the most out of it. But the other player that's come in and played a monster role on this team is Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley has effectively become the Vinnie Johnson of this team. Those don't remember Vinnie Johnson back from the Bad Boys era with the Pistons. Vinnie was a sixth man, would come off the bench early in games, and he'd play, 25, 30 minutes a game. It was almost like having a sixth starter. And he was known as the microwave because when he came into the games, he just got hot right away. It would knock down shots. And that's what Malik Beasley has done. He's averaging 16 points, over 16 points a game. He has been an excellent player from beyond the arc, knocking down the three-point shots, carrying the offensive load when necessary. And he's also got his, with the 16 points, it's his highest points per game and assist totals that he has per game in 5 years. So been rejuvenated here with the Pistons. It looks pretty good. And dare I say that the Pistons now might be looking to add at the trade deadline? I think last week we were talking a little bit about just throwing it out there. Should they think about, trading at the deadline in terms of moving Malik Beasley? Or is Beasley part of this team that can help them get to the playoffs? Right now, he's been a huge part of that. And it's been a lot of fun to see because the Pistons have not been terribly fun to watch. Obviously, last season was horrific with 14 wins, but they get the 14th win in the 31st game this year. That's so much better. It's a giant step in the right direction. It's taken like 2 big steps forward. This isn't taking a baby step forward. It's 2 big steps forward. And I think the win total, I think they're halfway to that preseason win total projection of 28. So let's keep it going. I like that. But has it changed at all your viewing or listening habits when it comes to the Pistons? Is it now on your agenda? Did you try to stay up and watch the game last night? Are you looking forward to the next game in the Eastern time zone? Does this success they've had to start the season, modest success, don't misconstrue it, but they are fun to watch, I think. I think this team has young players. When you're watching Ron Holland and Nassar Thompson, these young guys flying over the court, they're fun to watch. Jaden Ivey's only 22. Cade Cunningham's not much older. This is a young basketball team that they are fun to watch. Is this enough to get you to go downtown to Little Caesars Arena and watch this team play? Because it's a pretty exciting brand of basketball. And they got down by 19 last night and able to storm back and win it with a shot with 3 seconds left. A 3-pointer from Jaden Ivey that turns into a 4-point play because of a foul. Just fantastic to see. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We can talk about the Pistons, the Tigers, the Red Wings, and yes, even the Lions. Although I feel like most of the Lions discussion today will revolve around the National Football League and Sunday's game that isn't the Lions. And we'll get into that next here. 97.1, The Ticket. Happy Friday to everybody. Good afternoon. Been a busy day already. Heard from Steve Yzerman. You just heard some quotes regarding Todd McClelland, the new Red Wings head coach. Red Wings taking on Toronto tonight at LCA. New head coach. Hopefully it's a newly inspired Red Wings team. Steve Yzerman said this morning that everybody on this team can play better, and everybody needs to play better. Understands the frustration of the team, and thought that the will and the spirit of this team has been zapped, and that's why they had to make a change. Losing 9 of the last 12 games, that'll do it. And that kind of cinched his decision to go ahead and make this move was the game on Monday was so lackluster against St. Louis. And then you add to that before that, on high alert when they lost both games to Montreal, not playing well against Buffalo, and then you have the debacle against St. Louis. Things needed to change. They made the change. In comes Todd McClelland. The Tigers make the move this morning, signing Gleyber Torres, the middle infielder from the Yankees, the starting middle infielder from the Yankees. Now comes to Detroit on a 1-year deal. That's a Scott Harris special. 1 year, $15 million. What does that mean for the Tigers? What do you want it to mean for the Tigers? I think is probably more important. Trying to decipher it, nobody knows. Only Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch know, and I think they're supposed to speak later on today. So maybe we'll get some quotes in on that. The Pistons win last night. You heard in the update, coming from behind 19 points and getting the 3-point shot that turns into a 4-point play with 3 seconds to go, giving them their 14th win of the season. They're 14-17. Last year, not good. Was it 14-68 last year? They won 14 games all last year. They've already got their 14th win through the 31st game. It's not even the new year, and they got the 14 wins. So a much better team, much improved team. The moves in the offseason, a new GM, a new head coach, bringing in Malik Beasley, all these things are very good. And by the way, also keeping Jaden Ivey on the court with Cade Cunningham and allowing them to play together and flourish together. That between the two of those guys, you're getting over 40 points a game. Cade Cunningham's playing like a star in this league. At times, he looks like a superstar this season. He's really taken his game up a notch, and it's great to see. And then, of course, the Lions are the Lions. With a 13-2 record after 15 games is absolutely unbelievable. And they'll play Monday night in what might be a very important game. Right now, it's not important. It becomes important if we have something happen on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, the 4:25 kick in Minneapolis, the Vikings will host the Packers. And for those that have been living under a rock all week and don't understand the significance of this game, I will spell it out for you. If Green Bay beats the Vikings on Sunday, the Lions can then clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC with a win over San Francisco at San Francisco. So a Packers win coupled with a Lions win gives the Lions the number 1 seed. That's important. Now, if the Vikings win that game, the outcome of Monday night's game against San Francisco means nothing. Absolutely nothing. But the team will still try to win it. That's what Dan Campbell says. If the Vikings end up winning, doesn't matter. They're still going to go out and try to win this game. Obviously, the Packers win the game, then the Lions are going to definitely, they're going to try to win that game and get the number 1 seed. But if the Vikings end up winning on Sunday, then the number 1 seed in the division comes down to that season finale at Ford Field a week from Sunday with the Lions and Vikings. So are we all Packers fans at this point? You better be. I'm a huge Packer fan for Sunday. Yeah, I'll wear a cheese head if I have to. Sure. Give me a Brett Favre jersey. I don't care. I'll give me a Jordan Love jersey. I'll take it. Doesn't matter. I want the Packers to win desperately on Sunday against the Vikings. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We get some more texts coming in. Hey, you can't have lengthy losing streaks like Lalone did. 2 8-game streaks last season and last 2 weeks of this year's team. I like the move, and I hope it sparks them. Teams last season that made coaching changes had success in getting into the playoffs. Fingers crossed it happens for the Wings. That's from Jason in Baltimore. Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to see this team get into the playoffs, and that's what Steve Yzerman said. He said that's the expectation, is that they're able to get into the playoffs. His expectation is this is a team that should be competing for that wild card spot. But let's turn things over to the phone. Lots to talk about, all the world of sports today, whatever you want. 248-539-9797. Miles is in Rochester. You're next up here, 97 won the ticket. Hey, Miles.
Hey, guys, great show. I got something for you about college football. So if Notre Dame next year were to go out and be the SEC champion, the ACC champion, the Big Ten champion, do they get a first-round bye?
I mean, the way that the rules are set up, no. But this is one of the things that you have to tweak. I think that they'd have to look at tweaking is, getting the 4 teams right that get the bye in the first round. Do you just get the 4 best teams, or do they have to be conference champions? I mean, I understand the whole thing with Notre Dame is they don't have a conference affiliation.
I think it should 100% be the SEC, the Big Ten. All of them should get first rounds, whoever wins. But if Notre Dame, independent school, goes out and beats them, they should get the first-round bye over.
I can't disagree with that, Miles, and yet the only thing that I would say to that is, does this give Notre Dame incentive to finally join a conference?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead and join the ACC or join the Big Ten. Join the SEC. I don't care, but join a conference so that you stop muddying the waters of what this is.
I also don't think they would join it would be an ACC. It wouldn't be the Big Ten or the SEC. There's no way.
No, I don't think they join the SEC for sure, and I think that they don't. I don't think they want to join the Big Ten. They've had so many overtures from the Big Ten over the years. It's been an ongoing conversation for like 25 years, more than 25 years. Because I remember talking to Big Ten Commissioner Jim Delaney about this in the 1998 football season. I did a halftime interview with him at the Michigan State-Minnesota game. And I asked him about Notre Dame back then. This thing has been going on for like 30 years or more. And Notre Dame just says no because they've got their own TV deal. They think it's sweet, whatever they've got going. And why they change that? They won't. Unless things like this come into play. Because if you're Notre Dame, would you rather have a home game in the first round of the playoffs? Or would you rather have a bye in the first round of the playoffs?
Bye, for sure. I think that if they don't join a conference, then they would be stupid, and it's just ruining their chances. I mean, playing more games, more injuries, it just tears your national championship apart.
I agree with you, and they lost one of their best defensive players in that game, so it makes sense. Thanks, Miles. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. David's in Birmingham. Welcome to 97 Won the Ticket. Hey, David.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I just had a question, I guess, pertaining to the Packers-Vikings game. Do the Packers have an incentive to actually play this game, like for a better seed, or where are they at in the seeding?
No, I know what you mean, and I was trying to figure this out as well because they're 11-4, and if they win out and the Vikings lose out, then both of those teams would have 13-4 records. And I'm not sure what if you look at the tiebreakers, how that would work for them. Let me see what the Vikings. Well, the Vikings have lost to the Lions and the Rams, so they would have split the season series with Green Bay. So I got to let you go there, but it's a fair question to ask what kind of incentive they would have. It would be seeding wise. Obviously, they can't overtake the Lions for the top spot, but can they improve their seeding? And the answer, I think, the easy answer is yes. Because they don't want to fall behind the Commanders who are at 10-5. Let's say that they win their next 2 games, then they would have a better record than the Packers if the Packers lose their last 2 games. So yeah, I think it comes down to that seeding. Can they get past can they stay past the Commanders, and can they catch Minnesota? I'd have to look at the rules for the tiebreakers and all that, but it's possible that they end up with the same record as the Vikings, and that would definitely affect things. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. Again, we're talking everything. We got all the basic food groups going today. Tigers signed Gleyber Torres. What does that mean for the rest of this roster? What does it mean for future moves to come? Alex Bregman. Does it mean something for Spencer Torkelson? Does it mean something for Colt Keith? What the hell does it mean? Javi Baez. You got the Red Wings changing their head coach. Steve Yzerman spoke about it today. The new coach, Todd McClellan, spoke today. The players are going to be making comments about this change up now. They play tonight against Toronto at home. It should be an amazing atmosphere at Little Caesars Arena. We talk about the Pistons and their come from behind win last night, down 19, and they win it with a 4-point play with 3 seconds to go. What? And then we got the Lions playing on Monday night, but our focus is on the Sunday game with the Packers and the Vikings, because if the Packers win that game, the Lions can clinch the number 1 spot in the NFC by following that up with a win of their own at San Francisco, and they're getting some players back. Lot to talk about. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every single deal. And the deals right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're unbeatable. You can start with a Chevy Blazer. That's only $294 a month. You want better deals? How about this? The Blazer EV all-wheel drive, that's only $222 a month. And the Equinox EV, it's almost half that at just $114 a month. All these unbeatable payments come with just $999 down, and that's taxes and fees included, because there's no games or gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, and who doesn't, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money, that's right, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, that's not how it is at Sarah Chevrolet. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. I've experienced it myself. It's awesome. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. All right, I mentioned that the Lions look like they're getting some players back and getting an All-Pro back, and that's Jalen Reeves-Maben. Looks like he's going to be ready to come back and play for this team on Monday night. Special team stud, and gives more depth at the linebacker position, can fly out across the field, so like what he does. Great depth guy, and obviously a great special teams guy. Also looks like Graham Glasgow is going to play after missing last week, though Christian Mahogany did just fine in his stead. So getting healthier on that front. Terry Arnold missed practice yesterday with an illness. Fortunately, the Lions have that extra day, so hopefully that they can take care of that, knock it out. You hear illness this time of the year, you start thinking cold, flu, COVID. Hopefully it's nothing serious and that something can be knocked out quickly and that he can play, because that would change the outlook for sure on Monday night. But I was thinking about this with the Lions. The team that they had that competed in the NFC Championship game, just looking at it on the defensive side, the team that they had then was pretty strong up front and at the linebacker position because they were pretty healthy. They had, obviously, Hutchinson and Lee McNeil were on that team. They were ready to go and healthy. The linebacking core was healthy. But they were not healthy in the secondary. Not by a long shot. This year's team is not healthy up front. There's no Hutch. There's no McNeil. There's lots of players. They bring in Davenport. He's not here. Kaminsky's not here. They're not healthy at the linebacker spot with Derek Barnes is out. Anzalone is out. Malcolm Rodriguez is out. But they are pretty healthy in the secondary, knocking on wood. And what they put out there against the Bears was interesting because you had gotten back Ife Melifonwu, his first game time of the year, and he was able to move to safety, which moved Brian Branch into slot corner, which moved Amik Robertson from slot to corner. And they did a pretty good job. Look, the Bears threw for over 300 yards in the game, but the Bears are playing from behind the entire time. You expect that there's going to be some higher passing totals. But they held the Bears to 17 points. And I would expect it to be even better as time goes on, as long as that group can stay together healthy. And does Mosley come back? Does that add more depth to the corner position? Obviously, with Carlton Davis out, that sucks. And I think they're still holding out hope that Carlton Davis might be able to help them in the postseason, but we'll see. And as a broken jaw, it takes a while to heal. But when you look at them defensively, the strength of the defense now is the secondary, whereas last year the strength of the defense was the front seven. Do you think that they're better off this year defensively heading into the playoffs than they were last year? Because it was such a deficiency with the secondary group. They had good safeties, but the corners were horrific. This year, it looks like it's totally different. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I really like what they have in the secondary. And with Melifonwu, Kirby Joseph, and Brian Branch on the field together, along with Amik Robertson and Terry Arnold, these are five guys that can play together that are more than willing to defend the run. These are guys that get out there that make plays behind a line of scrimmage. You throw a bubble screen, Amik Robertson has shown the ability to sniff it out, get back there, make the play. We know that Brian Branch has been that player since he came into the league last year. I mean, he let everybody know right away, hey, Patrick Mahomes, I got you. It was a great season, and he's one of the better defenders in the league, one of the better safeties in the league. Obviously, Kirby Joseph is too. Melifonwu at times just looks like a heat-seeking missile out there being deployed, whether it's in a blitzing situation or if he sniffs out the run, he screams up to the line and makes the play. And then Terry Arnold, as a rookie, he's gotten better and better, and he looks very good as a cover corner, learning to use his skills better, learning not to be as handsy, and it's been reflective in the lack of penalties that we've seen since really the first couple weeks of the season. Been very calm in the penalty front, and he looks like a very competent and very good with a higher ceiling still corner in this league. I like that secondary a lot. Personally, I think I'd still feel better if they had the pass rusher. And yes, they have Zadarius Smith, but Zadarius Smith is not Aiden Hutchinson. Hutch was a guy that gave you a pressure every other rush, it felt like. He was so good. Unfortunately, he's out with a broken leg, rehabbing that, crossing fingers, whatever else you need to cross, that he might be able to come back at some point in the playoffs, whether it's a championship game or perhaps a Super Bowl, that he might be able to come back. I don't know. I think it's just hope, but we'll see. But I was curious where fans feel about the defense right now, and is it good enough? Because the offense sure is good enough, and the offense, in fact, can be even better. Now, will they get Montgomery back for the playoffs? Perhaps. That'd be nice if they did. They're looking at that. Can Jahmyr Gibbs continue to shoulder the heavy load? Look, there's only 2 regular season games left. And like I said, if the Packers beat the Vikings on Sunday, the Lions might be able to do a little bit of resting for the last game of the season, because that game Monday night would mean first place in the NFC. So are we all rooting for the Packers? Is it tough for you to root for the Packers? I imagine it's tough for everybody to be rooting for the green and yellow. But if it means the Lions can close things out a week earlier, yep. I don't want to have a showdown the last week of the season. I don't want to risk injuries to the best players on the team in a winner-take-all game like that. You know, you want that to happen in the playoffs where everything matters, obviously, 100-fold. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. Andre's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Andre.
Hey, man, how's it going? I think you hit it right on with the defense. It's going to be tough to get pressure on these teams that we play in the playoffs, but you just got to credit Aaron Glenn. As far as the offense going into the playoffs, they're just going to have to outscore teams if they want to advance to where their eventual goal is to get to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, I think that it's really on the defense to do what they can do, and can they hold teams to around 20 points? I'd feel great if that was the case, because I think this offense is going to put up 35 points a game.
Easy.
Yeah, and I'd like to have that cushion. I mean, I understand there's still a 15-point gap there between 35 and 20, but something just tells me if I see the defense with 20, that even inspires the offense to be better.
Exactly. And then we're definitely rooting for the green and yellow this week.
I mean, come on. Let's go.
We have to. Exactly.
All right, thanks, Andre. LFG Green Bay, let's go. Come on. Cheese all around. Love cheese. And the most obnoxious thing in sports is the cheese head. The literal cheese head that the fans wear is the most obnoxious thing in sports. Saw it firsthand at Jerry World. We were at the Super Bowl with the Packers and the Steelers, and we had amazing seats. Doug and I sitting next to each other right around the 50-yard line, but we were like in the upper level of Jerry World, way the hell back. But nonetheless, it was still a pretty great vantage point, even though you're that far away from the action. But these jackass Packer fans were in front of us, and they had the cheese heads, and it obscures your view. It's obnoxious, and I can't stand it. Having said that, let's go Pack. Let's go Pack. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug and King will be back next Thursday. Gator with you today, taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. All 4 food groups getting some airtime today with the Red Wings, the Lions, the Tigers, and the Pistons. All relevant today in their own ways. I think the Red Wings probably more so because of the coaching change they just made. And they've got the game tonight against Toronto. The Tigers probably second in line there because of the signing of Gleyber Torres, and nobody really knows what it means for everybody else. So many questions with that signing. It makes sense. It's absolutely an upgrade in talent on the team, but does it displace others? Does it restrict them from going out and doing something else, like signing Alex Bregman? Please sign Alex Bregman. Not sure. Red Wings are probably next on the totem pole there, or the Lions are probably next on the totem pole with their game on Monday night, but more importantly, what can affect that with Sunday's game against the Packers. Got a ticket text that came in saying, I kind of hope the Vikings win just to set up the epic final game showdown. That's from Jerry. No, I don't want that. I mean, you'll accept it if it's there. I'd rather just clinch things on Monday. Thank you. Somebody follows it up by saying, I'm not rooting for Green Bay to win. I'm rooting for Minnesota to lose. It's the same thing, dude. Just give in to it. And then somebody says, I'm not going to wear an Aaron Rodgers jersey. Not asking you to. Maybe that's going too far. Maybe even the Favre jersey's too far. But I want the Packers to win. Knock down the Vikings. Let the Lions take care of business against San Francisco, and then can breathe a little bit. And then it'll be interesting to see what happens on Sunday against the Vikings in the finale. Would you play Jared Goff? Does Teddy Bridgewater get some play in a game like that? I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to cry. We'll talk about that on Monday's show, and more importantly, probably on Tuesday's show. Outside the box, Ben Johnson is likely gone. Mark Brunell is the current quarterback coach. He gets promoted to offensive coordinator, and Teddy Bridgewater takes over as quarterback coach next year. It actually kind of makes sense. Well, I think Ben Johnson could be gone. That part I agree with. The other parts, I'm not sure. I don't know if they value Mark Brunell as much as a potential play caller and offensive coordinator, if they think that's a natural progression for him, or if they value somebody else within their organization that they think is the next likely candidate to be bumped up to offensive coordinator. As far as Teddy Bridgewater is concerned, if there is a succession like that, if it opens up the quarterback coach spot, would Teddy take it? I don't know. Or does Teddy go back to being high school football coach again next year? Won a state championship. Does he go back? We shall see. As far as the Pistons are concerned, guys, some text on that. I hope the Pistons make the playoffs so I can go full Detroit basketball mode. That's from Troy and Woodhaven. I think it's clear to say that Cade is a nice player. He's not a franchise player. Either way, the NBA is unwatchable, and it bums me out. Between Nosferatu and the commish, the three-point shot, and nobody stays with their team to establish an identity. Who cares? I would say this. Cade Cunningham is more than a nice player. Cade Cunningham is an all-star right now, and he's still young enough where he can move up and become a superstar in the league. What does he have to do to get to that level? I think he's got to get to the free throw line. He's got to take over games, and he's shown the ability to do that at times. You have to do it more consistently. Have more of these 30 and 40-point games, and then you're in that territory. But he's absolutely more than just a nice player. Is he a franchise player? I think he is. I think he was deserving of the contract they gave him. I mean, they're hitching their wagon to him, and he's rewarding him for him. Now, they got to get to the playoffs. They got to win the playoffs to have that fully come to fruition. Right now, it's just a projection. If you think the NBA is unwatchable, I can't fight you on that too much. There are times I say the same thing. I don't like that it's just a three-point contest at times. But then you have games like last night where they come back from 19 points down and win it with a 4-point play with 3 seconds to go. It's made possible because of the three-point shot, literally. So that was kind of exciting. Gleyber Torres is going to be a huge piece to this team with his bat. Might be the piece that they need. I think he'll be our number 2 hitter. We shall see. There's so much that gets involved with the signing of Gleyber Torres and where he fits with this team. He's a starter with the Yankees. You assume he's going to be a starter with the Tigers. Just where? Second base?
Confirmed second baseman, everyday second baseman. Colt Keith at first.
What are you saying? It's confirmed?
Confirmed by Scott Harris.
Okay. So Scott Harris is talking now. Is that what you're saying?
That is what people have been reporting in. We are getting multiple ticket texts, and it looks like people from M Live. Evan
Okay, yeah, so I'm looking at it right
said
now.
From Scott Harris.
Gotcha.
Gleyber
Colt-
Torres,
yep.
everyday second baseman. Colt Keith will move to first base. Spencer Torkelson, there's still a role for you on the team. Big offseason and spring training.
All right, so we will see how that works out. So now we're starting to get more of a feel for what this is. Also, from Evan Petzold, who covers the Detroit Tigers for the Free Press, he's tweeted out, the Tigers are waiting to hear from Roki Sasaski's agent, Joel Wolf, about a potential in-person meeting after the holidays, Scott Harris said. Scott Harris says, we submitted all of our materials and our presentation. We understand that we're supposed to hear back after the holidays. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Sasaki is the Japanese pitcher that is very highly sought after at this point in time. And it's not about coming in with a monster offer because it's an international signing. So everybody's kind of on a level playing field here. It's where does he want to sign? And if the Tigers are able to make that presentation, which they did, that means they're under consideration, which is encouraging. To add a guy like that to the rotation, he has not pitched in the major leagues, but he's got a track record in Japan where he looks like he's really good. But the interesting part there is the news about Colt Keith, Cody Stavenhagen coming through with this. Everybody's coming up with the same thing because Scott Harris is talking. And he's with the Athletic. Colt Keith will play first base for the Tigers in 2025. Harris said that he talked with both Keith and Spencer Torkelson before signing Gleyber Torres. And that Harris told Torkelson there can still be a role for him. He also said the Tigers don't intend to experiment with Tork anywhere other than first base or DH. So to think that Tork can go back to playing third base like he did in college, it's not going to happen. So we shall see. He says there's still a role in him. So does that mean that he's untradeable in the offseason? Maybe. But the other thing that it says, third base is still open. Right? Isn't that what we should interpret? It's still open. I mean, I assume that Jace Young he's got a crack at it, but I don't think it shuts the door on Alex Bregman. I certainly hope it doesn't shut the door on Alex Bregman because that would be disappointing to hear that at this point, but I like it. I think it's interesting about moving Keith over to first base. Now, so if Torres plays second base and Keith plays first base, Torres is only on a 1-year contract. The Tigers in the minors have a number of prospects that can play second base. All right, we already know that Colt Keith can play, but they're going to move him over to the first base. Jace Young can also play second base as well as third base. They have Hao-Yu Lee, whose season was truncated last year because of an injury almost halfway through the season, and he was playing really well. That he's a guy that could be a starting second baseman in 2026. They've got Kevin McGonigal, who they drafted a couple years ago, that is rocketing through the organization. He hits very well, and right now is a shortstop, but is somebody that can project as a second baseman as well. So they've got a number of players that could fill that role in 2026 and beyond. Gleyber Torres is a stopgap measure, but it's an interesting one because it improves the lineup for sure. And now we can start to see some of the shifting taking place with Colt Keith going to first base. Now, Colt Keith, the left-handed hitter, Torkelson's a right-handed hitter. Will there be some kind of platoon there? I imagine you'll see some of that. And Tork will get at bats as a DH as well. And right now, the outfield, you got Gary Carpenter in right field, and he'll get some DH reps as well. So how they allocate the at-bats is going to be interesting, but it's starting to unfold a little bit, and I think there's still many moves to be made with the Detroit Tigers. But this is kind of fun. It's kind of fun on a Friday to start to look at that and see about the Tigers, that they're making changes. The Red Wings are making changes. We're seeing players come back to the Lions, and the Pistons are playing good basketball. It's all a lot of fun. Coming up at 1:35, If I Bet It, I'll offer up some picks in the college and professional world of football as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kind of an exciting day here in Detroit sports. A lot going on. Talked a lot about the Red Wings and the new coach, Todd McClelland. The expectations from Steve Yzerman. Going into the season, the expectations from Yzerman were that this team was going to contend for a playoff spot. And they started getting further and further from that. And it facilitated a move. Moved the head coach. Said this team was obviously very frustrated. The players are extremely frustrated. And it looked like it on the ice. And that their will was zapped. Their spirit was zapped. These are the words that he used. And they need to make a change. And he'd been thinking about it for the last 10 days to 2 weeks. The games against Montreal did not help the cause. Losing 9-12 did not help the cause. And then eventually after the game Monday night in which they lost and got shut out by St. Louis, enough was enough. They got booed off the ice, and he made the decision then that he had to get a new coach. And he had a relationship with Tom McClelland, who I believe Yzerman was his last year as a player. McClelland was an assistant with Mike Babcock on the team, and then Yzerman was moved to the front office and had worked with McClelland when McClelland was an assistant for the next couple of years. Wings win the Stanley Cup in 2008, so he got to see all that, and then has kept in touch with McClelland since he moved on to head coaching duties with San Jose, then Edmonton, and the LA Kings. McClelland feels like he's a guy that can come into a situation like this. He's been through it before, and he's made the team better. And that's what he expects, that he and Trent Yawney will come in and make this team better. Ultimately, it comes down to the players. Players have to be better. This team has to be better in every facet of the game. There's not one place where you say, oh, they're fine. They have to be better in every facet of the game. That's something that Yzerman brought across as well. The Tigers sign Gleyber Torres to a one-year deal for $15 million. We kept asking the question, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Well, about 15 minutes ago, Scott Harris told you exactly what it means. It means he's going to play second base. And that means that Colt Keith is going to play first base. Scott Harris says that Colt Keith is fired up to play first base. What does that mean for Spencer Torkelson? It means he'll back up at first base and he'll play some DH as long as he produces, was the line that was being used. Third base is still open here. They can still go out and get Alex Bregman, I hope. Perhaps they can make a move and trade for Nolan Arenado if that's something that they're looking to do, although I don't think that's the case, but maybe it is. And then I think he has to prove he's got a no-trade clause, I believe. I don't think that one's likely. I think Bregman is much more likely. Is it going to happen? It could. If the Tigers wanted to spend money, it sounds like it could get done easily if they were willing to spend the money. But the reported asking price is $200 million for 6 years. That seems steep. That's beyond $30 million a year for a guy who's definitely on the downside of his career, but he's a heck of a baseball player. But the Astros have seemingly taken themselves out of it. There was a report yesterday. It looked like the Yankees had taken themselves out of it. And that only leaves a few teams. The Red Sox, the Blue Jays, the Tigers. And I forget who else was on that list, but the Tigers are still mentioned in that list. And I just wonder if you offered him 6 years and $180 million, does that get it done? Because if the basement was the Astros at $156 million or whatever the offer was that they had, and that's not good enough, but you got to beat that. And if $200 million is unattainable, if he's not getting those offers, he's got to take some kind of offer. Can the Tigers come in below that and still beat the competition? They can. And you also have to understand what it means. At the end of that contract, it's going to look bad. Because he's not going to be the same player 6 years from now that he would be if they were to sign him today. But I'm still an advocate of making the move. It's not my money, so it's easy to spend it, right? But the Tigers don't have a high payroll to begin with. What have they added in payroll in this offseason? $30 million? With 2 signings? It's not much. They got plenty more to spend. And in a couple of years, you're going to have Javi's contract come off the books anyway. So that'll help them out in another way down the road. But look, this team can spend money. They've got an owner it's clearly got plenty of cash. Put the resources into it. This is a playoff team now. This is what we're talking about. It's a playoff team. And then a report came out. Scott Harris said that the Tigers put together a presentation and a package to send to Roki Sasaski's agent, and that they hope to meet with the pitcher and his agent after the new year, which is exciting because in bidding for the international star pitcher, Sasaki, who is young, he's only, I think, 23 years old. He just turned 23 in November. He has only thrown 414 innings in his career in the Japanese leagues, but he's been awfully good with a 2.02 earned run average. His whip has been below 1 at 0.88 in his career there, with 524 strikeouts in the 414 innings. A lot to like with this pitcher with those numbers. Now, that doesn't mean that's going to translate exactly to the major leagues, but nonetheless is a very highly sought-after international pitching prospect that could certainly help out the Tigers' rotation. But a lot going on with the Detroit Tigers. The Pistons win last night with a 4-point play with just 3 seconds to go. And the Lions, they'll play on Monday Night Football against San Francisco in what might be a game for all the marbles if Minnesota can knock off, or I should say if Green Bay can knock off Minnesota. Lots of ticket texts have come in. This is from an unnamed texter. Uninformed for some reason, but Pete Schrager still insists that Green Bay has a chance at the division and thus the number 1 seed. I wonder how to get him on the right page. Too many eggnogs for Pete Schrager. In a quick glance at what the tiebreakers are, I don't think Green Bay can do it. Even if they had the 13 wins, no, they can't do it. Because if the Vikings beat the Lions, the Vikings would have 14 wins. So 14 best 13. Packers best total they could have is 13 wins. So, yeah, if the Lions beat the Vikings, then the Lions would have 14 wins. Packers can't do it. From Andy in Westland, I'm not rooting for the Packers. I'm rooting against the Vikings. Whatever floats your boat, man. You're rooting for the Packers just like everybody else. It's okay. You can't just sit there and root against one team. I mean, it comes with rooting for a team. As much as you want to put the blinders on, I know it hurts, it sucks, and to put yourself in that position, we've all been there. And maybe this is how we get ourselves through it, right? Because we say we're not rooting for the one team, we're rooting against the other team. It's kind of like how I approach college football every week, where I root for Michigan State and I root against Michigan every week. And there have been those rare occasions that I've had to root for Michigan, and it makes me feel dirty. But if it's to the Spartans' benefit, I do it. The Big 12 will be the easiest way in for Notre Dame to get into the playoffs. It would be. Big 12 is the weaker of the division of the conferences. I would agree with that. And we brought that up because somebody complained about Notre Dame, and if Notre Dame beats all these conference champions, shouldn't they be in the top 4 if they can do that during the course of the regular season? And yeah, I mean, to me, if you're going to try to tweak the college football playoff, it's finding a way that you're getting the best 4 teams to get the first round bye. But at the same time, I don't mind penalizing a team that refuses to join a conference like Notre Dame. Get on board and join a conference and end this ridiculousness. But until you do that, you're going to be on the outside looking in. But the benefit for Notre Dame is they've had a great season. They got to host a playoff game in the elements. It was cold and snowy at Notre Dame before the kickoff, and they handled Indiana just fine. It's a good football team Notre Dame's got. It's a national championship caliber team. But the consolation prize to not getting the bye week was that you got to host a playoff game. Unfortunately for them, they lost one of their best defensive players. Packers win the tiebreaker against the Vikings, lose it to the Commanders. They could finish anywhere between 5 and 7. Yep. If either of the next 2 weeks are meaningless, there's no reason to play any key starters. Let Ben Johnson work his magic with the B squad. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Monday night's game, if the Vikings win, everything comes down to the last week of the season. But Dan Campbell's already come out and said that regardless of what happens Sunday between Green Bay and Minnesota, the Lions are playing to win on Monday night against San Francisco. So if you're looking for them to rest Jared Goff or Jahmyr Gibbs or Penei Sewell or Kirby Joseph, any of these players, that's not going to happen, at least based on what Dan Campbell said this week. Is it the right move? Is it not the right move? We can cross that bridge on Monday on the show and discuss it at that point. What position is Torres playing? Is he just another chess piece for AJ? No, he's playing second base. We've got that confirmed now from Scott Harris. That's where Gleyber Torres is going to play, and it shuffles everything else around, which is interesting. The San Francisco game still could mean something. Lions could tie Minnesota, I suppose. Although I'm not sure if it no, because if it comes down to a tie, the Lions would have the tiebreaker over Minnesota because they had already beaten Minnesota this year. So they would be 1-0-1. The Vikings would be 0-1-1. So no, it wouldn't. If the Packers win out and the Vikings lose out, the Packers would move into 50th. Yeah, okay, we got all this. So lots going on, what people want to say about the world of sports today. We got a lot happening. Take your calls and text 248-539-9797. If I Bet It coming up around 1:35 here at 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you until, Thursday. I'm flying solo until Thursday's show, January 2nd. We'll all be back together. Doug and Kang will be back with us. We'll probably talk to Doug on Tuesday. That's New Year's Eve, and we just have a short show from 10 to 11 that day, and then we get into the coverage for the Michigan-Alabama game. We'll talk to Doug and get a kind of scene setter and what's going on. Because I'm really curious about that game, Michigan and Alabama. There are so many players from Michigan that have declared for the NFL draft, and you've got so many players from Michigan that have entered the portal. I don't know who's playing. So they'll have a pretty good idea, I would imagine, an hour before kickoff or 2 hours before kickoff. We'll get that information from Doug on Tuesday's show, and maybe we'll know more even on Monday, the day before. But nonetheless, it's intriguing because Alabama's got a lot of people playing. And Michigan, it would seem that they have a lot of people that aren't playing. I'm really looking forward to the Colorado-BYU game because Colorado took measures to ensure that with taking on insurance policies for both Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. So both of those guys are actually playing. They're going to finish their career playing in a bowl game for Colorado against BYU. So that should be a pretty good game. I think that's tomorrow night. So looking forward to that. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Anything on your mind in sports today? All the 4 food groups are working. You want to talk about something that was awesome over Christmas? We can do that. I've got a little tale of disaster when it comes to some assembly required from a Christmas present that I'm sure that everybody has gone through at some point in their life. And I'm curious as to hear when somebody has just lost their mind trying to put something together. If you were witness to that hissy fit or tantrum or whatever you want to call it, if it was you, if it was your dad, if it was somebody in your family that went through it, I'd love to hear those stories. They're great to hear the flip out stories. And I have a flip out story of my own personally, and then one of when I was younger and my dad was assembling something. Let's go back to the phones. Matt is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up? So, NFL and Tigers. First, Tigers, I agree with you. I do think they should get Alex Bregman. And I was telling the screener, hopefully they're not looking at his MLB rating in the video game as a deciding factor.
Well, they're not the Jets, so hopefully that's right.
And then NFL, so let's say the Packers lose, so Lions will clinch the division. Wouldn't it make sense to rest your starters? Because if you play them, you already have so many injured people. It opens you up to
Well, rest them when? You can't rest them against – if the Packers win, then you can't rest the starters on Monday night. You're trying to win that game. So you'd be resting them for the Minnesota game.
Yeah, but rest all the starters for the Minnesota game, the final one.
Well, they can't rest all of them because they have a limited roster. But, yeah, you can rest some key players for sure, or you can take them out of the game quickly if that's what you want to do too, which is probably more of the MO from Dan Campbell, that maybe the starters would play for a little bit and then you turn things over to as many backups as you can, if that scenario were to play out. But it's a big if.
Just my opinion, I don't think they should play it all in the final game because, like I said, you have so many injuries.
I get it. Yo, man, I totally get it. I think, and thanks for the call. I think most Lions fans are on board with that. If they're able to clinch things on Monday night, if the stars align, the Packers beat the Vikings, and then the Lions get through the game against San Francisco and win that game, and hopefully unscathed on the injury front, absolutely, Lions fans would say, well, you don't need to play these guys against Minnesota to finish up the season. But you only have 53 guys on the roster. So there would be some key changes, I would imagine. You could rest or limit the reps for certain wide receivers. You might be able to rest completely Jahmyr Gibbs. You could with Jared Goff for sure. You could take some time away from some key players on defense, which is probably where you start to lean towards because they are so thin. But that's something we can discuss more on Monday and Tuesday's show, because Monday we'll know what happens with the Packers and Vikings on Sunday. And if that affects what happens, Monday night and let things align, we can have a healthy discussion about that on Tuesday and the rest of the week next week. And we will, for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. All right, so I did want to get to this. It's the some assembly required question, right? Every year, whether it's somebody's birthday or Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever the case is, when there's gift giving, if you give somebody something that has to be assembled, I'm sure it's often appreciated, but at times you're like, oh, great, so now I got to put this together. And it can be difficult. It can be trying. I received a gift over the weekend, and it was something that I'd asked for. I thought it was really cool, and now that it's assembled, it's really cool. It's an end table, a small end table, but it's the top of the table, the tabletop, is a giant guitar pick. So it's from Fender. It's this dark brown wood. It looks beautiful, and I'm like, this is awesome. Yeah, it'd be great. And I got it as a gift. I was opening it last week at a friend's house, and she and I were looking at this and trying to put this thing together. And I thought, it's got to be simple. It's got 3 legs and a tabletop and then a couple of bracing pieces. How tough can it be? Shouldn't be that tough. Well, the instructions on how to put it together, and again, I'm somebody who is not handy. I do my best, and I will make the effort. And I thought this was something that I could tackle. I've tackled very small tasks in the past with some degrees of success. I thought this was one I could do. But it became pretty evident right off the bat that the instructions weren't going to help us out at all. There were literally like 4 pictures, and 2 of them didn't make sense. And there was nothing additional that said, while holding these 2 pieces together, you'll need to use this 3rd piece, and then you'll have to use an Allen wrench on one side and an Allen wrench on the other side to stabilize the nut while you're, turning it to tighten. There was nothing that explained any of that. It was all trial and error, and then didn't tell you which way the leg fits into the bracket and which way the bracket fits into. It was a mess. We got it done after about 45 minutes, and the table's fantastic, and I love it, and it's great. However, expletives were flying. We were yelling at the piece of paper because it meant nothing. We started getting upset with each other a little bit while we're trying to assemble this. All the while, a dog's feelings were compromised. It wasn't my dog, it was her dog, and that dog was not happy with what was going on and was trying to comfort and console us, which made it even more difficult to try to assemble this thing while the dog's trying to snuggle with you and comfort you. We got it done. But I remember distinctly, when I was a kid, I think I was about 13 or 14 years old, for Christmas, my dad got me an at-home workout bench. And but it wasn't just like your bench for bench press. It was also, they had these attachments to it for doing like leg presses. It was like it's all in one station. And it also had some kind of a military press and a lat pull type. There was all these things built into one. It was, maybe a little ambitious of my dad to get this and try to assemble it himself. Though he was way more handy than I ever have been. I think this was above his pay grade on this. So after Christmas, go up to a room and start to assemble this thing. And I've never heard my dad swear so much in his life as when he was trying to assemble that workout bench. Never have I heard him swear like that. He was not a guy who swore a whole ton in his life. He really didn't. I'm a sailor. Well, off the air, I swear like a sailor. I try to keep it together on the air. But off the air, I swear like mad. My dad never did. My mom never really did. And if you heard it, it was for emphasis. But that day, my dad was pissed trying to put this thing together. All these little screws and little pieces, and that was definitely a 2-man job, and I'm not much help. I mean, I got help where I could, but again, I'm like 13 or 14 years old. It took hours and hours and hours, and finally, what really ended up happening was we assembled a workout bench without the attachments. Initially, we had the attachments, I think, for the leg press part, and we're like, don't need that, and certainly didn't use for the other pieces. So we ended up having these extra pieces on the side, and it worked out. For a couple of years, I would work out at home, just getting into my weight training routine of lifting weights. at the age of 14, so it was kind of cool to have that at home. So by the time I got into high school, I was, a little more advanced, and I didn't feel self-conscious about it. So it was cool, but I heard my dad swear like crazy. Did you have to assemble something this week for Christmas that drove you insane where you lost your mind? Did you have to walk away? You have to take a walk outside? Did you need to take a break? Have you seen this happen in your life before? 248-539-9797. I want to hear the horror stories that come from some assembly required. Again, 248-539-9797. Same number to text. We'll talk about it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back. A lot on the table today. Taking your calls and texts regarding the Lions, the Tigers, the Red Wings, and the Pistons, because they've all made some news in the last 24 hours. Also talking about the nightmares that come with the some assembly required as it relates to Christmas. There had to be some epic fails when it comes to that. How about gift giving just in general? If you're giving a gift and seconds later someone says, "What were you thinking?" Maybe that someone was you. Said, "What were you thinking? Like, did you screw up majorly this year for Christmas? Did you give the wrong gift to somebody? Either literally, like, I meant it for somebody else, or you just weren't thinking. It didn't dawn on you that this scenario just doesn't work out." That happened to me years ago when I got my mom earrings for Christmas one year. And then she opened them up and said, "Oh, they're beautiful. Thank you. You know I don't have pierced ears." And I said, yeah, I guess I do know that. I didn't realize that the ones I bought were for pierced ears, and I made a mistake. Yeah, what was I thinking? But I think Doug in the past had gotten his wife, I forgot what it was. It was a vacuum cleaner or something, and she was pissed. But something like that. Did you just do something where you even said to yourself, "What was I thinking?" Did that moment happen for you on Christmas this year? 248-539-9797. Terry is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Terry.
Hey, did they hire Teddy Bridgewater because they have no faith in Hendon Hooker?
No, that's not why they signed Teddy Bridgewater. They signed Teddy Bridgewater because he knows the system. He's a good mentor to the players, and it's added depth in the quarterback room, a better option than Jake Fromm, and they still have all the faith in the world in Hendon Hooker, and had said as much yesterday.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Some ticket texts that have come in. A new direction will be a roster overhaul for the Red Wings, and Larkin goes in a trade to a contender. He deserves that. I don't see the coach wins. I don't know what that means for this team. Could Dylan Larkin be on his way out? I don't know. It didn't sound like it. Hearing Steve Yzerman talk about it this morning when talking about the group of players. Somebody asked him when you see this team having a chance to hold the Stanley Cup, who's holding it? And he mentioned Dylan Larkin. Having guys on this roster from the age of 20 all the way up to 28, which was what Dylan Larkin is. Yeah, that he can see that. Keep in mind, Steve Yzerman didn't win the Stanley Cup until he was 32 years old. But the Red Wing teams he was on were pretty good teams leading up to that point. We haven't seen that yet from this group. I think one of the more valuable pieces missing from last year's team was David Perron. He's a great veteran presence and team leader, and I believe that he helped with team cohesion. I was worried when they didn't continue his tenure. You can easily plug and play these veteran players and expect the same result. I thought Perron was disappointing. I thought, yes, he was professional. Yes, he came in day out and probably led by example, but the results weren't there. So I wasn't sad that he was gone, but it was goals they needed to replace that they haven't. Steve from Madison Heights says, Sergei Fedorov, he's in the Hall of Fame. Somebody needs to ask Steve, when are they going to retire 91 and put it in the rafters? This is BS. Well, this is something that's been ongoing for years. Will Sergei Fedorov's number 91 ever be retired by the Detroit Red Wings? I would also love to see it retired because Sergei was amazing for this team, helped them win 3 Stanley Cups. He won the Hart Trophy. He's the league's most valuable player. He was great. Loved him here. But ultimately, he chose to leave the organization, and I think that rubbed the Ilitches the wrong way. You would think that after all these years that maybe at some point that will be rectified, and I do hope that happens. Let's go to the phones. Mike is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I got a horror story about some assembly required on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I do the usual, lay out everything in the basement, get on my, crisscross applesauce. I put all the small stuff together, and then I get to the kitchenette set, the plastic snap-together kitchenette set.
Plastic snap-together, okay.
Well, this is after, the tooling you need to break apart everything.
Sure.
I figure I'll put the doors on last because, heaven forbid, I can't crawl 10 feet to the doors.
Right.
I assembled this whole like wraparound kitchen set, and the doors cannot go on the little mini refrigerator and the cabinets because the tops are on everything. I start yelling. I'm cussing out 5-year-old kids in Honduras in my basement for doing this to me. And I was mortifying. So what I had to do is I had to break apart the tops, hot glue everything together because now all the tabs are broke off. And my wife is like, she yells from the top of the stairs, "Are you all right?" I said, "I'm about to have a heart attack. I can't move. My legs are numb. I'm army crawling like I'm in Vietnam, trying to get parts, all over the basement." I go, it was horrible.
Did you get it
this
done?
This will be the last year. Well, I got it done, but
it took years off your life.
Kids never years. Hopefully, the kids will never have to pop the top on anything or climb on anything because it's sketchy at best.
Well, good luck with that,
I don't know
Mike.
how good the glue held, but I appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work. Go Lions.
All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, good luck with that. If you're hoping a kid doesn't do A, B, or C, count on kid doing A, B, or C. It's just how it works. 248-539-9797. Some more texts coming in. Why on earth, after 7 years, does Yzerman recognize that we don't have the talent to be competitive for a cup? Of course, trust the Yzer plan, but his spirit sounded zapped in that presser. Mike from Rochester, which is the quote he used about the team, that they seem zapped. I think this rebuilding of the Red Wings has taken its toll on Steve Yzerman. I don't know if he expected to be taking this long. There have been missteps along the way, for sure, and decisions that he made, whether there were free agents that didn't work out or trades that haven't worked out. Are there things that he regrets? I don't know if he'll ever admit to that. You live with moves that you made, but no, he hasn't batted anywhere near 1,000. But I think he's made some really good selections in the first round of the draft. I think that they've been handed some bad luck when it comes to the draft, but I think when you walk away from some drafts with Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond, those are two pretty big pieces, and Simon Edmondson as well. And when he took Mo Seider, most of the media said that's a terrible decision. What are you doing? They scratched their head like, what is this move? And it was the right move because Mo Seider's he's a great defenseman. And, Lucas Raymond has stepped up very nicely. He had a great season last year, carrying it through this year. He's almost a point a game guy this year. And like Stevie said, everyone can play better right now. There's not a player in that room that can look at themselves in the mirror or look across from each other and say that we can't play better. They all have to play better. Will the new coach provide a spark and different leadership? I think it will. But can it be sustained? That's the big question. Will they go back to their old ways? I hope that's not the case. This team needs to take big steps forward, huge steps forward, like what the Pistons did from last year to this year. But for the Red Wings, it has to happen this year, from this year to this year. It's not thinking about last year. 248-539-9797. Brandon is in Southgate. Next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on? Let me turn down my radio real quick.
Thank you.
I got a horrible gift that I gave my stepmom. Excuse me. I couldn't have been maybe 7 or 8 years old, and her aunt and uncle had a cottage up in Atlanta, Michigan. So it was around Christmas time. So we were just bumming around. I was with my dad, and I decided that I wanted to buy her some earrings. And we go to this little store, whatever, and I buy these earrings. And at that age, I wasn't sure exactly what they were, but I knew I wanted to get her earrings. They were elk dud earrings. So fast forward maybe 8 or 9 years.
What's an elk
16,
dud?
17. Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
It's pretty bad.
Uh-oh.
So, oh, yeah. So I'm like, hey, I got you earrings one year, for Christmas. Why haven't you worn them? And she's like, well, let me go get them for you, and you can take a look at them. So I see them, and sure enough, it's the elk dud earrings, and written on there says elk dud earrings from the south end of a northbound elk. So basically, I got her elk poop earrings.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah.
Is that really what it is?
No joke, no lie, 100% elk dud earrings. They look like, maybe just, this is a horrible comparison for anybody that likes these, but they basically look like milk duds.
Uh-huh.
On each ear, and they were coated in something, and I'll be damned if they didn't last 8 or 9 years.
Interesting. Yeah, that's nothing that anybody would want. I can't imagine you want earrings made out of poop.
No,
sir.
No, it was done with the best intentions.
Yeah,
and,
sure, absolutely.
Really hit a home run on that one.
Yeah, nice job, Brandon. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Same number to text as well. We got If I Bet It coming up in about 10 minutes. Try to offer up some winners in the world of college football and also the NFL coming up this weekend. And we'll continue to take your calls and texts. If you want to talk about the Tigers, the Red Wings, Pistons, the Lions, they're all on board today because of what's happened in the last 24 hours. Kind of excited about the Red Wings' new coach. Tigers get Gleyber Torres in free agency. Apparently, they're in on Roki Sasaki, that they've made a presentation there and that they'll have an opportunity to meet with him after the new year. That's exciting. What the signing of Gleyber Torres means, he's playing second base. Colt Keith moves to first base. This confirmed from Scott Harris. What does it mean for Spencer Torkelson? A lot to talk about here on 97.1 The Ticket. I think when the previous caller was talking about the elk dud earrings, I think he meant to say elk dung earrings, because that comes up on a Google search. The elk dud earrings, not so much, even though he says it looks like a milk dud. Well, yeah, because it's elk droppings. They can be turned into that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Back to the phones we go, and Dwayne is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Dwayne.
Hey, Gator. How's it going? Happy holidays.
Good. Thank you very much. Same to you.
Oh, I was calling in regards to the some assembly required. So, I got my grandkids over, open up Christmas gifts, and my one granddaughter opens up this Play-Doh ice cream store. And I'm like, oh, man, here we go. I'm going to have to put it together. My grandson, my 7-year-old my 13-year-old grandson says, hey, Papa, I'll put it together for you. I'm like, oh, okay. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll put it together for you. I've watched you build a few things, So get him his tools. He's like, I need these tools. And before you know it, maybe an hour into it, I hear him in the kitchen area. It's supposed to snap together. Why is it not snapping together? I go in there, Lucas, you okay? Oh, I just can't get it to snap together. I'm like, just take your time. You don't want to break it. It's going to come back to me. But he finishes it up. I'm like, oh, looks great. He's got the stickers on it. He goes, here. I go, what? He goes, these are extra. I go, extra what?
Extra parts?
Extra screws. He had like 5 extra screws.
Oh, boy.
I go, oh, Lucas, come on. He's like, it should be okay. I'm like, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll just forget about it. It didn't come with those screws. So anyway, that's my story. I got out of it. But
you pawned off the assembly on your grandson, and then he didn't assemble it correctly, and you're passing it off as it's fine.
It's fine.
There you go. Good grandparenting there, Dwayne. Nice job.
There you go.
All right.
Great fundamentals.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Some ticket text coming in. Gator, I'm very confused as to why anyone believes there is any possible situation in which the San Francisco game does not matter. The only doesn't matter possibility could be the final week against Minnesota, but only if they lose to the Pack and we beat San Francisco this week. Literally any other situation comes down to weekend 18. If the Vikings lose this week, it would be idiotic to rest against San Francisco, Alex in the car. Yes, it would. That would be idiotic. Well, I guess if the Vikings lose, would it be idiotic to rest against San Francisco? I don't think it's idiotic because the San Francisco game wouldn't, or the Vikings lose. Yes, that would be idiotic. I'm sorry. But I think what you're misunderstanding is that the last game, the Niners game doesn't matter if the Vikings win. If the Vikings beat Green Bay on Sunday, what happens between the Lions and the Niners doesn't have any effect on the number 1 overall seed. It will come down to the last game of the year against the Vikings. Because if the Lions were to win the game against San Francisco and the Vikings win the game, both teams have 14 wins going into the last week. If the Vikings win and the Lions lose to San Francisco, they would have 14, the Lions would have 13. But then it comes down to the last week of the season where if the Lions win, they win because they have 14 wins, and so would the Vikings at that point, but the tiebreakers go to the Lions. So there is a scenario there. If Week 18 is meaningless, I could see both coaches doing a wink, wink, nod, nod, and resting everybody. If it's meaningless in that the Lions could clinch on Monday night, right? So what does that mean for Week 18 against Minnesota? It means the game means nothing for Detroit because they would have clinched. However, for the Vikings, it might mean something in terms of seeding. I haven't looked at all the tiebreakers there, but it might have an effect with Green Bay and Minnesota. Because Green Bay will have that win over Minnesota, and they would have 12 wins going into the final week of the season. And if they end up with 13 and the Vikings finish with 13, tiebreakers might screw that up. But I don't know. I think you have to go pretty deep into the tiebreakers to figure that out. Wife and I thought of a brilliant business venture after spending hours of assembling gifts for the past several days. With the instructions, you can scan a QR code, and it takes you to a video or an average Joe assembling the product so you can visualize how it's done. That is a brilliant business venture. And I think you may have given away $1 million idea if somebody can do it right. However, I will say this. At some point during the assemblage, I did say to my friend, I wonder if this is on YouTube. I wonder if somebody's already shown how to do this. But when you get a set of instructions for something that has more than like 10 pieces to it, you would expect to have some sort of description of what you're supposed to do. No description in what we were putting together for this end table. It was simply pictures. And the pictures were woefully incomplete. Woefully incomplete. All right, it's time now for If I Bet It. All right, so last week I was 4-2. I am 38-1 on the season. My shooting the boot has been below par, 7-9 in the year shooting the boot. However, my NFL record, pretty freaking stellar at 30-14-1, if I may say so myself. These games, of course, are against the spread. I will start with college football. USC and Texas A&M are going to do battle in the Las Vegas Bowl. USC is getting points. They're getting 3 against the Aggies. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is more a hunch than anything else. I know that USC has lost some players, but they've moved on as well. And last year they did the same thing, and Miller Moss emerged as this great quarterback guy that they had. He threw for like 400 yards in their bowl game last year. I think the same thing can happen this year with Miller Moss moving on. Somebody else steps in. I like USC plus the 3 against Texas A&M. Also, Big Ten versus SEC matchups. I like that. North Carolina giving up 2.5 points against UConn in the Fenway Bowl. UConn has perennially been one of the worst teams in college football. However, they actually got themselves bowl eligible here, and they're taking on North Carolina. I still like Carolina. There's a lot of buzz with Bill Belichick taking over the program, though he's not going to, take over the team for this game. But the minus 2.5 points, I think, is manageable for North Carolina. I think they're better than what the record showed this year. Although, look, there's plenty of players who are going to opt out. Plenty of players have decided to stay, though, because of Bill Belichick. I like North Carolina minus 2.5 against UConn. College football outside of the college football playoff games is awfully hard to predict because you don't know who's going to play. And that takes us to Colorado and BYU in the Alamo Bowl. I mentioned earlier, Colorado took out insurance policies for star players Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback, and Travis Hunter, the two-way player who won the Heisman Trophy. And they're only giving up 3.5 points in this battle against BYU. BYU is a pretty good football team, but I like the fact that these guys are coming back to play in this bowl game, their final game at Colorado. I think it's going to give them an inspirational lift. Colorado minus 3.5, that's my pick. Shifting gears to the NFL. Start off with the Chargers at New England. Los Angeles is giving up 4.5 points to the Patriots. I recognize this game is being played cross-country, and that usually plays a role, but it is New England, and with just 2 games left in the season, I feel like the Patriots maybe wouldn't mind if they lost the game just to, improve their draft standing. I like the Chargers minus 4.5 in this case. Same can be said for the Giants, who are hosting the Indianapolis Colts, although this one I like the total. The over-under set at 40.5. The Colts have been a team that's put up some points, and in the games they played in the last 5, that total has been well over 40.5. The Giants have a couple games as well where they've been able to do that. Combine these two teams together, and I think getting to 40.5 points, I could see that happening. I like the over in that game. And finally, the Atlanta Falcons will take their talents to Washington to take on the Commanders. Washington is giving up 4 points in this game. I like Washington. I think they're superior in talent. Atlanta, you're going to get your second start from Michael Penix. I think the Commanders will throw a lot at you. They've got a pretty good defense, and I'm not sure that Penix is ready for that. It's only 4 points. It's not even a touchdown spread. I like the Commanders minus 4 against Atlanta. It is my shoot the boot lock of the week. So take it for what it is. These are my picks. I don't feel strongly about the college game again because these aren't the college football playoff games. We don't get a chance to do If I Bet It, but next week when those games take place, we will certainly talk about and handicap those games. Much easier to do because those are defined rosters. These rosters here, not defined. Transfer portal hell is what's taking place there. But the pro games, I like the pro picks. We'll talk more sports with you next here on 97.1 The Ticket. So I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. They're everywhere for a reason, because if you've got a problem with your heating and your cooling, your plumbing, whatever the case is, the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling can help you out. Get that house ready to go if you're having a big party for New Year's, or you're having people over on the weekend, you want to watch some football, whatever the case is. Make sure your house is warm. Make sure that there are no clogs in the plumbing or any leaky pipes or any of that stuff, because that can really, really be a pain to deal with. These folks will help you out. They are the professionals when it comes to HVAC problems and your plumbing solutions. They got you covered. Give them a call today. They got A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They got a bunch of 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, your boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. So a lot's happened in the last 24 hours. The Red Wings have a new head coach. and Tom McClellan. They will play tonight at home against Toronto. We'll see if that inspires this team. Steve Yzerman said this morning that the team looked like that their spirit had been zapped, that their will had been zapped. They're obviously very frustrated. So hopefully this injects some energy into the team, and that every player on the team can play better and needs to play better. His expectations for the team going into the season was that they would contend and compete for a wild card spot, and that has not been the case. Losing 9 of their last 12 games, they had to make the move. The Tigers then went out and acquired in free agency Gleyber Torres from the Yankees. He is a middle infielder. He will play second base with the Detroit Tigers on a 1-year, $15 million contract. Interesting. Another 1-year deal. And if you're asking yourself why 1 year, why do they keep doing this? Because their philosophy is they do not want to block younger players from moving up. And the Tigers have a bunch of guys that can play second base that I think they're going to want to take a look at in a couple of years, whether it's Hao-Yu Lee or Kevin McGonigal, maybe Chase Young. Colt Keith is going to move to first base. That's the move that's taking place. Which means what for Spencer Torkelson? According to Scott Harris, he talked to Tork, he talked to Colt Keith before they acquired Gleyber Torres and told him about it, and then said, look, this is what we expect to do. And said about Torkelson that there's a role for him on the team if he shows he can hit. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to work hard in the offseason, show up in spring training, and if he shows he can hit, there's a role on the team. Backup first baseman, splitting time at DH, whatever the case is, they'll find a place for him. It won't be at third. It'll either be at first or as a DH. And I'm curious to see how that works out. My gut tells me that usually when something like that happens, that the writing's on the wall that player can be moved. And then maybe the next obvious thing is for the player to voice to his agent that he wants out. But don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see how Tork handles this situation and see if he shows up with a great attitude, in great shape, ready to hit, made adjustments. We'll find out. But I think that's an interesting part of this whole thing is they've made the move that Torres plays second and that Colt Keith is going to go to first. They still have third base. Who plays third base? Is it going to be Chase Young? Is it going to be a situation that, Chase Young and Andy Ibanez? Or are they leaving open the possibility they can still negotiate a deal with Alex Bregman? I think that would be awesome if they could do that. That would be fantastic. Pistons got a big win last night, come back from 19 down. 4-point play at the end of the game with 3 seconds to go by Jaden Ivey gets them the win, 114-113. The Pistons win their third in a row, their 14th of the season, and last year they won 14 games the entire season. Right now they're 14-17. It's getting towards respectability here. This team is, I wouldn't say it's a good team, but it's a much improved team, and they at least are exciting to watch. Like watching Jaden Ivey, like watching Cade Cunningham develop into a star player now. Not at superstar level, but he's a star player in my mind. And Malik Beasley coming off the bench. He is to this team right now what Vinnie Johnson was to the Pistons in the bad boy era. Microwave coming off the bench and providing some scoring. 16 points a game. This guy has definitely provided scoring. Jaden Ivey's at 17.5 points a game. And then you got Cade Cunningham at over 24 points a game. Career highs for Cade and Jaden. And Cade's got career highs in rebounds and assists as well. It's been a really nice season to see him play this year. He's also got a career high in turnovers, but turnovers have not been a big a problem for the Pistons this year as they clearly were last year. Let's go back to the phones. DeAndre's in Highland Park. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, DeAndre.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. Look, I got the thing I want to talk about with the Lions. Now, look. Now we have all these talking heads on the sports shows, the Colin Cowherds, the Nick Wrights, and the Jeff Saturdays. All these guys speaking negative on the Lions because of the injuries. Okay, I understand that. But why hasn't anyone pointed out that we're the only team in the NFL that's undefeated on the road, and we're undefeated in our division, which is the toughest division in the NFL right now? What's up with that?
Well, I think that they just look past it and they're thinking about the playoffs, not thinking about the regular season, and they're thinking that this team has big obstacles to overcome when it comes to the playoffs because of the injuries. But to your point, they've overcome it. That's what this team is built to overcome things. They've added so much depth over the years to this team that they've been able to get by. And frankly, their offense is enough to put up 35, 40 points a game if they have to win games. They've done it. They lost twice this year. Once early on before they hit their stride to Tampa Bay, and then obviously they lost the shootout against Buffalo. Yeah, but I mean, they've proven they can win. They beat Minnesota. They've beaten Green Bay, and they beat those teams with a much depleted roster. So I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, look, let them talk all they want because you know what the Lions do? They use it for fuel.
Right,
Jared Goff hears all that stuff, and he builds a chip on his shoulder. He cultivates it, and I think the entire organization feels that, and they use it. And tell them they can't do something, and they'll prove you wrong.
Yeah, right. And one more thing, give me the score on that San Francisco game on Monday.
I can't do that yet because I got to see what happens on Sunday. But we'll offer some of that up on Monday's show for sure.
All right. You have a great day.
All right. Thanks, DeAndre. You too. 248-539-9797. Jay is in Livonia. Jay, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jay.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Gator.
Sure.
I'm just wondering, what are the Tigers doing? I mean, Gleyber Torres, is that the only thing we've done all offseason?
Well, they added a pitcher and Cobb. There was another one-year deal for $15 million.
So excuse me, Alex Cobb.
I'm sorry, Jay. You asked me a question. I'm giving you the answer. Don't be sarcastic about it.
No, I'm more sarcastic about the Alex Cobb signing, not about you. Sorry, but honestly, what are the Tigers doing? They've done Gleyber Torres and Alex Cobb. What? While you think you talk about Bregman being signed, they're not going to sign him. Chris Ilitch has been the most cheap owner I've ever seen. Who are they going to sign? Anyone? What are they doing? They're demoting Spencer Torkelson, and Cole Keith will play first base. And we didn't sign Pete Alonso. We didn't sign Christian Walker. We didn't what are the Tigers doing? I want to know, is there anyone who knows what they're doing, or are they just literally?
Well, I'll tell you this, Jay, they're not going to broadcast to everybody exactly what they're doing. Scott Harris keeps things incredibly close to the vest. Do we want to see them spend more money? Absolutely. But you're saying there's no way they're going to sign Alex Bregman. I'm saying there's a way they can sign Alex Bregman. Perhaps Alex Bregman has priced himself out of the range of the other teams that are pursuing him. Apparently the Yankees have dropped out. The Astros have dropped out. And that leaves the Tigers with reportedly the Blue Jays and the Red Sox, and I think one other team has been mentioned in on the Bregman sweepstakes. If Bregman's asking $200 million and has turned down $157, and nobody's giving him the $200, the price is going to come down. Will the Tigers be in the mix? Apparently they still are. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen. I don't know if it'll happen. I'll be disappointed if they're not making that effort. But there are a bunch of free agents that are still available, guys that haven't signed. So give it a little time here. I think the exciting news is that they have created a presentation that will be accepted by Roki Sasaki's agent and camp, that they will meet with Roki Sasaki, the free agent pitcher from Japan. They'll meet with him after the new year. So they're in on that, and that's something that they don't have to spend an arm and a leg because everybody's basically on the same level playing field because there's a cap in terms of international money that you can spend. This isn't like a free agent deal where you give a guy a 10-year, $300 million contract. This is not that case. This is like a $10 million deal. So he's going to pick what situation works for him. Maybe that's where Kenta Maeda helps to pan out. I don't know. We'll see. We have Rico yet? Still, we do have Rico. Okay, Rico joins us at 97.1 Ticket. Buddy, how you doing?
Gator, I'm good. And, it's funny because for supposedly a slow week, we've had some interesting things happen over the last 2 days. This was supposed to be kind of the pitching chaos when it comes to radio. We were just kind of throwing out topics. Nah, not in the last 2 days.
No, this is it's been an amazing 24 hours, really, when you think of it. All of the things that have happened with all four sports. I mean, even the Pistons last night have a dramatic win.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, you know what? You're down by 16. I got better things to do. And wait a minute, Jaden Ivey, 4-point play. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Absolutely amazing. And then the Tigers make a move this morning. It's not a huge move, but the ripples are kind of huge.
The ripples are huge because, now it's like, okay, what do we do with Torque? You sent him down to AAA last year. Is he going to stay with the team? Is he going to get traded? So you're right. Also, I got a question for the Lions fans, and I do have one for Michigan fans because I swear up and down X or Twitter, everybody's so excited about Bryce Underwood. So I got a question for Michigan fans later on in the hour. Unless something else breaks.
Sure. Well, and that it can definitely happen. You never know. All coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
2:00 in Detroit. I guess we played that because if you fell asleep, and I don't blame you, because the Pistons were getting shellacked by Sacramento. Jaden Ivey has a 4-point play with 3.1 seconds to go. He hits a three. He gets fouled. It's under review. Okay, he hits the free throw. The Pistons were down by 16, and they came back to win. And it probably would be a big story, except for this morning, a bigger story happened. And the funny thing is, these are supposedly slower days, the holidays. We have fun, like you heard in the promo. Except some real news happened. Wings got a new coach yesterday. Teddy Bridgewater came back today. Scott Harris, Detroit Tigers signed Gleyber Torres from the Yankees, a one-year deal. Looks to be about $15 million. He's going to be coming in to play second base, which then, okay, well, what do you do with Colt Keith? Well, he's going to move over to first base. Okay, well, what are you going to do with Spencer Torkelson? That's a great question. We don't know. The Tigers kind of seem like they don't know. He may platoon there between first and DHing. Remember, he went down to AAA last year because he was just struggling. So I don't know where the faith is in him. I don't know what the Tigers are going to do. But all I got to say is this. Picking up Torres, it's a move. Okay. It's another one-year deal, which bothers me because this whole term thing it's like it's a repeatable pattern, it seems like, with the Wings and the Tigers, where they just don't want to pay people a long term. So Torres is going to be here. He's on a one-year deal, just like Alex Cobb, the pitcher you brought in. He's on a one-year deal. This can't be the final move. It's begging. You got to be looking at bringing in Alex Bregman to come and play third. If this is it, it's a head-scratcher, because it's a one-year deal. And you know, Scott Harris says that, okay, we may end up moving Keith back to second, which means that Gleyber Torres is not here for the long term. So many ways you could take that. But as far as the Tigers go, I'm sitting here wondering, what's next? Is this it? Now, you all know I'm a big fan, and I know I could just be worrying for no reason. I still want to know why the heck we haven't signed Torkelson. Not Torkelson. I'm sorry. Tarik Skubal. Why haven't they signed Tarik Skubal long term? That's your ace. That should have been the first thing that pops up, but it wasn't. People keep telling me be patient. I will be patient with that. I won't get upset about that. But I do look at this, and here's the thing. Gleyber Torres, it works because he's going to come in and he's going to be one of your better hitters, but that's not saying much because this lineup doesn't hit that great. But he's streaky. He's streaky at bat. Like he'll have times where he's red hot, and then he'll have times where it's not looking that great. His defense is rather shaky. Him with Javi Baez, oh boy, what a double play combo. You put it this way, you will never confuse them for Tram and Lou from back in the day. But he's headed to the Tigers. Tigers saying they're going to figure out what they're going to do with Torque. 248-539-9797. Tigers fans, does this move the needle for you? Because for me, it doesn't. I still need to see something else. And whether it's Roki Sasaki coming in, Tigers look like they made the final cut for him. They're going to make a pitch for him. But you got to bring in a third baseman. You got to bring in another bat. As I said, right now, it looks okay. I don't hate the deal. I mean, I don't think he'll be that all-star that we saw some 6 years ago. But once again, I do think that he'll be one of the better Tigers that you have. And, there's times where he's going to go out there, he's going to hit well, and you're going to feel really good about this. But overall, I need to see more. Overall, it's a step, but I need to see more to this, plain and simple. This can't be the final piece to the puzzle going into the season. I'm always concerned about the term because it also kind of tells me, and maybe it's just me, but if this doesn't pan out, you're probably looking at moving him because it's only 1 year. You're going to try to trade him at the trade deadline to see what you can get for him. It's a Band-Aid. It's not a permanent player. I just need them to go ahead and lock up Bregman, and maybe you split the difference, and maybe you sign him for a 4-year deal, 3-year deal, something, because the price is going down for him because the market is not quite where he thought it was. But you need to make that one last piece. And then I think I would feel good about the offseason transactions of Scott Harris. Was it a grand slam? No. To use the baseball term, no. But I would feel good. I would feel like, okay, you're building upon what you did last year, because what you did last year was quite a surprise. You were ahead of the curve. Look, they will never say it, but I think they were kind of throwing in the white flag. They sent Javi Baez off to rehab. They brought up some young guys, and then all of a sudden they got red hot. And then all of a sudden they made the chase, and you all know the rest. They made the playoffs. They won a playoff series. They gave Cleveland everything they had. They were this close to playing the Yankees in the championship round, and you can't go backwards. You got to improve this team. You know where the deficiencies are. I still think you need to go out and get another arm. I still think you need to go out and get at least one more bat. You need to do a lot of things. This can't be the final piece. But I'm asking you, Tiger fans, how do you feel about this? 248-539-9797. Are you happy with this? Because I'm okay with this. I'm okay. I need more. This can't be the final piece. As I said, I look at this and Gleyber Torres coming over from the Yankees, and later on in the show, we're going to try to get Yankee fan number 1 to give us a call. He's kind of busy right now, but Mike Valenti may call in because nobody's seen more Gleyber Torres than Mike. So on his vacation, he may pop in to talk to us and give us a breakdown coming from a Yankees perspective. But yeah, the Tigers just signed Gleyber Torres, 1 year, $15 million. They're going to move Colt Keith to first base, and they're going to figure it out. And they said that they talked to Keith and they talked to Tork before they made the deal. I mean, I don't know what those two really had to say. This is one where we got to improve right now. And yeah, like I said, Tork went down to the minors. Maybe he has some trade value. Maybe they're going to try to see if they can move him. I don't know if he has that much value. He's been kind of a disappointment, but I think the Tigers are a little apprehensive and afraid because if they move him and they trade him and then all of a sudden he goes to another team and figures it out, and maybe one of those things that comes back to bite them. But yes, as of now, you're going to see Gleyber Torres at second. And like I said, him and Javi Baez at second and short, you will never confuse them for Tram and Lou Whitaker, for those who remember the Tigers from back in the day, that World Series team. Defensively, oh, boy. I don't know what this means for Baez either, but at least for right now, you got Gleyber Torres for 1 year. Sounds like it's either going to work or they're going to try to move him at the trade deadline to see if they could add more pieces to the puzzle. 248-539-9797. Tigers fans, you satisfied with this move, or do you need to see more like I do? We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Scott Harrison, the Detroit Tigers make a move. It is Gleyber Torres, New York Yankee, headed to Detroit. 1-year deal, $15 million. He's going to be playing second because he pretty much told anybody who wanted him to play third, you can kick rocks. He's coming to the Tigers to play second. Tigers will be moving Colt Keith over to first base. Spencer Torkelson platooning with Keith at first, DHing, really trying to figure it out. And they're trying to figure out exactly how they're going to use him as well. I stated, I don't think this can be the final piece to the puzzle. I think you have to go out and get a guy like Bregman. You got to get a third baseman. Bregman is sitting there. Apparently Bregman is asking for a lot. Other teams didn't want to pay him. They're out of the market. So that means the price is going to come down. If that's the case, maybe the Tigers can get a deal. I will feel a lot better if you sign Bregman. I feel a lot better if you sign another arm or maybe even two. Then I think this team can pick up where they left off because they showed you, just being mediocre wasn't good enough. They finished off the season strong, and I don't think the fans wanted to go backwards. You see what happens when they started winning. That ballpark was packed, and that ballpark hasn't been that packed in, damn near over 10 years. But all of a sudden, the Tigers became that hot ticket item that everybody wanted to go to. A move like this, it's another start, kind of like Alex Cobb bringing him in. It's a start. You're hoping that Fetter can work his magic with Cobb and turn him into something. But both are on that 1-year deal, so it's not long term. And that's the thing that bothers me because you're not really investing in any type of free agents. And I hope that this means you're still not going to just be waiting for the kids because we could be waiting a long time. I don't think you're allowed to do that once you make the run that they did last year. I think you have to start investing in this team now and you worry about the kids later because here's the thing. Here's the beauty of it. Best case scenario for the Tigers is that you sign somebody and you also have somebody in your farm system that's lighting it up. Now you got a good problem to have because now you have trade value for one or the other. There's no such thing as having too much talent. But I do worry that they're so hell-bent on you'll see what these guys are going to do. And then if all of a sudden the quote-unquote kids turn out to be like Torque, well, now you're left holding the bag and wondering what could have happened. 248-539-9797. Jake, give me a couple of ticket texts before we hit the phone lines.
People are pretty mixed. I like the move, but need one more bet. This move tells me this is the end of Torkelson, McKinstry, and Baez, because now we have Keith goes to first. Second base, you have Torres, Jace Young, or Andy Ibanez. Then at shortstop, it's the Torres-Sweeney combo. We have other people who are, nobody should be mad at this signing. It's a 1-year deal, which is perfect for the Tigers. There's still work to do. These 1-year deals are like the MLB version of the transfer portal. It is hard to get on board with this plan.
I didn't think about it like the transfer portal, but I guess the beauty of the 1-year deal is you're not locked in. If the team happens to start going south, you have trade value. You can now move on and see if the players are doing well, if Gleyber's playing well enough that some team says, hey, we need a second baseman. We need a bat. Maybe they offer you up some top prospects or at least one prospect or two, and you could take and build upon that. Kind of how you got Sweeney to come in to play shortstop last year. He ended up being okay. Wasn't great. I would still take him over Javi Baez, but that's a whole nother show for a whole nother day. But yeah, the transfer portal, that's kind of interesting. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's bring in Vic. Vic, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing? Good to talk
Hey,
to you. I just have a take. It all kind of ties together for me with Ilitch's as owners. If you compare what they've done since Mike Ilitch died, they don't want to put money in their teams. And I think that's part of the problem. If you want to sign Bergman, got to put money out there. They don't want to spend the money. Look what happened when Sheila Hamp Ford took over. She spent money. She got herself a coach. She paid for it. She got herself a general manager. She paid for it. Now, I think we got a good coach in AJ. But you got to give them the players, and in today's world, you got to pay. And the Ilitches don't want to pay. That's my feeling, and that's why they're not, look at what they said last year. $19 million for the whole team roster at the end of the season that did so well, and the one reliever that they lit up was getting paid $20 million, one guy.
Yeah.
But he was supposedly the top reliever in the league.
No, I get what you're saying, Vic, and I do appreciate the phone call. Look, does the Ilitch family, because you hear this all the time, do they want to win? I'm going to assume yes, because why would you own a team if you don't win? But yes, it does make it difficult for the lay people because you expect more. You want to see more when you see other organizations really doing something. But for some reason, it's a pattern for both teams. They're looking to keep it younger and less expensive. That's the PC way of saying they're trying to go cheap, allegedly. Seems like, feels like they're trying to go cheap with this instead of just really bringing in the pieces. And, yeah, for the Tigers, yeah, I told you, man, at the end of last season, the way things ended, you can't go backwards. The people got a taste of success. The team got a taste of success. The kids on the Tigers got a taste of success. They know what steak tastes like now. They're not trying to go back to bologna. They want the real thing. You got to surround the people. You got to surround this team with capable people. Gleyber Torres right now, it's okay. Like he's got a bat. It's inconsistent, but he can help you, and he'll be one of your better hitters walking through the door. But you need to add more pieces to this puzzle. Your infield is still you're still trying to figure out that, what do you have? Is Sweeney going to be your shortstop? Is he going to be your everyday guy? Third base, man, that's a Frankenstein. It was a Frankenstein last year. You got to fix that. That's where a guy like Bregman can come in here and solidify that. Hopefully they can come to deal with this. You're going to have to give him some term, and that's the negative thing that both organizations are really they're the king of the one-year deal. So we have to hope and see. 248-539-9797. Let's go to James. James, you're on 97.1.
How are you, Rico?
Hey, man, how are you?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
My Christmas gift to me would be if the Tigers went and signed Jack Flaherty. Signing Torres is great. They can get by with Young and Vierling at third base, but they got to think ahead because they're not going to sign Tarek Skubal. And they need an ace. And Flaherty has proved with us and with the Dodgers that he can be a number one. And I see where Buehler got $75 million for 3 years. Hopefully that would do it. And we can afford it, and we need him.
James, I feel you. For some reason, though, I when I read around and I see stuff and I shake my head, but they're like, oh, hey, what about Scherzer? And no. I like the fact of bringing Flaherty back. I think he would love to come back, and he would fit right in here. He said Chris Fetter worked miracles with him and got him to be the person he was, that you were able to move him and send him off to the Dodgers. And now, if you could bring him back, that's the other arm that I'm saying yes. And I still, James, I think you still need another bat to go along with him. But, I would love to see that move.
I appreciate it. Happy New Year.
All right, you too. Appreciate the phone call, James. 248-539-9797. They said Tigers make that move. They bring in a second baseman for a one-year deal, not a long-term deal, because I still think that they are hoping that, Colt Keith will be the long-term person at second, but this gives them a boost to the lineup for right now for this season. With the one-year deal, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. It tells me that if things go bad, the season doesn't go the way that they want, maybe they can move him and try to get some type of a trade value with him. but you got to do more. This can't be the final piece to the puzzle. I need to see more from the Tigers. Another arm, another bat, and then I'll start to feel good. Then I'll start to feel like, okay, you're serious about going out trying to win this division. You're serious about going out being a have and not a have not. You got a ton of money. So it's not like, oh, you're pressed for cash. You're pressing. There's no salary cap, but you're nowhere near the luxury cap. You're a long way away from just being the mid level. So I need to see you do more. This is a start. This is an okay signing. I'm not slamming the signing. I'm not going to overly praise it as well. I need to see more. I need to see more from Scott Harris. I need to see more from the Detroit Tigers, and I want to know how you feel about it as well. 248-539-9797. Plus, later on in the show, I do have a question for Lions fans, and I also got a question for some Wolverine fans out there listening. I want to know, basically, what made your year this year, but I'll explain that later. But we'll continue talking the Detroit Tigers next, 97.1. So I figured, you know what? Who better to talk about Gleyber Torres than Mr. Yankee fan himself and also the marquee on the show, one Mike Valenti, taking the time to join me on his precious vacation. Mike, hey, welcome to your own show. What's going on?
Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm good, man.
What's going on?
Mike, nobody's seen more of Gleyber Torres than you. I said, look, this it's a move. It's an okay move. Can't be the final move for the Detroit Tigers.
No. I think, okay, I want to be careful how I say this because everything gets twisted. I don't hate it, right? There's your headline. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Like, here's what people are going to have to deal with Gleyber. I mean, first of all, he turned down more money because he wouldn't change positions, right? The Nationals offered more, so he wouldn't go play third. He can't play short. And there are long stretches of the season, and I know you're going to love this. He's a butcher at second. I think he can be decent at second. But the Tigers had a problem, and this is what you and I were talking about all last summer, is Cole Keith could not be a second baseman in the major leagues. He was terrible. So the way I'll end up liking it is like, look, if this means I can get over to Cole Keith at first, I can buy myself a year, have Gleyber at second. The problem is if you have a middle infield of Baez and Gleyber, oh dear. I mean, that's Abbott and Costello stuff. So I think, you know what I'm saying, but like overall, can he be a solid bat, top of the order? Yes. Rico, I don't think he'll ever return to being the guy who exploded on the scene as one of the most hyped Yankee prospects ever. That's 5-6 years ago. Can he get you 18 homers, 20 homers? Yeah. And look, he'll go through stretches, Rico, where he'll give you really high caliber at bats. He did that in the playoffs for the Yankees. But then he'll also do some things that make your head explode. So, no, I'm not saying he's Baez too. But does he have Baez tendencies, that he can be a little bit of a ding-dong, that he can lack focus, that he can have some bad at-bats, bad plays in the field? Yes. But it's a one-year deal. There's no risk. But I'm with you. Like, I'm okay with it, but it doesn't impress me. And I think they're telling you what their plan is. We'll see you in 2027. We're going to wait for the kids. I'm not really telling you I like it. I know, buddy.
I was hoping it wouldn't be that, Mike, because you had such a fantastic ending to last year. I think it's disingenuous to your fans and even to the kids and that team that you're saying, okay, I know we overachieve, but let's pump the brakes, guys. Maybe we're not that good. Let's take a year off and sit and think about it. No, I think you got to hit the gas.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because the first thing I thought of was, wow, they were all like slapping each other on the ass at the end of last season, like they were clairvoyant and predictive measure. And it's like, you guys didn't expect this. Stop that right now. Well, now the offseason plan tells you they didn't expect it, and it tells you it didn't move their timeline at all. And it's wait for the kids. So look, I'm not going to pan it, right? I'm not mad about it, but it's not adding someone to your core. And it also does tell you, like, before people hit the ticket text or call in all pissed at me, well, just hear me out. It tells you no one wanted him. He took a one-year deal, guys, to come to Detroit. All right, this is a guy a year ago who was playing for the Pinstripes who had Juan Soto protecting him in the order. That's a pretty far departure. And the only two teams that we know were really in on him were the Nationals, who wanted him at third, and he said no, and you. So, look, he's got some ability. There's upside, but probably just going to be a league average player or slightly above. Could you catch lightning in a bottle? Sure, and I hope like hell it happens. But make no mistake, if it does, you're not signing him because he'll sign a big deal, or you're trading him. And I'm with you, Rico. It's just kind of more of the same. If the team's struggling, you and I are doing a bunch of shows about Alex Cobb and his cane, and then Gleyber Torres. So it's frustrating. But
it's funny. It's funny that you say that, because I was going to ask you, is this kind of a prove it deal for Torres where, okay,
yes,
I don't want to play third. Let me go to Detroit. I'm going to try to just light it up and really increase my value so somebody else will say, hey, you know what? We need a second baseman, and we'll make that trade with the Tigers, and the Tigers get some prospects.
100%. And you have to ask yourself the question, if he's so sweet, why did the Yankees not want him? Look,
True.
I don't dislike Gleyber. I don't love Gleyber. I'm just, it's, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Gleyber's like lettuce. If it's on the sandwich, it's there, and if it's not, it's not. There's not a whole upside to lettuce. But
so he's not even bacon,
lettuce,
he's lettuce.
Yeah, exactly. Can this lettuce be good? Yeah, there's an opportunity he could come in here and really help you. But I just don't want people's expectations out of order where they think it's going to be 30 or 35 homers like the first 2 years in the league. As a Yankee fan, I'd let that go. And factually speaking, with Juan Soto and Aaron Judge protecting him in the order last year, he barely cracked a 700 OPS. So it's tough. So will he walk in and be one of your better hitters? Yes. That's not saying much. Mm-hmm. That's like winning the intelligence competition at a dumb person, competition. Like, hey, you're the smartest dumbass. Like, so I'm okay with it, but I'd be better if you showed me Bregman and Gleyber.
Yeah.
See, then we're getting somewhere.
Right, because that's what I said. Because I'm looking at it now. So far, you've signed two guys, 1 year deal. Look, I'm gonna put the sword down. I'm gonna wait on the whole Skubal thing. I'm gonna, as John Jansen would say, I'm gonna let it play out. But so far,
well, I think that's Corbin Burns too. I think they're waiting for Burns to sign. And then when he does, the Tigers will have to make a decision. Do they want to pay the better part of, if not all of, 38 to 40 a year? I mean, Garrett Cole's getting 35 or 36. Burns wants 37. Well, what's next? Well, the Cy Young Award winner. So, no, Rico, you're right. And listen, I'll root like hell for the guy. I don't have anything against Gleyber. I try to give you some reality with it where, yeah, if you didn't have some superb year with Juan Soto and Aaron Judge protecting you, what's that going to look like when it's Matt Vierling or Riley Green or whatever?
Riley Green. Yeah.
Listen, Riley's a good player. He's just got to stay healthy. So I like I put it in the show sheet. I was just trying to contribute, even though I'm Uncle Mike today. I'm on niece and nephew duty. So it's more just, look, B-, C+, like not a failing grade, but I'm not. I don't need a change of denim, if you know what I mean.
No, I feel the same. Now, real quick, before I let you go back to being the greatest uncle in the world next to me.
Just trying to stay competitive. Go ahead.
So with Keith now going to first, are we done with Spencer Torkelson? Is this experiment over?
That was
I don't think it's high trade value for him.
Well, and something I had read that was interesting, and it goes in line with the things I'm hearing, is like there's no world they're going to try Torkelson at different positions. He's going to be a first baseman / DH. And now you have the lineup flexibility that AJ likes so much, right? You can play the lefty-righty thing. No, I just think this heavily cuts into Torkelson's, existence with the team. And look, Cole Keith can hit. And if we can find a permanent home for him at first and he can become a good to very good first baseman, because I never like putting great on anybody, then this is a win. But the problem is, look, it's really buying you a year for guys like Lee, McGonigal, whomever. They don't have a second baseman. They don't have a shortstop, and they don't have a third baseman because Jace Young just hasn't shown anything yet. So that's the concern. But again, if the plan is, hey, 1 year deal, buys us time, wait for the kids, well, then it makes sense. So, look, Rico, are you going to be better with them? Probably. Just because you got another professional in the order. But when he goes through it, he goes through it. So Tiger fans are going to have to be ready. And all I ask is, please, for Rico's sake, my sake, if anyone down at World Headquarters is listening, please don't ever try to line up out where Baez and Gleyber are next to each other in the middle infield. Can you do that for me, please?
Well, I said people would never mistake them from the old days of Sweet Lou and Alan Trammell. So
no, it would actually look like those two if they went out there and played today.
Hey, buddy, before I
So-
let you go, I know you did your caster ticket today. Any big games that somebody should think about wagering on?
Oh, you missed our Rutgers pick last night? No, listen, these bowl games are dicey to say the least. So I would just be careful. Download the app. Couple of interesting ones. I like Boston College a little bit. If you want a little doggy dog who might win outright.
Okay. What about Colorado, BYU?
All right. Listen, you're being curious now. Have them download the damn podcast, will you, please?
Okay. All right. You heard the
Pump
man.
them
Go
holiday
download
numbers.
Go download the Cash the Ticket podcast. Mike, appreciate
Thank
your
you, buddy.
time. Go
No problem,
back
Rico.
to doing your things, and I'll see you,
You got it.
soon, I think. All right, buddy. That's
All right, my
Mike
man. I'll talk to you.
Valeni.
See ya.
All right, Mike Valeni, the other half of the show. Nobody's seen more Gleyber Torres than he has, and yeah, he's a big Yankee fan. He makes no bones about it, and he kind of agrees with me. It's okay. Not great, not horrible. It's just okay. We'll get your phone calls, ticket text next. 97.1. All right, we do it every week, even when it's during the holiday season. We head out to Las Vegas. We talk to Derek Stephen, owner of the D and Circa Casino. Derek, happy holidays to you, my friend.
Happy holidays, Rico. How you doing?
I am good. First of all, have you thawed out from that Chicago trip?
Well, you know what? We kind of cut it both ways. We were out at this parking lot tailgate party for about 4 hours, and it was cold. We loved it. It was a pure tailgate. A lot of Lions fans. I love that. But then we got invited, so we were actually in a suite for the game. So I can't say we were out there. We were grinding it out like everybody else was.
Smart man, Derek. Smart man. Before we get to the Lions and the 49ers, I really hope that you gave your risk assessment people a big raise, because anybody who can handicap the bowl games, I'm still scratching my head because I don't know who's playing. I don't know who's not playing. Are you seeing much action on the non-playoff bowls?
No, the non-playoff bowls are they're not getting as much action as maybe bowl games used to in the past. It's been superseded. I mean, the playoff games have exploded in volume, in popularity. But, there's just a lot of bowl games that are effectively postseason exhibitions, and you don't know who's playing. I mean, look at yesterday what happened in Detroit. I mean, you got this quarterback from Toledo. It's just crazy. It's fun to watch, I guess, but it's kind of hard to put a big stake behind a point spread, when you don't know how they're going to take the game.
And I do have one more other question. Like on Christmas Day, it was a big thing. You heard LeBron James saying, "Hey, the NBA the NBA owns Christmas, but the ratings went to the NFL." As far as the books went, was the money even compared to the NFL games to the NBA games, or did you see that people preferred to bet on one sport over the other?
Yeah, I mean, for us looking at the money, what the NFL did last year on Christmas, putting a Christmas game out there, and then everybody was like, "Oh my God, look at these ratings!" And now coming back and doing this Netflix deal, I think in a mere 2 Christmases, the world changed here. The betting handle was 5 times more than 5x on the 2 football games versus NBA. Now NBA had 5 games versus 2, but I tell you what, NFL just dominated. It blew the NBA away. It's just amazing how this has changed. And then you think about how great the NFL's got to feel. Netflix put this on around the world. So yeah. NFL made another spectacular move. Really amazing.
All right, Derek, there's a couple games this weekend that Detroiters are really focused on. One, Green Bay at Minnesota. What's the action that you're seeing on that game?
Yeah, so on the Green Bay Minnesota game, obviously that's going to be the key game in the late window. It has been bouncing around. We opened the game at Vikings -2. It went all the way to Packers -1. Then it was at Pick'em. We're back up to Vikings -1. So this is about as close of a coin flip game as you're ever going to see. Obviously, as Lions fans, we want the Packers to hold off here, but it's been incredible two-way action. And this is such an odd weekend because there are only 2 afternoon games. And this is the featured game. So we're going to see a massive amount of action on this game.
And then Monday night, the Lions head to San Francisco to play the 49ers. Are you headed to that game?
No. I'm getting prepared for an onslaught of New Year's arrivals in Vegas. So I'm going to be here. We had our great field trip to Chicago last weekend. So I'm going to be in Vegas. As far as this game goes, what we've seen, we opened it as a 3. It immediately went up to a 4. And in the last, I'd say 24 hours, we've seen a little bit of 49er money. Remember, no matter what Dave Campbell says, and everybody loves what he's saying about this game, effectively, if the Packers-Niners game, the Packers-Vikings game goes a certain way, there's enough people out here believe that there's going to be some rest that's going to be taken. So that's why it's kind of a tough game right now for people to bet. We're seeing a lot more action on Packers-Vikings, but that is only because everyone wants to see how the day's games play out before jumping in on the 49ers Lions.
Derek, appreciate your time. He's Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino and Circa Casino. Hey, go out to Vegas for New Year's Eve. I'm sure Derek would love to see you out there. Derek, appreciate your time.
Happy New Year, guys. Take care. Thank you.
All right, Happy New Year to you as well. Like I said, that's Derek Stevens. Man, it's got to be crazy out at New Year's Eve in Las Vegas. One of these days, I think I'm going to add that to the bucket list just to kind of go out there and see what it is like. Hey, Jake, we got any ticket texts before we head back to the phone lines?
We got a few. If you fry bologna, it tastes like a hot dog, and I feel like that's what the Tigers are doing. The only good thing is that Torres is a one-year deal, so when he doesn't work out, they won't be stuck. Rico, I feel like when it comes to the Red Wings and the Tigers, it's like I'm dating someone who is afraid of commitment because they were hurt in the past. Like, all their actions are for somebody who is full of fear, not that of somebody who is full of confidence and has worked through their struggles of the past. From Joe in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, Joe, they believe so much in their future that they don't want to compromise anything. And in sports, you don't get to live for 4 years from now. Because you're still charging your fans for right now. You don't cut them a break on tickets, on hot dogs, on parking, saying, well, 4 years from now we're going to raise the price. You raise it now, but you tell them to be patient with the team. That's where I have a problem, and I agree with Joe. It's like, do you want to win or not is really what it boils down to. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's see if I got to take this guy. He's got a great name. Rico, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, Rico? How are you?
Oh, man, I don't get to talk to another Rico that often, so I will always take your call, my friend.
I was going to say, I've never talked to another person with my name, so it's pretty cool. But I'm cool with Glaber. Obviously it's not the end of the world, and it's not anything crazy. It's a good bet, but I would rather see us go get Yandy Diaz over Bregman. I know he's about 3 years older. He's a solid defensive piece, but, I mean, he's hitting, in my opinion, just a lot better than Bregman is in his career. And you could probably get him for shorter term rather than Bregman for maybe because it seems like he's looking for a longer-term deal. Yeah. And I would like to see us go get Flaherty back, go get Anthony Santander if you can, and then give Tarek his money. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, Tarek should get his money yesterday. And Rico, I'll say this: Bregman. When I say Alex Bregman, I look at it more as an improvement for third base. He just represents new third baseman. So yes, you can get anybody there, but you have to make the move to improve third base. But I do like how you're thinking. Happy holidays to you. Happy New Year to you, Rico.
Thank you as well. I appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, Tigers, big news. Gleyber Torres, 1 year, $15 million, coming here to play second base. Lions fans, I have not forgotten about you. I have an important question for you because for a while, you were the belle of the ball. Everybody said that you're the best team in the NFL. Watch out for the Lions. It was like the Lions, you had your own tier, and then it was the second tier. And then injuries happened, and you moved down to that where you shared your tier with about 4 other teams. I have a serious question for you Lions fans. I'm going to give that to you next. 97.1.
if they will get an in-person meeting with him as well. The Red Wings host the Maple Leafs tonight as the Todd McClellan era officially begins. Dylan Larkin said he was nervous to come to the rink today, but it was a good nervous. Toronto will be without Austin Matthews. Ben Sherratt and Simon Edvinsson have been missing lately for Detroit. Both have upper body injuries. They'll be back in the lineup tonight. Pre-game with Dustin Piolko right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45. Terrion Arnold missed Lions practice with an illness yesterday. He was back today. The Armed Forces Bowl is live in Texas. Right now, Navy up 21-14 over Oklahoma. 2:15 left. Looks like Navy has the football. At the Corbel House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
He actually does, folks. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in Metro Detroit. Rico Beard, I'm here with you till 6. We just finished talking about Gleyber Torres. If you missed any of that discussion, use the Odyssey Rewind. Have not forgotten about you, Lions fans. And Lions fans, I got a question, serious question. This is not look, you can still win the Super Bowl. I think that you're in that tier with a bunch of teams that could win the Super Bowl. You're going to need a break or two, but yes, you're fighting for that number 1 overall seed. But during the middle of the season, the Lions were the most dominant team in the NFL, hands down, and maybe it was the level of competition they were playing, but they were killing folks. They were running trick plays up 30-some points, and it got to be, well, not how will they win, but how badly will they win, and who's going to score, and what kind of play, and what offensive lineman is going to score. It was just fun football, and then the injury bug kicked in, and now you're to the point where, you know what, just get the W. And Dan Campbell came on and said, we win by 1, and we're going to celebrate. Style points have kind of gone out the window. The question I have for Lions fans is this. Based off what you've seen over the last 13 days, do you still feel like the Detroit Lions are the absolute best team in the NFL? 248-539-9797. Let me explain. Because in 11 days, I saw Kansas City and I saw Baltimore. And yeah, they're both in the AFC. I get it. But they went out there and each went 3-0 on short rest, and it wasn't close. They went out there and destroyed teams, especially the last 2 games that they played, that little round-robin tournament, knocking off both the Steelers and the Texans, both of those teams, in convincing manner. It looks like they're heating up right now. It looks like they are the team to watch. And like it or not, Minnesota keeps getting stronger and stronger as we get closer and closer to the end of the season. And the Lions kind of limping, especially on that defensive side, missing so many defensive players. Lions fans, do you still believe that this Detroit Lions team is the absolute best team in the NFL? Now, I say that saying, I'm not saying you can't win the Super Bowl, but let's just be honest. Do you still feel like they are the best team? Because I don't. I think they're a good team. I think they're a team, as I said, I put them in the same tier with probably about 4 or 5 other teams that can win the Super Bowl. But there was a time this year, man, they were a one of one. They were the top tier, and then everybody else, like Kansas City, even though they were undefeated, was in second tier. Kansas City was struggling winning games. Lord knows how many times did the referees bail them out of a game. And you're like, my God, does the NFL just want them to win so badly? But now the Chiefs are starting to get things together. I see what the Ravens are doing. I'm looking at the Packers, and the Packers, hey, I know you've beaten the Packers twice, but they didn't have their linebacker, edge rusher, Edgerrin Cooper for either one of those games. The Packers are starting to look a lot better as well. So, Lions fans, do you feel like you're still the best team, or Have some other teams, are they closing out this NFL season a little bit stronger? 248-539-9797. Because like I said, you're going to need, I did the show Christmas Eve, and we had people say, let's get Green Bay to go out there and kind of do our dirty work. I don't think that Lions fans in the middle of this season, when you were dominating anybody, would have cared, because you would have just said, nah, who cares what Green Bay does? We'll handle our own dirty work. We'll cut our own grass, and we'll get this thing going. But right now, you're kind of limping to that finish line, hoping that you can secure that number 1 seed. And it's not even so that, hey, you get all the home games. I think it's because you want the rest. We just finished talking to Derek Stevens, and even they know out in Vegas, if Minnesota wins, it's a possibility that Dan Campbell could just rest players out of necessity against the 49ers, because the game won't mean anything. This team is hurting, not quite the same team we saw dominating the NFL at the beginning of the season. So I just want to know, Lions fans, do you still feel like this Detroit Lions team is the best team in the NFL right here, right now? Because, watching the Christmas games, and, oh, by the way, the numbers, we found out the NBA has been usurped. They don't own Christmas Day anymore. The NFL just kind of deboed them and took the chain and said, what you got on my 40, homie? Because, the numbers were almost a 5-1. 25 million watched the 2 NFL games. 5 million watched the compelling games that you saw in the NBA. So the games were better, but the NFL is the new king of Christmas, hands down. Wasn't even close. But for you Lions fans, do you still feel like this Lions team is the team to beat? Or has somebody else taken that throne? Is somebody else, can you admit that maybe a team is better? Or you know what? You're telling me, hey, Rico, I don't buy it. This Lions team is still superior. They are head and shoulders above anybody else in the league. 248-539-9797. Because like I said, I watched the Ravens, and I'm like, man, Lamar looks scary good. Lamar looks so good that, remember at the end of when the Bills played the Lions and they came into Ford Field, everybody and their mother said, Josh Allen is your MVP. Lamar Jackson said, hold my beer. Watch what I'm about to do. And now it looks like it's Lamar's award to lose. Now, him and Josh are going to be in competition for it, but Josh is going up against the Jets and the Patriots, and Lamar is going up against better teams. Man, that Ravens team is scary. And the Chiefs, I don't think a team can three-peat, but they look like they want to. They're no longer the luckiest team, because all year long they were the luckiest team in the NFL. Now they look like they're in it to win it. They're in business to get this thing done. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, can we have an honest conversation? Are the Detroit Lions still the best team in the NFL, or are they just one of the best teams? Because, look, Ben Johnson is doing the best with the offense, but when I see Dan Campbell outright admitting we have to be more aggressive, we have to go for it, going for it on his own 30-yard line, tells me Campbell knows the deficiencies that is the defense. And eventually, you hope that it doesn't, but it kind of catches up to you. It's why I can't pick the Bills to win the Super Bowl, because you can have Josh Allen. He could win the MVP, but come on. You can't give up 40 points a game, not in the playoffs. The playoffs is about defense. It's about making stops, and I don't think the Bills will be able to do that. I think the Bills are going to get eliminated. I think Josh Allen's going to – no. But when I look at the Chiefs, when I look at the Ravens, even when I'm looking at the Packers, now that Edgerrin Cooper is back with that team, the linebacker, edge rusher, they look different. Minnesota, a lot of people wrote off the Vikings. Maybe, Sam Darnold, he's no good. And it looks like it may come down to a showdown. So we'll see. 248-539-9797. I'll get all your phone calls, and I'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. And just so you know, later on in this show, I'm going to talk to my man, Ryan Fowler. He covers the Alabama Crimson Tide. They're getting ready to take on the University of Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl on New Year's Eve. Kind of give that the other perspective from the Bama perspective of that game. Going to talk to him a little bit later on in the show. But right now, question for you Lions fans. Are the Lions still the top dog? Are the Lions still the beast of the NFL? Are they still that one of one? Because based off of what I've just seen from what the Ravens and the Chiefs have done, I can't say that anymore. Lions got a lot of injuries. These other teams are starting to peak, and it appears that the Lions kind of limping to the finish line. Jake, a couple ticket texts, and then we're going to hit the phone lines.
I think the Lions will win the NFC, and they will be the best team in the NFL by the time they play their first playoff game. Jeff from Brighton. Vegas has officially moved KC into the lead as the favorite, and all of my confidence went with it. Tier 1 is Kansas City and Baltimore. Tier 2 is Detroit, Philadelphia, Green Bay, Minnesota, and Buffalo. We can win, but definitely not the best, from Tim on 94. And not taking anything away from Kansas City or the Ravens, but the Lions are still number 1. Those 2 games at Kansas City and the Ravens just played with Fugazi. Texans are floundering in Pittsburgh. It's floundering. That was not good games. That was not good competition.
Okay, I can't call it Fugazi because Texans and the Steelers are going to be in the playoffs. Now, the Texans, that last game, I think what you saw was C.J. Stroud was still so distraught over Tank Dell getting hurt that he didn't want any of his other guys getting hurt, so he played hesitant. And that's not how you play in the NFL, and you saw Baltimore took full advantage of that. 248-539-9797. Let's jump to the phone lines. Let's bring in Dan in Utica. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Rico, what's going on? I got to let you know, happy related Merry Christmas to you. Get that out there. But I'm not buying it, and here's why. The Lions are absolutely the best team in the NFL. Right now, let's take a look at the NFC. You got Vegas giving the most disrespectful line I've ever seen in the history of the NFL, 3.5 points to the 49ers. We're going to blow the doors off them. You got
okay,
Minnesota.
hold on. Dan, I'm going to let you finish. But remember, Las Vegas doesn't have a dog in the fight. Why do you think the line is so low? Maybe Vegas sees something that Detroiters may not want to admit, that the defense, not quite where it should be on the road, could be a challenge. Because I'm with you. That game should have been like a 9.5 point spread. And I like the Niners. But I'm like 3.5? Come on. Go ahead.
Yep. I mean, you've got guys walking off the field there in San Francisco. They've lost complete control of their locker room. Minnesota, we've had their number. We'll continue to have their number. You swept Green Bay this year. Their head coach, Matt LaFleur, is more concerned about getting in fights with fans during the national anthem than he is beating the Lions. I'm not concerned about Philly in the NFC because their coach is a hothead who's going at it with former players, and they're more concerned about their Broadway show of a security guard, Big Dom. Now, the good thing about the AFC is you don't have to play the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Ravens all at the same time. You only have to play one of them, and that's in the Super Bowl. And this Lions team, more so their high-powered offense, is good enough to get into a shootout with any team in the NFL on any given day, and that's why we have the best chance to win the Super Bowl out of any team remaining.
No, I appreciate the phone call, Dan. Look, like I said, it is one of those, either you think it is or you don't. But when I look at this team, I look at what the teams are doing on the field, not necessarily the sideshow. Philly, they're going to be hurting a little bit because Jalen Hurts is in concussion protocol. But Philly is getting hotter and hotter. Minnesota, they're doing it. Green Bay, like this Green Bay Minnesota game is really going to tell me a lot about the two teams because both are kind of peaking. And like it or not, you're missing a lot of players. And that's what's going to hurt you, is that your defense just not there. I mean, heck, Caleb Williams had over 300 yards passing. Yeah, that Caleb Williams last night who stunk at home against Seattle in probably the worst game in NFL history. So just say, I think that they're still good. I think they're still a Super Bowl team. I don't feel like the Lions are one of one. Jimmy, you're on 97.1.
What's going on?
What's that?
Hey. So I don't know what that last guy was thinking, but, you know, I feel like our division is very tight as far as talent-wise. You know, we're banged up, and I do feel like we kind of fell off a little bit. Offensively, I think we're still there. We can hang with the rest of them, but defensively, it's going to be tough. You know, I'm just being real about it. It's going to be tough. And I think Jimmy, that kind of sets us apart.
Yeah. No, but Jimmy, that's what I'm talking about. Is just it's not to say that the Lions can't win the Super Bowl, but what I'm saying is, hey, guys, you may not be the prettiest girl at the ball anymore. Like, other teams are starting to peak, and maybe you peaked a little too soon.
Yeah, for sure. And we got, we got our lumps we're dealing with right now. But to say we can't, get some people back and maybe put something together, I'm not going to say that, but it's going to be a long road. Whether we get home field all the way out or not, I think it's just going to be a long road.
No, I'm with you, Jimmy. Appreciate the phone call. Happy New Year to you. 248-539-9797. Question is this: are the Lions still the best team in the NFL? For a while, guys, Vegas had you the overall favorite. You were the betting odds, and at that point, you were loving Vegas. And now Vegas is telling you, yeah, you're going to beat the Niners, but only 3.5 points. It's something that it leaves you scratching. I look at what Philly is going through. Philly is getting better. Yeah, I know Jalen Hurts maybe not playing in this game, but they're playing Dallas, and they should be able to probably get this done. In the AFC, yes, you only have to play one team, whether it's Kansas City, whether it's Baltimore, or whether it's Buffalo. But those teams are heating up right now. Green Bay, the defense is a lot better now that Edgerrin Cooper is playing for them and he is not hurt. And Minnesota just keeps finding ways to get it done. I lump you in that group with all of those teams, but it used to be you were the only team and they were all playing catch up to you. 248-539-9797. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing today?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, so when you start talking about the best, just look at the number of injuries they've had. How many teams have just lost one player and it kills their defense? Look at Green Bay. You're talking about one player making a difference. And the Lions have lost how many off defense and are still in that conversation? How can you not say they're the best when no matter what happens, they're still finding ways to win and finding ways to pull it off?
I guess, Brian, because when you lose over 20 players on defense and your coach says we got to go for it and we got to do all of this stuff, as you know from last year, all it takes is you going for it and you not getting it at a crucial time, and that changes everything in the game. When Dan Campbell is gambling a lot more because he knows the defense just isn't where it's at, in the playoffs, nobody cares that you're missing 20-some people on defense. They're just trying to advance, and they're trying to eliminate you. So that's why, yes, you were good. You were the best team earlier. Go ahead.
But as we keep going, we got players that are going to keep coming back as they're going to the playoffs. We got players that are hungry for it. Just for example, Hunter said it's looking really good to be able to be there toward the end of the playoffs. I mean, when you're looking at that part of it, that you're going to keep adding pieces while some of these other teams are going to be losing pieces from injuries. I mean, you got to look at the full picture there on that also. And it's kind of hard to sit there and say that they're not the best when you add all of that in.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, and I appreciate the phone call, Brian. And I said 248-539-9797. If you think that they're still one of one, feel free. Let me know. As far as bringing Hutch, I still say that's a pipe dream. He hasn't played in a while. He's got to get back into game shape, and I would be very careful risking it all because if anything happens, now you're looking at him missing even more time. Or even a guy like with Carlton Davis with the broken jaw, he's going to be sucking on soup. He's going to be losing muscle mass. So, yeah, when they come back, they're not going to be that same person that you remember that they were when they left. Yes, you're going to see people come back, but I'm just saying a lot of the teams right now, man, they're playing some of their best football. And right now, your head coach is earning every penny that he's making because he is finding ways to win. He is trying to put this team in the best situation. But when you go up against a good team, I got a feeling it's kind of be like, when you went up against Buffalo or even you went up against Green Bay, kicking a field goal means you're probably going to lose. You got to score on every drive. You're going to have to come up with – Ben Johnson's going to have to come up with all types of trick plays because the defense is just not there. And other teams, they don't care. And they're really playing great football right now. You are too. But there was a time where it was the Lions and everybody else, and now you're kind of in that same pool with everybody else. 248-539-9797. Do you still feel like the Lions are the best team in the NFL? We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers have made their second big move of the offseason. Gleyber Torres is heading to Detroit on a one-year deal. So far, Torres has spent his entire 7-year career with the Yankees, where he's hit .265 with 138 homers. Todd McClellan makes his debut as the coach of the Red Wings tonight. His last game as a coach in Detroit was Game 6 of the 2008 Stanley Cup Final as an assistant. The Wings host the Austin Matthews Maple Leafs tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7, pregame at 6:45. David Montgomery was the only active player missing from Lions practice today. Meanwhile, in Texas, the Armed Forces Bowl is complete. Navy just eking out a 21-20 victory over Oklahoma. The Birmingham Bowl coming up next, featuring Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt. That'll kick off in just a few minutes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we talked Gleyber Torres trade. I mean, the Tigers picked him up and for 1 year, $15 million deal. We talked that earlier in the show. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. Right now, we're talking about the Lions and are they still the best team? I'm going to say this. Lions are a great team. They're not the best team anymore. They're in a group where I put them in the same grouping as I do Philly, as I do Kansas City, as I do all the other teams. Earlier in the year, they were clear-cut favorites to win the whole thing. But, guys, injuries are a part of the game, and this Lions team has suffered a ton of them, and I don't know if they can overcome them game after game after game. This next game against San Francisco is the only game that you could afford to lose. After that, every game that you lose will cost you either seeding, the Minnesota game, or you're done, and we'll talk about the greatest team that never was. But right now, finishing out the season, there are other teams that I feel are just better than the Lions. 248-539-9797 plus. Also going to talk a little bit about the ReliaQuest Bowl. University of Michigan taking on Alabama. A good friend of mine, Ryan Fowler, is going to join the show, and we'll get to talking about that later on. Plus, I also got a question for Michigan fans as well. But Lions, right now, are they the best team in the NFL? I say no, not anymore. They're good. They're in the top tier, but they don't have that top tier all by themselves. Let's go to I'm trying to think. Let's go to Mike. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. You try to
Mike.
tell people that the Lions are just – it's not like you're saying the Lions are terrible. You're literally saying, like, who would have thought that people would complain about you saying the Lions are in the tier of the rest of the Super Bowl contenders? We should be happy that after all these players we've lost, that we're still in that conversation. But I think, Rico, the important thing is I think the number one seed is so important for this team. So, so important. Because if not, you're opening yourself up to having to go on the road and maybe having to face a Michael Penix who looks like he might be decent, but you should win that game, but you don't want to have to do that. Where they end up in the seeding is going to say a lot. And if they can get the one seed, my complexion changes. If not, I will be a little worried. But the thing is, I think the defense, I think we have enough. But, if you had our whole – if the defense was healthy, we had everyone, I don't think anybody could beat this Lions team. And I think that's what you're trying to say, too. But with these injuries, it's going to be a difficult road. But getting the one seed is essential for this team. Would you agree?
Oh, Mike, I'm with you 100% because I think the way the defense is going, you're looking at shootouts. You're looking at games where – it's 4th and 8, but we got to go for it because I don't want to put this defense back out on the field. I'm not making this stuff up. You can see this is how Dan Campbell is now playing games.
And Rico, the Lions pretty much had no defense and did beat Green Bay though, so they are very capable of beating anyone. And I'm kind of like the Eagles. If Jalen Hurts isn't right, the Eagles are not the same team. If Jalen Hurts isn't gonna. The Eagles will go where Jalen Hurts goes. I'm not really fully. I think the two best teams in the NFC are the Vikings and the Lions. I do believe that though, Rico. But as far as the AFC is more stacked. I'm glad we're in the NFC.
Yeah, and I think the Eagles, and I appreciate the phone call, Mike. I think the Eagles. Look, don't get it twisted. The Eagles are still good. The Eagles are great. Jalen Hurts is in concussion protocol. he probably – I put it this way. If they were playing a team that they really needed him, I know the league is all about brain injury. I got a feeling Jalen would be playing in this game. You're going against the Cowboys. I think they feel like we could beat the Cowboys with the backup, so we can give him an extra week's rest and then come out for the final week of the season with him. But the Eagles with Saquon, look, they had their thing where Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown were going back at it, and then they patched it up. It's like brothers, and they just kind of laughed about it. Don't discount the Eagles. Don't discount the Vikings. Don't discount the Packers. If you're the Lions, the 1 seed kind of it gives you that break that you need because it's your first bye that you've had since September. Yeah, that's how long ago before you had a bye week. But right now, you're not playing the best. I think you're a great team. I don't think you're the best team anymore. 248-539-9797. Carlos, you're on 97.1.
Hi, talking about what you just said and, how we put Kansas City in the number 1 tier. But if you compare the Lions to Kansas City, you guys have them in the top tier, but the Lions are finding ways to win. And I think that's the same way with Kansas City. They find ways to win. They're not beating anybody up, or they're just winning. And I think that's one edge that we have that we should be comparing them to the Kansas City.
No, and Carlos, I get what you're saying. But, Kansas City, let's face it, the refs bailed them out of some games. I don't think I'm the only one who sees this. But now they're starting to look like the defending back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the way they're playing games, where Mahomes looks like he's now dialed in. Kelsey looks like, he's not thinking about traveling with his girlfriend. He's actually thinking about playing football. And, look, they went out there and beat the Steelers without their best defensive player, and you couldn't tell me that you didn't even miss Chris Jones at all.
Right.
So.
I just think we're very tight on the Lions, but I think the Lions are going to surprise us. Hopefully they will. They want it. So that's what a winner is. Yep.
Carlos, I appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, easy question, especially looking at what the Chiefs and the Ravens did, playing 3 games in 11 days, and they dominated. They had every excuse to say, oh, well, we're tired, we're this, we're going to take some. They went out there and they handled business, and they beat some good teams in doing that. Primetime games under the spotlight. The Lions used to be the best. I think they were a great team. I don't think they're the best team anymore. I think they're in the same category as Philly. I think they're in the same category as Minnesota. And in the AFC, I put them with Buffalo, and I put them with Kansas City, and I put them with Baltimore. That's where they are right now. They're going to need some help. I think getting the number 1 overall seed will help this team tremendously because you get a little bit of a break, and all the games are going to be played at Ford Field, and we all know that the fans show up. Look, you show up on the road as well, but it's nothing like home cooking. It's nothing like your own bed. It's nothing like being at home, and I think this team needs the rest, and they're going to need the crowd, some false starts, whatever, to make it all the way to the Super Bowl, because that defense is just not where it's at. 248-539-9797. Jake, you got a couple ticket texts for me?
We've got just a few. How is Philly getting hotter and hotter? They're deep, pooped to the bed against Washington and lost. Teams have been having a lot of passing yards.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Yes, that same defense that got 5 turnovers. Okay. Daniels played over his head, and they also lost their quarterback in the first quarter. So, yes, Washington came back, but the defense forced 5 turnovers. So I can't say that the defense pooped the bed. I say that they tried to win the game with the backup QB against a good team. And let's face it, if A.J. Brown not A.J. Brown, but Devontae Smith catches that 3rd down pass, not only is it a first down, it's a touchdown, and Philly gets the victory. So All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. I don't think it's too crazy a statement to say that if Hurts had stayed in without his concussion, yeah, that probably would have been a different result. Let's see. Teams have been having a lot of passing yards on us all year. It's the red zone defense that was strong for the Lions. Y'all falling into the media narrative with all the hurt players. Bills were the highest scoring team after us. This is why the score was so high. We will be okay.
Well, I also looked the next game, and the Bears they're a rudderless ship, but Caleb Williams was still able to throw the ball, and Caleb Williams, in my opinion, is not that good. And the Bears, you were never in any doubt, but you couldn't shut down Caleb Williams. So it does lead me to wonder what happens when you face a better caliber of team, a la the Vikings, a la the playoff teams in back-to-back weeks. Defense, I'm not making this up. When you see Dan Campbell going for it and Dan Campbell saying, hey, we got to be more aggressive, he's telling you. He sees what I see, okay? It's not what you want to see. It's not copium here, people. This is the Lions defense not quite the same. The offense is good, and you're going to have to outscore everybody. And you just got to hope that all those fourth downs that you go for, you make. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, do you still feel like the Lions are the best team in the NFL, or are they just a great team? I think they're a great team, not the best team. It's not to say they can't win the Super Bowl, but I don't think they are hands-on the favorite to win this thing anymore. I'll get your phone calls. I'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. talking Detroit Lions, but boy, oh boy, before we get back to them and we get to your phone calls, I know you can't do the transitive property when it comes to sports, but for everybody screaming that Bama should have made the college football playoffs, well, Bama lost to Oklahoma, and Oklahoma just lost to Navy. Yeah, that just happened. So, SEC. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Are the Lions still the best team in the NFL? Let's just go straight to the phone lines. Let's bring in Jim. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, Jim.
I don't think anybody is one of one at this point of the season. I think there's 6 teams: Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Minnesota, Green Bay, Detroit. I think any one of those teams has fear of the other 5 one way or another, and I think any one of them has strengths and weaknesses depending on game day, and any one of those has won at least a couple of games they could have lost, but they came back and won because of the team they are, and that's what's got them in the position they're in. It's just almost like a flip of the coin for game day. One bad play, and Kansas City could be out. One bad play, Green Bay, Minnesota, Baltimore, Buffalo could be out, just like it happened to Detroit against Frisco. But I think every one of those teams are good teams, and they're capable of beating anybody on that 6-team list.
No, I'm with you. I don't think that earlier this year, man, it just looked like whoever you put up against the Lions, don't worry, they can handle it. Now you're looking at matchups. You're looking at a lot of different things. You got Lions fans begging for that bye week, not just to be the number 1 team, but they just want that bye. They want the team to get some rest.
Even Detroit won a couple of games that could have went the other way, not just because of luck, because of skill, but it was on their side. It happens to every team, and you just don't know what's going to happen. Any one of those 6, I think, has I won't say fear, but they're cautious of the other 5 because they know it could happen.
No,
I don't think it's a given for anybody at this point of the season.
No, I'm with you, Jim. I appreciate the phone call. You're a great team. I don't think you're the best team anymore. Injuries cause that. The defense is just not that same defense. Now, yes, they are getting pieces back. Absolutely. But I do think that some other teams are starting to peak right now, and you're not. It's not to say that you cannot win the Super Bowl. I never said that. I'm just saying you're not the best team. 248-539-9797. Let's go with Steve. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, hello.
Steve. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Okay. A caller earlier said something about injuries, Oh, we're going to get better and the other teams are going to get injured. You can't count on any of that because you have no idea what's going to go on with that. The reality is our defense is depleted, so I agree with you. We are not the best team in the NFL at this moment. I'm not exactly sure who is, but I know it's not us. You can't have 22 players on the same side of the ball, injured, and still expect to be the best team. It's ridiculous.
And Steve, I don't think there is a best team right now. I think that there's a bunch of teams that, depending on matchups, like I say, one of those any given day, where you're playing the game, at what time, that's going to determine who's going to win. It used to be it was the Lions, any place, anytime, anywhere was going to win. I don't feel that way anymore about this team.
Yeah, me neither. Anyway, I support
go
your
ahead.
theory because, again, too many injuries. I just can't buy into it. All right, thank you.
All right, appreciate the phone call, Steve. Let's go back to the phone lines. Christina, you're on 97.
Hey, Christina. Hello.
Hey, Christina.
What's up?
Hey, you're on 97.1.
I don't believe that the Lions are the best team in the NFL anymore.
You don't? Why not?
Because their defense is so weak. They had a close game with the Bears.
This is
Johnny,
Christina Barker. I also want to have a word.
I just want to let people know free Palestine and free.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, you know what, Jake? You know what we like to do to the producers, David and Kenny? We say that's one. Jake, that's one.
I'll take it.
That one's on you. All right. We're going to be talking some college football in the next hour. My guy, Ryan Fowler, he covers the Alabama Crimson Tide down in Tuscaloosa. At the ReliaQuest Bowl, Michigan taking on Alabama New Year's Eve. A lot of people from Michigan not playing in the game. Vegas doesn't believe that Michigan's going to be doing that well in the game. How do you follow up that sweet victory over Ohio State? We're going to find out. But they're getting ready to take on Alabama, a team they played last year in the playoff game, in the semifinals, in the Rose Bowl. Found a way to beat Bama in overtime. So we're going to be talking to him at the top of the next hour. So make sure you stick around. Plus, I do have a question for you Wolverine fans out there. I want to know. It's now that the season is over, because let's face it, the ReliaQuest Bowl, it's great, but bowl games outside the playoffs are just glorified spring practices. For the Wolverines, what will you remember this season for? Will you remember this season because you beat Ohio State when everybody said you would not? You went into Columbus and beat them for the fourth straight time, pretty much sending Ryan Day into a panic attack where they had legislators saying, hey, you can't play flags on our field anymore. Or all over social media today, I'm seeing Bryce Underwood is down there practicing with this team. Will you remember this season more for beating Ohio State or for landing the number one player in the nation, Bryce Underwood? I'm going to ask you Wolverine fans that next hour. But first, we're going to have Ryan Fowler covers the Alabama Crimson Tide up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers inked infielder Gleyber Torres to a one-year, $15 million deal today. He'll play second base as Colt Keith moves to first. With Keith at first, though, what does that mean for Spencer Torkelson? Scott Harris said that if he has a big offseason in spring training, there is a role for him given the need the team has for right-handed power hitters. Harris declined comment on if he was still interested in signing third baseman Alex Bregman. Steve Yzerman told the media he made a coaching change because the team was not meeting expectations. So what are those expectations? The Wings host the Leafs tonight. They'll be without Austin Matthews. Ben Sherratt and Simon Edvinsson should be back for Detroit. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:45 with a face-off at 7 from Little Caesars Arena. No Lions injury report quite yet, but likely you'll see that Terrion Arnold is fine after just missing with an illness yesterday. David Montgomery, no surprise, he was the only Lion missing from practice today. According to the Eagles coaching staff, Kenny Pickett will likely make the start at quarterback this week versus the Cowboys, saying it will be tough for Hurts to be ready, given he's still in concussion protocol as we speak. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about you want a radio career, it's a new year, and you want to do interviews like that, or you just want to have some fun, or maybe you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist, doesn't matter. Specs at LTU can get you started on your new path. It is very simple. We just need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes in your new path to your new career. And look, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So you want that new career change. The new year is coming up. You've been thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Just go and be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the programs taught through Specs at LTU. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today. So that was my guy, Ryan Fowler, covers Alabama. They're getting ready to take on Michigan. And, yeah, if you listen to him, it kind of sounds like it's just going to be business as usual. Alabama should roll. You look at what Vegas is talking about. They got Alabama, I think the last time I checked, is a 10.5-point favorite. I don't think Wolverine fans are really invested in this game, and I get it because, look, if it ain't, you just won a national title. So this is just kind of whatever. But I do want to know from Wolverine fans out there, what would be the highlight of this season? Was it going into Columbus and knocking off the Buckeyes and really kind of putting them in the tailspin? Yeah, Ryan Day didn't see that coming, losing 4 in a row in Columbus at the crib, planted the flag. It kicked them out of the Big Ten title game, and it kind of opened up the door for Penn State. And when I see Penn State's path to the national title game, you can't help but chuckle because that was supposed to have been the Buckeyes' path. Very easy. not so easy for them right now. You did that, Michigan fans. Is beating the Buckeyes the highlight of this year? Or I see it all over social media today, the number one overall incoming freshman of the 2025 class, Bryce Underwood from Belleville High School. He's already practicing with the team. I mean, everybody's covering him. Is landing the number one player in high school the highlight of this last year? Because let's face it, it was underwhelming, disappointing, especially coming off of that national title. Harbaugh leaves. Sharon Moore tries to go out there and get it done. And early this year, things didn't look that great, but you rallied at the end. Was beating the Buckeyes the thing you'll remember about this year, or was it landing Bryce Underwood? Is that the thing that you will remember for this year? Wolverine fans, 248-539-9797. Because I'm kind of torn. I got to think it's probably it's either or, because you weren't supposed to beat Ohio State. This was the year I think many Michigan fans were ready just to say, okay, it was a great run. We'll give the Devil their due. We'll let the Buckeyes have their win. But you didn't. You went into their place. It wasn't because of weather. It wasn't because of anything. It was just because, you know what? You outcoached them. Sharon Moore just flat out outcoached them, and you outplayed the Buckeyes, and you got the victory. Or is it Sharon kind of flexing over the nation, especially LSU, stealing the recruit from LSU, having him not only come to Michigan but enroll early, and he's practicing with the bowl team? This is the number one quarterback. This is a guy that a lot of people are talking about. I've seen him personally. He's pretty good. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But the flex of knowing that you could go out and you could just take anybody that you want, even on a bad year. Which is it, Wolverine fans, that you're going to remember this year for? Not a ton of highlights when it came to this year. But is it beating the Buckeyes, or is it landing Bryce Underwood? I'm going back and forth. I would probably lean towards beating the Buckeyes. The Underwood thing, it came out of nowhere. You guys came up with a collective to kind of, you bought him. You outpaid him, and he chose to go to University of Michigan rather than go to LSU. But beating Ohio State, you had people not playing in that game, and you got Ohio State with air quote NFL talent at their place. They had a lot on the line. They wanted to go to Indianapolis. They wanted to go and play the Oregon Ducks in a rematch game. Now, we get the rematch game, but they had to play an extra game because of you, because you knocked them off. It's got to feel good if you're a Wolverine fan, knowing in probably your worst year, you're still better than Ohio State. If I'm a Wolverine fan, that's where I think I will remember this year. 248-539-9797. Wolverine fans, what will you remember this year for? Getting Bryce Underwood or beating the Buckeyes? Really, really simple question. Because the bowl game, it's a we talked about it. You just heard the interview with Ryan Fowler. I think it's the 15 practices. Look at those as a spring practice, and then it's the spring game, because that's how the bowl games are now. Lord knows, if you betting on these things, you don't know who's playing. You don't know who's motivated in this game. Alabama may be a little motivated because they don't want to be a team that did not get to 10 wins. For Michigan, you got a lot of people opting out of the game. But when you look back and you say, okay, this past season, what's going to stand out more? I think it's beating the Buckeyes. But I want to ask you, Wolverine fans, is it beating the Buckeyes or is it landing Bryce Underwood? Get to your phone calls and your ticket text next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Tigers signed Gleyber Torres to a one-year deal worth $15 million today. Torres departs the Yankees after 7 seasons. He'll play second base as Colt Keith shifts to first. Tyrone Arnold was limited at practice after returning from illness. David Montgomery was the only Lion out. As other NFL injury reports trickle in, Jalen Hurts is officially out this week with a concussion. Deshaun Watson has restructured his deal with the Browns, according to Ian Rappaport. That means he'll likely be on the roster next season. Steve Yzerman said it's still the team's goal to be a wildcard qualifier this year. Dylan Larkin said McClellan may be just the right guy to get them there. You can hear the Wings and the Leafs right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Pistons legend Isaiah Thomas revealed today that he has Bell's palsy, a neurological condition that leads to one half of the face drooping. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
So I got a question for my Wolverine brothers out there. I'm a Spartan. You all know that. So I want to know, this year, not up to Wolverine expectations, especially, let's face it, you won the national title. This year took a little bit of a step back. But what are you going to remember this year for? Because the end of the year produced fireworks. You beat Ohio State in Columbus and kind of sent their season in a little bit of a tailspin where they're trying to reel back. You had people outright saying, Buckeye people, former players, and those close to the program, hey, maybe it's time to move on from Ryan Day. You did that. That's all on you. Ryan Day, the same guy who said, I'm going to hang 100 on Michigan, he hasn't won in 4 straight years. He couldn't beat this Wolverine team. And I think a lot of Wolverines were ready to try to kind of say, all right, we'll give you this year, but we'll see you next year back at the big house. Funny thing happened. You outplayed them. You outcoached them. And then you also landed the #1 recruit in the nation, quarterback Bryce Underwood, who is currently with the team right now practicing down in Tampa for the ReliaQuest Bowl against Alabama. Wolverine fans, what will you remember more about this season? Is it beating the Buckeyes, or is it landing potentially your quarterback of the future? 248-539-9797. Let's go straight to the phone lines. Keith, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm definitely Ohio State. That was the highlight of the year. That was like a chef's kiss on the horrible season that we had.
Yeah, because Keith, I kind of think the same because, let's face it, you really didn't think you were going to win that game, did you?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, going into Columbus and knocking them off. Oh, go ahead.
I'm more excited about the #1 running back coming. Thank you.
Oh, really? Okay. Was it Justice Hayes, the guy coming?
Yeah,
okay.
Justice Hayes, I think.
Yeah, coming from Alabama.
But definitely Ohio State, you guys, for sure. That was just couldn't have ended any better.
No, I appreciate the phone call, Keith. And I got to say, yeah, if I'm a Wolverine fan, it probably is beating the Buckeyes. You don't know what Bryce Underwood is going to be, but let's face it. You know what it feels like to beat Ohio State again. All your Buckeye friends and your relatives, they probably avoided you this holiday season because you already knew, they knew you were going to be talking a lot of trash. Because this year, it was an upset. Normally, okay, anybody can win a game. Nah, you were double-digit underdogs at their crib, and you walked in there, planted a flag. You got their legislators trying to come up with rules saying you can never plant flags again. Really? How about you win the game? How about you show the same toughness you did trying to prevent the flag from being planted during the 60 minutes? Maybe, just maybe, you win the game. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. Well, I have followed Bryce Underwood. I've been to every single Belleville High School game for the past 4 years. He's a phenomenal player, but it's nothing compared to beating Ohio State. Nothing compares to that. Ohio State Suckeyes. It was remarkable. That was probably the best win with us being underdogs, 20-point underdogs, and we come out with the win. Come on now, go blue.
Jason, I can't say it is something when you're nowhere near as talented as that other team and you pull off that victory. That's the one you remember, not the ones where you're the favorite, but you're going to always remember this game because you weren't supposed to do that in Columbus, not this season, and you got it done. I'm with you. I've seen Bryce Underwood play. I don't know what he's going to do on the collegiate field, but if I'm a Wolverine fan, man, you beat Ohio State and you damn near got Ryan Day fired. He's on the hot seat, and you know that's because of you.
You know
right?
what? And I'm thinking that he's going to be a true freshman starting for Michigan next year. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now because I've seen everything.
Jason, he may. Now,
yes.
The problem is true freshmen don't do well, not in college.
But
it's
not
Trevor
but
Lawrence,
and
that's it.
He is a phenom. He's a phenom.
I know, but you got to learn the game. You got to learn the speed of the game. You got to realize there's a lot of people out there that can run just as fast. In high school, you're the best player on the field. In college, you're one of many players on the field.
I'm not even talking about the kid's running ability. I'm talking about his throwing accuracy. He has a cannon.
All right. Now, I'm just going to say this.
Yes, sir.
Just be willing to live with the mistakes because mistakes will come. Yeah. Stick with the kid because you may take – it may be another season like this year where it's a lot of losses that you get angry about, but if you stick with him, then, yeah, down the line, he's going to be him. So just
like you said, he's still a kid.
Yes, that is true.
Yep.
Appreciate the phone call, brother. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I know he's getting paid a lot of money. He's got high expectations. True freshman quarterbacks in college rarely pan out. They normally end up making tons of mistakes, throwing lots of picks, and the fans turn on them and start booing them because they're just not ready. It's that and an offensive tackle are the two positions that need a lot of seasoning, at least a year. He's got the skills. He's got the talent. I wouldn't put him in there, but I think you almost are forced to put him in there. It's like drafting a quarterback now in the NFL with the top 3 pick. By game 4, he's going to be under center for the Wolverines. So I've come to expect that. I just beg my Wolverine friends, just be patient with the young man. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Glenn, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking the call here. Without any question in my mind, beating the Buckeyes the way that we did was so satisfying because it wasn't even coming close to something that was supposed to happen, much less the upset that did happen. And in terms of, the new recruit and all that happy good stuff, you know what? There's a lot of things that have to happen for that fella to be able to actually, perk for the team and all that good stuff. So beating the Buckeyes was, in my mind, way more valuable in a big way.
No, yeah, like I said, Sharon Moore flexed twice, beating the Buckeyes and getting Bryce Underwood. But yeah, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm with you, Glenn. You weren't supposed to win that game. And, yeah, it was a lot of sad pizza being eaten in Columbus. Let's just put it that way.
And you know what? I got a buddy that's a Columbus guy, and there was plenty of smack talk going on pre that game. And you know what? Let's just say there hasn't been too much smack talk since.
He's probably you sending him text messages. He's like, "Who is this?" Yeah, you know who it is. Appreciate the phone call, man. Happy New Year to you. All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good to talk to you, Rico. I just want to say I think Michigan fans get too crazy about that Ohio State win. It was a bad day for that quarterback. I don't think they're going to beat Alabama. I think they're going to get beaten. And I think also Michigan fans might also not be able to take – Ohio State could actually – that Michigan loss may galvanize them. It might be the best thing that happened to them, and they might win this national title. So it could be a long winter for Michigan fans.
It is, but you know what? They still can say, but you couldn't beat us. You won the national title. You couldn't beat us. And Ohio State fans have nothing to say about that. But, yes, I do see where it could galvanize them, but still, man. The Bama game, I don't think the Wolverine fans even care about that game. That's why I didn't ask about it. I just wanted to get a Bama perspective, so I called my buddy who covers Bama. But Michigan, they're just hoping that you can see – all the players that are going to be players for you next season are coming from the portal or going to be high school recruits right now. So.
All right. Well, Happy New Year. Take care.
All right, you too, man. Appreciate the phone call. So, the Lions, we talked them. If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind. Also, Tigers, well, they made a move today. They made a move. It was Gleyber Torres, 1 year, $15 million for that year. Is it going to fix this team? No. Does it help? Yeah. Is it a grand slam? No. I think more needs to happen with it. But coming up next, we're going to talk to one of the biggest Yankee fans and somebody who's seen Gleyber Torres more than anybody in Detroit. Going to bring in Mike Valenti. We're going to talk a little Tigers and Gleyber Torres next. 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. This just breaking. 78-year-old CBS sportscaster Greg Gumbel has passed away. Producer Dan Forrest shared the news on Facebook. Gumbel was a longtime host of college basketball on CBS, also calling NFL games and hosting studio shows there as well. The Lions practice report was relatively clean. Terrion Arnold returned to practice, albeit in a limited capacity today. The Tigers yanked infielder Gleyber Torres to a one-year, $15 million deal. President Scott Harris addressed one of the elephants in the room right away. The Maple Leafs are in town to face the Red Wings tonight. No Austin Matthews for them. Simon Edvinsson and Ben Sherratt should be available. Hear him skate right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7, pregame at 6:45. That may have been the final straw for head coach Mike Brown's job. He was let go today by the Kings per ESPN. His record with Sacramento was 104-82. This is all despite an extension that he signed in June. The Birmingham Bowl is underway in Alabama. They're at halftime now. Vanderbilt 14, Georgia Tech 10. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. 5 o'clock hour. Haven't heard that one before. 5 o'clock hour here in Detroit. Look, we've talked a lot. We've talked Tigers. You just finished talking with Mike. Gleyber Torres, 1-year deal, $15 million. Going to be playing second base. They're going to move Colt Keith to first. Means that Spencer Torkelson is going to get platooned at first and also DH. Remember, he spent a lot of time in minor leagues last year. I don't think the Tigers really know what to do with him. We talked a lot about that earlier in the show. You can use the Odyssey Rewind, but right now we got open phone lines. You could talk about the Gleyber Torres trade. I also, I did ask the question about Michigan folks. What's this year? What's the most memorable thing that you're going to have for this season? Is it beating the Buckeyes, or is it landing the #1 high school recruit in Bryce Underwood? But now a couple things happened in that update that Jeremy just gave us. One, Greg Gumbel passing away. Like, wow, like he was college hoops and hosting that show. And I knew he was kind of sick, but didn't realize he was that sick. And then, I guess when you lose a 19-point lead to the Detroit Pistons, get you fired. Ask Mike Brown. Sacramento Kings parted ways with him. He just signed an extension, but if you had to be a diehard Piston fan last night to finish and watch that game, because they were down by 19 points. They were down by 16 in the fourth. And in the end, Jaden Ivey hits a 3, gets fouled. They review. He goes, makes a 4-point play. Pistons end up winning the game by 1. They went out and they did their thing on this West Coast road trip so far. The Pistons, not quite the team that I thought they were going to be. They're actually getting to be a little bit better, and they're entertaining. Maybe, just maybe, this thing is going to work out. Maybe you just needed a new coach for the team. But, if you stayed up late, you got a treat. If you didn't, go back and at least watch the highlight of how the Pistons won that game. But like I said, 248-539-9797. We got open phone lines. Jake, let's clean up a couple ticket texts because we really haven't done that, and then we'll go back to the phone lines.
Alrighty, most of these, as you can probably guess, are about MSU, U of M, and Bryce Underwood. Mass majority are for beating OSU. Beating Ohio State for a whole year, all we heard was wait till next year. Well, that year came, and we sure beat them again.
Yeah, I mean, this was the wait till next year. Double digits. I think at one point, you were close to 20-point underdogs. There was no way in the world you were supposed to win that game. I remember asking the question, like, man, if you're a Wolverine fan, do you even bother watching the game, or do you figure out something else to do that Saturday? And when they won, people were like, and this is why you always watch. You know what? Hey, respect. You got it done. If I'm a Wolverine fan, it's probably going to be the highlight because it's the tangible thing. It's the thing that you can hold on to, knowing that Buckeye friend, family, relative, whatever, they can't say nothing to you. They could win the national title, but you're the fly in the ointment. They can come and try and brag to you, and winning, don't get me wrong, you win the national title, that's something. But then, we did lose to you. They picked a bad day to have a bad day, or their coach just flat out got out coached by Sharon Moore. Go ahead.
Well, we also have kid could blow his knee out and end up being a bust, leaving in a year or two, but beating Ohio State, that's on the record, and that's going to stick in their craw for a while. Frankenstein from GVSU.
No, it is. And that's why I said you don't know what the future holds. It was a flex, though. For them to pony up the money and steal the number one recruit, he was locked up. I mean, Bryce Underwood was coming out saying, there's no way I'm not going to LSU. I'm a Tiger. I'm this. I'm that. I'm sorry, what? How much? All right, go blue. I'm a Wolverine now. That was a major flex by Michigan. Sharon Moore, they pulled it off. They got it done. Give me one more and we'll go to the phone lines. 248-539-9797.
Big D from A2. Beating the Suckeyes will live up on the wall forever. Bryce gonna be a dog. Flags will be planted, and no golden pants will be handed out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time in a long time, I think, going back to the days of John Cooper, that no one in a 4-year class beat Michigan. Like, they're going to have to live with that. When they all meet up, it's like, how many times you beat Michigan? None. I'm sorry, how many times? None. I'll go ahead and sit in the back of the room while you make fun of me. That's what you did to an entire class, Wolverine fans. So, yeah, I would probably take that as well. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Bring in Jack. Jack, you're on 97.1.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. I came in halfway on the Michigan issue. I'm not necessarily a fan, but I think the biggest highlight, if I had to choose two, would be Bryce. But the even bigger one is how they still didn't get sanctioned, I believe it was from the Big Ten, after they cheated. And Sharon Moore, who was part of that, still got a bowl game this year. So I think that's the bigger highlight of this year for them.
Yeah, because I think because of the Connor Stallions documentary, more evidence came in. Because more evidence came in, the Wolverines, it got extended, basically. The Wolverines had a chance to then refute or appeal that stuff, and that's why we haven't heard anything. At least that's from the people in the know that I talked to, is because of that. That's why we have not heard anything this season, is because I guess they've added new things.
And do we know if Bryce is getting any NIL money coming in? Because he transferred out of his other college. So that's my other issue. You know, there's gambling. There's gambling in general. But when it came to college, it ruined the purity of that sport that I liked. And now you're giving the players money, separate from the politics of universities getting all this money. But now that I heard that he's getting money, this kid's looking at it that way. And he's got to play and perform, and hopefully he gets to the NFL. But it kind of sours me on college football when you get to that degree. So that's about what I wanted to say.
I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I think Bryce Jack has about 10 million reasons why he appreciates going to Michigan. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Appreciate the call, buddy. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, more of your ticket texts next. 97.1. You know what? Maybe some good news for Lions fans. Pete Carroll, interested in the Chicago Bears job. Why is that good news? Because that means maybe you get to keep Ben Johnson here in Detroit for one more year. Ben Johnson has said, hey, he wouldn't mind coaching the Bears. Bears are god awful. I mean, Roger Goodell owes an apology to anybody who stayed up to watch that game. Final score, 6-3. That was it. That was bad. I've seen some bad football before. Yeah, that's like high school freshman football. That was ridiculous. But yeah, it seems like Pete Carroll wants to come out of retirement. That could be positive for you Lions fans. 248-539-9797. Open phone lines. We've been talking about a lot of things today. I did ask the question for you Lions fans out there. Do you still believe you're the best team? Or are you just one of the great teams that are playing in the NFL? There was a time you were it. You were him. You were one of one. Not anymore. I think you're in a category, you're in the top tier, but you used to hold that tier all by yourself. Now you've come down to earth. I've also asked the Wolverine fans out there, Bryce Underwood or beating the Buckeyes? What are you going to remember more about this year? 248-539-9797. Let's go to who's been holding the longest, Jake? Thomas, you're on 97.1.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? I was listening to you guys on the Odyssey app, and I heard you talking about, are the Lions still great? Are they going to be okay? Talking about Kansas City. From what I could tell, it seemed like Kansas City was hurting at the beginning of the year, but managed, obviously, to stay on top and keep winning. And, they only have one loss right now. How's it any different than the Lions at this point, where instead of them having to deal with those hardships up front, they're getting it more on the back end of the season?
I mean, because
I still feel like they can push forward. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. The thing is Kansas City is all of a sudden starting to play. Like at the beginning of the year, they seemed not like the same Chiefs team. Travis Kelce was a no-show. It seemed like he had gone full Hollywood, but now they seem dialed in. And with the Lions, it's just the injuries. And trying to overcome them is going to be problematic when you go up against good teams.
Okay. But with that being said, I think the Lions have proven themselves, though, too, even though through diversity, that, they can do a very good job at coming out on top as well.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Like I said, they could still win it, and I appreciate the phone call, Thomas. They can still win. I'm not saying that, they have no chance. They have no shot. I'm saying for the longest, we all thought that they were going to win. Anybody, any place, anytime. Now it's, man, you got to get that one seed to get the bye, to rest up. It's like a whole lot of caveats in place. During the middle of the season, you didn't care. Let's just get to the Super Bowl. That's how everybody felt. You know what? Let's just meet in New Orleans. 248-539-9797. Let's bring in Bruce. Bruce, you're on 97.1.
Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Hey, Merry Christmas to you.
Okay. Well, quick thing for me, Michigan fan, season tickets since 1978. The best memory is beating Ohio State. I was on vacation. I told the screener I was on vacation. We were on vacation, the wife and I. And the people we met were very nice. They're from Findlay. No, big Ohio State fans. So it was before the game. And he said, yeah, I think they're going to cream them. They want to make up for the last 3 years. I said, well, there is a chance that that's what's going to happen. I said, if I had to put a nickel on it, I think Ohio State is going to win. But I think it's going to be close, and there's not a 0% chance that Michigan is going to pull the upset. He looked at me like I had 3 heads. I said, hey, it can happen. I've seen it happen the other way, too. Oh, okay, well, that was the end of that. Next day, I woke up and looked at the phone. We were out of the time zone. I looked at the phone. It said 13-10. I go, hey, they're leading at halftime. And then I saw final, and I said, wow! My wife was in the other room. She goes, what's the matter? What's the matter? She thought I was having a heart attack or something. So anyway, I wore my national championship T-shirt that day and just happened to run into him again, He said,
just so happened.
Get that shirt off. Get that shirt off. I didn't say any more. I didn't rub it in. I just let him stew in his own Ohio State juices, and it was absolutely glorious.
Oh, Bruce, I appreciate the call. Happy holidays to you. Yes, because you ruined everything. The only way they can salvage this season is they have to win the national title. Because if they don't, It's going to be, sports talks in Columbus. Basically, what do we do with Ryan Day? Do we bring him back or not? So you did that 4 years in a row. They don't remember any of the good that he did. They only remember he's 0-4 in the last 4 years against the University of Michigan. Let's go back to the phone lines. Bring in my man, Brett. Brett, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
You too, my friend.
Hey, so last week I came in with the Can We Say portion, and I'm going to do it again. And I think it is Can We Say Piston Basketball is Back? I firmly believe it. So I'm 28. I haven't seen, I can barely remember them beating the Lakers, basically. Actually, my first memories of the Pistons is actually losing to the Spurs the following year. So I haven't really seen a whole lot of good Piston basketball outside of like the Blake Griffin years. And even then, that was a team kind of led by the older guys at that point. This team is the best team I've seen, and I fully believe in what Trajan's doing. We'll see how the deadline looks with the trade deadline, if they make any moves. I'm so impressed with this team. I'm impressed with this West Coast trip. The Suns game was one of the most complete Piston games I've ever seen. I don't remember us not having the lead at any point, and they're a good team. The Lakers, that felt like a playoff game. I don't remember there being that good of a Pistons regular season game in my entire life. So that right there was like, that was a thriller. I hadn't seen a thriller like that. And then the Kings last night, to be down pretty much the entire game and to have the comeback, I mean, all three games gave you such a different feeling. And they were able to pull it out. And I don't know if you saw the second minute Kings, they just fired their coach 20 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. We talked about that.
I've been in and out today listening, but it seems like every time I've been listening today, no one's really called in about the Pistons. Guys, it's okay to love again. It's okay to do it. And Rico, I know you're a God-loving man. Jaden Ivey is just different, man. Dude, God's on that dude's side, man. It's crazy. This is the time, guys. It's time to buy in. I believe
Brett,
it.
Yeah, it looks like here's the thing. Brett, I think people are going to start paying attention to the Pistons after the All-Star break. If they're still where they are, and let's face it, the Lions are stealing all the shine. Once the Super Bowl is over, I think people are going to say, wait, the basketball team's good too? Yeah, they kind of have been. Get to a winning record, and if you're sitting there around 500 or a winning record at the All-Star break, trust me, Brett, we'll be talking Pistons a lot more. So.
I totally understand that this could be like an early season overreaction, but I mean, come on, it's 2 months and we've now hit that 14 win total, Yeah, anything can happen for sure, but there's something going on, guys.
It's sports. We're allowed to be overreact. Appreciate the phone call. Wolverines getting ready to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide in the ReliaQuest Bowl, New Year's Eve. Going to talk to a good friend of mine, Ryan Fowler. He covers the Alabama Crimson Tide. We're going to get the Bama side of this game. We're going to do that next. 97.1. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on that new Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find the right car for you, including the December Rico deal. Still a few days left. A new 2025 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4. Get this. $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $279 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found in one place. That's at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Gleyber Torres is your newest Tiger infielder. The 28-year-old will play second base for Detroit. Colt Keith to first. Scott Harris says they hope to hear back from Roki Sasaki's agent Jim Wolf on whether he will get an in-person meeting with the Japanese fireballer. Cam Talbot recently started his 500th game in the NHL. He spoke with FanDuel Sports Detroit about his favorite coach to play for shortly before that. Talbot will get the start tonight as McClellan makes his debut as head coach. Simon Edvinson has been activated off injured reserve for the Wings as well. The Maple Leafs will be without their star defenseman Austin Matthews. Pre-game in just over an hour at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan football had their first practice at the ReliaQuest Bowl today. Bryce Underwood was in attendance. At the Corval House Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Got Mark Ryan coming up next. And, in case you missed it, big news for the Tigers. Gleyber Torres, 1 year, $15 million. Well, what does that mean? It means he's going to be going to second base. It means Colt Keith moving over to first base. It means Torque. Well, we don't know what he's going to be doing. Probably platooning with Keith at first. Also going to be a DH as they try to figure out exactly what they want from him. I guess maybe they're going to try to put him up on the trading block to see if they could get anything from him. But that's been the biggest news that has come across today. Just saw on Twitter too that Khalil Mullins, well, he's saying goodbye. He's entering his name into the NFL draft. So that's one more player that will not be playing in that ReliaQuest Bowl game. Gotta think, if you're a Michigan fan, you're probably gonna pop in and watch last year's national title game rather than watch that thing. So, but yeah, we got Mark Ryan coming up next. And oh, by the way, in case you missed it, the Pistons, they're pretty good. They are pretty good. I had a caller, Brett, calling in. If the Pistons can keep this winning, I think that they're going to get a lot of the limelight. Right now, we're not talking about Pistons because, let's face it, it's the Lions. The Lions are the team. Everybody is focused on trying to get this team to the Super Bowl, and you're watching them. But the Pistons last night, down 19 to the Sacramento Kings, came back and won the game. Jaden Ivey has a 4-point play. He's fouled with 3.1 seconds left. Shooting a three, gets bumped, makes the free throw. Pistons walk away with the victory on the West Coast. 3-0 so far on the West Coast as they get ready to take on Denver. Yeah, I guess they've already matched their win total from last year at 14 games. This is a much different team. I think this coach has these players motivated, unlike what Monty Williams was just kind of there. I do think that, guys, the Pistons may be in the playoffs. It may be in a play-in game, but you know what? After what we've seen for so long, I think anybody will take that. So, yeah, the Pistons, in case you have not been paying attention to them, they're doing pretty well. So, yeah, big time game for them. But like I said, the biggest news of the day, Tigers made another signing. It's Gleyber Torres. He's coming in case you don't know much about him. Look, at the plate, he's going to be very streaky. There's going to be weeks where he's going to be knocking the cover off the ball, and then there's times where, not going to be that good. Defensively, it's a little shaky. He's not the same guy that when he came into the league and he was an all-star and everybody thought he was going to be all of that for the Yankees. He's tailed off some. Let's face it. I don't think you could put Torres and Javi Baez as second and short in the same game and expect good results. So, yeah, questionable base running. It's a good move. I still think the Tigers need to make another move or two. This can't be the final move. This can't be it. But it's a one-year deal. I guess worst case scenario, it can end up being trade bait where if, he's doing good. Because let's face it, this is a prove-it deal for him. He was expecting to get a lot more money, but he did not want to move to third base. He's going to come into Detroit. He's going to try to really move the needle. And I think, worst case, if the Tigers don't do well and he does, he's going to be a chip that you can use to gather in more top prospects to help in building this team. So that's the big news for the day. Hey, hope you guys have a great weekend. I know I'll be back